Chapter 677. Luckily, I'm rich. Yu Yongxing looked at him and suddenly understood. So he nodded. Be careful. He was under someone else's roof, so he endured it. But Qin Zhe didn't need to. He didn't need to care about the American's feelings. Yu Yongxing took off his gloves and handed them to Qin Zhe, but he shook his head and refused. Director, I want to spar with Martinez. Qin Zhe turned to spar with Davis. It wasn't just the Chinese who were enjoying the show. The Americans were surprised to see that fighting match again, and one of them was a celebrity, and the other was still a Chinese. Davis had a headache. It was nothing for a martial arts director to be beaten up. He was on Martinez's side. Qin Zhe was a celebrity with status and was specially invited. It would be bad for his reputation if he was beaten up. It would also be difficult for the crew, and it might even have a negative impact on the filming. No. Davis refused. That's it. Qin Zhe shrugged. Even if you refuse, the spar will continue. I think it's the same for him. Martinez grinned and stared at Qin Zhe. Fighting Qin Zhe was obviously more interesting than fighting a martial arts director because he was Qin Bao's agent. Martinez was happy to let that woman see his strength. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Qin Bao. He wasn't very satisfied with her reaction. That woman didn't seem worried, dissatisfied, or nervous at all. Instead, she was talking and laughing with another beautiful woman next to her. If his hearing was better, he would be able to hear the conversation between Qin Bao and Su Yu. How long can he last? 10 seconds. Wow, you underestimate my brother. Then 5 seconds it is. Qin Bao and Su Yu had seen Qin Zhe fight before. He could beat an adult man with just 2 slaps. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by slapping. If there was, slapping would be slapping. Aren't you going to stop your brother? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Qin Bao turned around. Elizabeth had appeared behind her without her knowing. Will you be sent back if you hit someone? Sparring should be fine. Qin Bao frowned. This American female celebrity seems to be very interested in my brother. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and she is already acting intimately with him. American women are so open and shameless. Qin Bao was confident in her looks, but she had always been proud of her breasts and buttocks. Now, she had lost her pride. Her opponent also had big breasts, and her buttocks were especially sexy. That's not what I meant. Elizabeth blinked and glanced at Qin Zhe. Martinez is very strong. Your brother is going to get beaten up later, even though he is quite muscular. After saying this, she found that Su Yu and Qin Bao's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was murderous intent in his eyes. F***ck, she even knows that my brother has muscles. Damn it, did that little B***tch secretly touch my husband? Elizabeth was vigilant and embarrassed. She walked away silently. Chinese women were eccentric and difficult to get along with. That's not fair. Martinez didn't rest. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't look like he can fight. He didn't even wear boxing gloves. He's too amateur. Maybe he will be KO with one punch. That's so boring. The onlookers discussed animatedly, and laughter filled the air. Martinez stretched his neck, clenched his fists, and got into a fighting stance. He slowly approached Qin Zhe. Do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Qin Zhe shook his head. No. You don't even know how to fight. Don't cry later. Martinez sneered. Have you never been beaten up by Chinese people before? Qin Zhe said. But I know you will be beaten up by Americans. Martinez stood up and fiercely punched Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe didn't retreat. Instead, he moved faster and kicked Martinez's lower abdomen. As for the punch, he just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. In an instant, Martinez's 1.9-meter-tall body flew back 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. An ordinary person would stagger and fall after being kicked, but Martinez flew back 4 or 5 meters. It was painful to watch. This time, Martinez completely lost his ability to move. He curled up on the ground and covered his lower abdomen. His face was pale. Did he need martial arts for a simple kick? Qinze imitated a kung fu superstar in his mind and shouted, "I'll hit you." In fact, he had held back half of his strength. Otherwise, Martinez would have been sent to the emergency room with internal bleeding. But it was enough for him. At this time, the onlookers exclaimed. It was noisy. Martinez's assistant rushed over to check the situation. The others were shouting that they were selling cakes. Yu Yongxing found it hard to believe. Martinez's weight was at least 85 kilograms, which was the minimum. How much strength did that kick have? There were countless martial arts schools in Chinese. Putting aside the messy moves, the core was the same, strength and speed. Qinze's kick was simple and unadorned, but it contained strength that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In ancient times, this was innate strength. A martial arts master. Elizabeth was stunned. Her eyes widened. In the words of an online novel, her beautiful eyes bloomed with unprecedented splendor. The American girls who liked strong men couldn't help but admire Qinze. The calmest ones were Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu. At most, they sighed. Wow, this foreigner is so weak. The filming was suspended. Martinez was sent to the hospital. Celebrities were precious. No matter what happened, it was best to send him to the hospital. You know Chinese Kung Fu? Davis asked Qinze curiously. I've been practicing since I was young. Real Chinese Kung Fu can kill one person in 18 times. I can probably beat 10 weaklings like him. Qinze bragged about Chinese Kung Fu. Davis nodded quickly. I used to believe that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful. Qinze said, I can see that. The director is a fan of Chinese Kung Fu. He insisted on not agreeing with Martinez's suggestion. Davis shook his head. Not really. Did you watch the God of Lace series from a certain company last year? The one that did well at the box office. Qinze thought for a while and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, it's the one starring a star from Chinese. I'm also a fan of the male lead, Su Jinjiang. I grew up watching his 3G films. He always felt that 3G films were the best. They had rich plots and were full of temptation. They were much more meaningful than the Japanese educational films that only knew how to fight. If 3G films were legal, there wouldn't be a market for Japanese educational films. The goddesses of the 80s and 90s were generally 3G actresses. There was no such thing as Akira Ishijima and Maria Ozawa. Davis. He was stunned for a while and said, No. The male lead is an American, not a Chinese. Qinze. Is that so? I was wondering why Su Jinjiang dyed his hair. That was awkward. He didn't watch many superhero movies, but just like when he was a child, his friends would discuss Heizawa King and Naruto. If he hadn't seen them, but his friends asked, he had to pretend that he had seen them and then, enthusiastically, discuss the plot with them. In fact, his mind was full of, what are you talking about? The reason why he didn't like superhero movies was that the logic was too confusing. The setting was full of loopholes. The heroes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were completely in service of the plot, just like the retarded supporting characters in the retarded pretentious web novels. The logic of the superhero movies in the point store was even more confusing. For a logical science student, this kind of movie was just a special effect. The internet always said that their IQ was insulted, but when their IQ was insulted, they didn't feel it at all. Instead, they watched it with great interest. Fortunately, Davis didn't continue this awkward topic and continued, Ryujin's movie has too many flaws in the action. I paid attention to the comments of the netizens in China. Most of them were complaining that Ryujin was a god, but he fought like a brute. There was no beauty. At that time, I had the idea of using Chinese kung fu. I see. Qin Zhe nodded and thought of something. He said, by the way, will he sue me? After showing off, Heizawa King switched to salted fish swamp mode. If he faced the risk of being sued, he had to quickly call the legal department over to prepare countermeasures. Fighting in the ring is not fighting. Davis shrugged and said, unless he's injured. From the standpoint of a director, this farce could be treated as a sparring or a seasoning episode, but he definitely didn't want to make it too big for too long. This was different from the Chinese's style of keeping the peace. It was purely the concept of capital that made him not want to see any accidents in the filming. Qin Zhe was immediately relieved. For the next half of the day, the crew was still discussing the topic of Chinese kung fu from time to time. The Americans believed that Qin Zhe knew kung fu. Just now, he showed a little of his skills and sent Martinez to the hospital. But in fact, Martinez was discharged from the hospital that afternoon. After lying in the hospital for half an hour, the pain disappeared and his body was fine. After the examination, the doctor also said so. He seriously considered suing Qin Zhe and specially called the director. But Davis didn't stand on his side. Everyone agreed to learn from each other. How could a sparring be considered a fight? Even if he sued and called the police, the other party had a witness. It couldn't be construed as intentional injury. Therefore, when filming the next day, Martinez had to brace himself and praise Qin Zhe for his good kung fu. In this way, he just lost because his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just like losing in the ring, not being beaten up. Your kung fu is very good. You're a master. In front of everyone, Martinez praised Qin Zhe and made a friendly gesture. Can you teach me? Of course. Qin Zhe's answer made Martinez very satisfied. Actually, Chinese kung fu can be learned quickly. You'll be very good in about 3 to 5 days, Qin Zhe said. As he spoke, he even invited Martinez to sit down and chat in front of the crew and impart his experience. Martinez thought to himself, at least you're sensible. He planned to leave after chatting for a while and officially forget about yesterday's awkwardness. In his opinion, Qin Zhe was more sensible. After all, he was a local. He had 100 ways to make it impossible for him to stay here, and there was nothing he could do. Qin Zhe said, actually, Chinese kung fu is very good. Fighting is just the outer part. The real core is cultivation and ascension and becoming a celestial. Ha! Martinez was confused. The curious onlookers around looked at each other. Oh, this is the core idea. It's like building a socialist society. It's a lofty goal, but I don't know if it can be achieved. But it can make people have abilities far beyond ordinary people and make your strength easily surpass that of Hercules. In China, this is called qi training. Qin Zhe said seriously. Everyone, including Martinez, was skeptical. I'll cover it up for you. He was like a street performer, calling in all kinds of onlookers. But the talent he showed was not breaking stones with his chest or bending steel bars with his iron throat. Qin Zhe pulled out the folding chair under his butt. The chair's frame and 4 legs were hollow steel. In front of everyone's eyes, he pinched a chair leg with his thumb and index finger, and his knuckles exerted force silently. When he released his fingers, the crowd around him clearly saw that the chair leg was pinched flat. There were exclamations everywhere. For a moment, the sound of cakes being sold echoed. Martinez found it hard to believe. He tried it himself. His fingers squeezed the hollow steel hard. Because of the force, his arms trembled, but he couldn't move it at all. People could bend hollow steel with brute force, but it was impossible with 2 fingers. Several onlookers also tried it out of curiosity, and they were even more surprised. This is chi training. It can make people have strange power that ordinary people can't control. Everyone, this is the core technique of China's Kung Fu. As Qin Zhe spoke, he left one dent after another on the chair leg. I've seen it. I've seen China people use this kind of Kung Fu, someone suddenly shouted. Qin Zhe was stunned. He couldn't help but look at him, wondering if it was true. He was just talking nonsense. So it's true in the movies. But then the man added. Art comes from life. Qin Zhe nodded immediately. Can you teach us? Teach us China's Kung Fu, Qin, please. Master above. The foreign devil was very excited. Kung Fu was a characteristic of China. At the same time, it was very mysterious and powerful. This impression was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Americans in the last century. Decades ago, there were foreign devils who traveled across the ocean to China to learn martial arts. Even now, there were foreigners who longed for Kung Fu in Shaolin Temple. Qin Zhe's 2-finger Diana was so incredible that it aroused their strong interest and yearning for China's Kung Fu. They were even excited because America was a country with a strong idea of individual heroism. Everyone yearned to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. How do you practice chi training? Martinez asked excitedly. Qin Zhe pressed his hand, and suddenly everyone quieted down. There's a saying in China, practice chi training starts with the heart, and practice the body with the character. Let me tell you, if you want to learn the upper level of martial arts, you have to learn to stabilize your chi. He looked around and said, how do you stabilize your chi? How? Everyone asked. Don't be arrogant or rash. Buddha smiles. Oh, it might be difficult for you to understand. Let me find someone to demonstrate. You Americans hide your core skills and are stingy. But we China people are very generous. I won't be stingy to show you the core of China's Kung Fu. Qin Zhe pretended to search carefully and picked Martinez out of everyone's willingness to raise their hands. Me? You want to teach me chi training? Martinez was a little excited. Although he still hated Qin Zhe, he put aside his grudges for the time being. Learn from me. Qin Zhe sat on the ground with his feet and palms facing the sky. Martinez followed his example. After he finished, he waited expectantly for the next step. Suddenly, he saw Qin Zhe raise his palm. Slap. It was loud and clear. Fuck. Martinez's anger burned subconsciously, and his eyes widened. Stabilize your chi. Qin Zhe said lightly. Martinez said, stabilize, slap. Before he could finish, another slap came. It was loud and clear. He didn't look in the mirror, but from the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face must be red. Stabilize your chi. Qin Zhe said immediately. It was this sentence again. Every time Martinez was about to lose his temper, this light sentence made him unable to vent his anger. This sentence was poisonous. Qin Zhe raised his palm again. This time, Martinez reacted quickly and blocked it. He said, I don't. Before he could say the word learned, Qin Zhe's other hand had already slapped his face. Qin Zhe said seriously and sincerely, did you learn anything from this? Martinez was speechless. Qin Zhe said, nothing. Your talent is too bad. How do you feel? Martinez was speechless. When did a celebrity get slapped 3 times in a row? He felt so wronged. So angry. Chapter 678. Qin, you're a kung fu master. Do you dare to let me slap you? Martinez said sullenly. Are you doubting me? Qin Zhe looked him in the eye. He didn't answer, but Martinez stared at him. How dare you? Qin Zhe was furious and said righteously, I'm teaching you the core techniques of Chinese kung fu for free. You don't want to learn and you're doubting me. Fine, I won't teach you. After that, Qin Zhe clamped the hollow pipe with 2 fingers and bent it expressionlessly. Don't, please continue. Qin, let me do it. Let me do it. The onlookers were even more excited. Secretly, Qin Zhe's fingers were trembling and burning with pain. He bent the hollow pipe with 2 fingers because of his abnormal brute force under the system's training. Martinez was so sullen that he suffered internal injuries. He had mixed feelings and felt that Qin Zhe was taking revenge on him. But would people believe him? On the contrary, people would think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, he seemed to be the one who happily went up to him. Moreover, he knew real Chinese kung fu. He couldn't beat him. He didn't know that Chinese kung fu had a word for open conspiracy. Since Martinez was attracted to Chinese kung fu, he was destined to be taught a lesson. He was digging a hole in front of him and he had no choice but to jump in. Qin Zhe coughed and said, training qi starts with training the heart. When everyone can stabilize their auras, I'll teach you how to train qi. But you can't delay the filming. Practice with each other. They slapped each other. The corner of Martinez's mouth twitched. He only slapped himself and not others. Sure enough, he was bluffing. Therefore, on this day, the sound of slapping each other could be heard from time to time during the break time on set. The person slapping and the person being slapped smiled and tried to stabilize their auras. Then they talked in private, have you stabilized your aura? Give me another slap. Looks like it's done. Qin Bao and Siyu laughed like crazy. The sister's lower abdomen and chest trembled violently. She covered her small mouth and her face was red. Suddenly, he felt that America's intelligence was beyond redemption. In fact, there was a similar phenomenon in China in the 90s, everyone learned Qigong. Moreover, the Americans had always yearned for China's kung fu, but they did not have a 100% understanding of it. Then, Qin Zhe stirred things up like a **T stick. With a living example right in front of them, it was hard not to believe. On the 12th day of filming in the US, in late November, Qin Zhe's birthday arrived. The birthday banquet of a tycoon with tens of billions of assets would definitely be grand and extravagant. There would be countless guests and luxurious cars driving in. It would probably be such a grand occasion when he reached middle age. Qin Zhe thought to himself as he accompanied his sister around Los Angeles. Before Qin Zhe was 19 years old, the family of 4 went to a restaurant for his birthday. His sister had contracted his birthday cake for many years, so Qin Zhe would also buy a cake for his sister to celebrate her birthday. Qin Zhe spent half of his pocket money to buy a cake for his sister the day before the system found him. It was all played by Chen Qinghong, Zhang Ye, and the other unlucky girls. When he was 19 years old and went to college, he would either go home or spend his birthday with his sister. His sister took him around, driving a little red horse all over Shanghai. When they saw a cafe with a good environment, they would sit down for a drink, shop, and eat snacks. Then, time passed and it was night time. His sister would find a high-end restaurant, order takeout, and buy a cake. They celebrated her birthday in their little nest of about 80 square meters. It had only been a little more than a year since he went from a salted fish to a Hei's king. He had not completely changed his outlook on life to that of a billionaire tycoon. It was the same for his sister. Early in the morning, she took Qin around Los Angeles. Today, she was wearing a bohemia dress, Roman shoes, and a woman's large-brimmed hat. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pointed at the scenery with the other. She was lively and beautiful. When they came to the bottom of a retro building, Qin Bao trotted a few steps forward, turned around, and said in a sweet voice, "Ace, help me take some beautiful pictures." Street photography. Qin was wearing the DSLR camera that Qin Bao bought a few days ago around his neck. It was the perfect time to put it to good use. In the warm sunlight, she stood with her hands behind her back. She raised her face slightly and bathed in the sunlight. Coincidentally, a breeze came and lifted the hem of her long skirt. Under the skirt was the outline of two slender calves. At that moment, Qin looked as if he was struck by lightning. He forgot to take pictures and stared at his sister in a daze. November 20, 2018, Los Angeles, America. Qin was 24 years old. "I'll lick my sister's leg until it breaks." The 24-year-old Qin swore silently in his heart. "Ace, are you done?" Qin Bao asked loudly. Qin snapped out of his daze and quickly pressed the shutter. Then, he nodded. "Done." Qin Bao ran over. Let me see. "Ha! It's so ugly. Don't you know how to take pictures?" My sister blocked a passerby. Her rosy lips immediately pouted. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned and hit him. "Then, let's take another one," Qin said apologetically. "Take better pictures," Qin Bao warned. Then, she twisted her waist and ran back to her original spot. The new pictures were perfect. There were no passers-by and no cars passing by. Qin thought so. However, his sister was not satisfied. She said that the pictures he took were no different from a cell phone camera. The only difference was that the quality was higher. Qin admitted his mistake. "Is it my fault that I didn't master my photography skills?" Qin had always tolerated his sister's complaints. If his sister hit him, Qin would smack her on the streets of Los Angeles. However, today, he only wanted to hug his sister. After strolling around the city center and eating a lot of delicious food, Qin Bao took him to the mall. Originally, they had agreed to buy clothes for Qin. However, as they strolled around, a woman's shopping nature erupted. After that, Qin had nothing to do with it. When they left the mall, there was a mess of things hanging on his body. Among them, only a woolen coat was his. The rest were all his sister's. Oh, and a bag of socks was also his. At 4:00 in the afternoon, his sister had to rush to the set. It was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, his sister had ordered a cake from a famous cake shop in the city center. Someone had to wait for her. Today was Qin's birthday. She didn't want to leave these things to her assistant. It would be very boring. Moreover, Qin had to stay. Thus, he sent his sister to the nanny van. He stood on the street and waved goodbye. After the nanny van drove away, he looked at his watch and sent a message to Suyu. "I'm here. What about you?" "Suyu, wait for me for 10 minutes." A scumbag who didn't know how to do two things was not a good scumbag. If he didn't do the basics, he might have to do 3 things in the future. Or, 4 things. I recommend a book, I Am My Second Uncle After Rebirth. The name was very naughty. Chapter 679. It was the first time for Suyu to accompany Qin on his birthday. Last year, they were not very familiar with each other on Qin's birthday. They were far from knowing each other's background in depth. Unlike Qin Bao, who had too much energy, Suyu's way of celebrating her birthday was to find a comfortable restaurant to sit down, drink coffee, eat, and then talk about the past. Oh, they didn't have the past to talk about, it should be said to talk about last year. But the desire for shopping was the same. Suyu first took Qinzhe to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Qinzhe. The clothes were indeed bought, but compared with her own things, Qinzhe's clothes seemed to be bought incidentally. A suit, a blue high-end shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. Oh, women. Fortunately, it was not a woolen coat, otherwise, Qinzhe would be angry. He felt that these two women were using his birthday as an excuse to meet their shopping needs. Then she took a taxi with Qinzhe to a famous local Western restaurant and chose a seat by the French window. Qinzhe took a sip of coffee, lay on the chair, looked out of the French window, glanced over the small square, and fell on the sparkling river. My birthday this year was not as happy as last year. Suyu held her chin in one hand and stirred the coffee with a spoon in the other. You gave me a necklace, which is not as good as yours last year. Did you eat the candlelight dinner? Oh, you did eat it. Qinzhe said, I'm actually very annoyed with those women who dream of princesses and have different surprises every birthday. It's particularly brain-burning and expensive. The key is that the routine has been used up long ago. You spend a lot of effort to surprise people, and they are not surprised at all, which is particularly embarrassing. That means you don't like that girl at all. If you really like someone, you won't bother about this. Suyu retorted. Today is my birthday. Don't bring up the past. Not all men have romantic cells. Oh, by the way, my sister is going to shoot tonight. We can have dinner together. I just don't want to have a third wheel. Suyu looked at the afterglow of the sky and beckoned to the waiter. Serve. Okay, madam, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and left. You ordered a meal? Qinzhe asked in surprise. It's your birthday, of course I have to prepare a little. Suyu said sweetly. She really should let Maggot Bao Bao hear it. Forget it, she still had to film and was quite busy. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were served. There were only 2 steaks, a plate of spaghetti, a bottle of red wine, and a plate of fruit salad. But the flashy plates took up 80% of the table. After coming to America, I only found out where the Chinese learned the habit of using oversized plates to store dishes. Qinzhe picked up the red wine that the waiter had poured for him. You don't learn the good, but you learn the bad. Oh, I have to sober up first. He put the red wine down again. The steak in this restaurant is very famous. Try it. Suyu cut a piece of steak and chewed it carefully. It's really good. Qinzhe cut a large piece of meat and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. It feels almost the same as in China. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, just like he couldn't tell whether the red wine was good or bad. Before his physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds, Qinzhe rarely touched wine. Like Wang Zijin, his stomach was not good since childhood. Drinking would only make him feel uncomfortable. Suyu asked the waiter to symbolically light a candle and smiled. Okay, we will pour the wine ourselves. The waiter retreated. Qinzhe noticed that Suyu wore earrings that were shiny, making her more graceful and elegant. Sure enough, jewelry could make a woman look high-end and classy, just like a man's suit and tie. This should be worn for him. Very beautiful. Qinzhe, who was slow to realize, praised. Suyu pouted. When the two first met, Suyu turned her face from time to time to show him her earrings. Unfortunately, Qinzhe's EQ was so low today that he didn't even notice that she was wearing earrings. In fact, Qinzhe found it, but his sister also wore earrings today. After visual fatigue, he couldn't react for the first time when he looked at Suyu. If your girlfriend suddenly wears beautiful earrings, a smart man can find it for the first time. But when your girlfriend number 2 also wears earrings, the man is not surprised. If girlfriend number 3 also wears earrings, the man should say, "Your earrings today are nothing new." If girlfriend number 4 wears earrings, the man will be bored and say, "Your earrings are vulgar, throw them away quickly." Boring, you are not lost. Suyu forked a piece of lettuce and chewed it in her mouth, muttering. What do you mean? Chin-se didn't understand. Did you forget my birthday last year? Chin-se recalled carefully and understood. He wanted to give Suyu a surprise that day. Half of it was the boss's concern for the employees, and the other half was the man's instinctive desire to show off in front of a beautiful woman. As a result, Suyu didn't go home. He waited at the door. Oh, his legs were numb. Unlucky woman, didn't you say that you have a bad relationship with your family and no one loves you? My dad asked me to go home that day to celebrate my birthday, but in fact, he wanted to use my birthday to ask me for power and let Su-hao take my place. I was angry and fell out with them. I felt wronged and wanted to go home and cry. Suyu stared at Chin-se, then I saw you. Then you cried, wiping my chest with your snot and tears. Suyu blushed and said shyly, I didn't cry. You cried. I didn't cry. That may be because I squatted for too long and was tired to cry. Suyu held her chin and poked the steak with a fork. You bought me a cake and lit a candle. Hey, did you want to sleep with me at that time? She didn't say, like me, and regarded Chin-se as a boss who wanted to play with his secretary. Yes, Chin-se ate the steak, I wanted to, but you didn't keep me. Suyu chuckled, to tell you the truth, in fact, I really wanted to keep you, but I couldn't say it. I was moved, so I wanted to find a chance to retaliate and make you confused, but you didn't give me a chance. I started to like you from that night. I'll let you have a good time tonight. Do you mean it? Let's see how it goes tonight. Who knows if my sister will take me to the bar to celebrate. Reject her, your wife is more important than your sister, right? Maybe. Suyu took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the table. Suddenly, she stopped her fingers and said, Can I take a picture? Her move stung Chin-se. In the past, Suyu could take pictures whenever she wanted. She was opinionated and cold, on the surface, but when she cared more and more about him, she even asked for permission to take pictures. Her love was the same as her inside, not cold at all. Take it. Chin-se said. Halfway through dinner, Suyu looked down at the lady's watch on her right hand, suddenly turned to face the small square outside the glass, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, she snapped her fingers again. This was repeated several times. Chin-se said, What are you doing? Suyu blushed. You wait, I'll go out and make a phone call. A few minutes later, Chin-se saw a group of men and women in suits and long skirts coming to the small square in pairs. There were also people responsible for clearing the place, driving a few scattered passers-by aside, and then lighting white candles as thick as an arm in the small square. In the slowly opening night, in the swaying candlelight, the gentlemen and ladies danced the tango. The small square instantly became a party. It was not over yet. The elegant piano music in the restaurant stopped. After a few breaths, the music sounded. It was a song, fairy tale, that most China people were familiar with. The male voice was Chin-se's version. Suyu came with the music and said sweetly, Happy birthday. Chin-se, damn, it's so romantic, my girl's heart. For the first time in his life, Chin-se was flirted with by a woman. So, Suyu said that she had something to do during the day, was it to prepare this? How did you do it? In America, there's nothing that can't be done with money. Suyu said proudly, I don't even have to think, just throw out a stack of US dollars, and there will be professionals to help you plan and arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about the city management. Suyu said and looked at Chin-se as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at him and murmured happily, "Hey, hey, hey, you're touched, you're touched." Qinze remembered something. "Then why did you snap your fingers just now?" Siyu was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, "I said that snapping my fingers is the signal, but when I snapped my fingers, they came in and said that they were a professional organization. Candlelight, music, dancing, and an exquisite dinner." Qinze had the illusion that he was being pursued by a Prince Charming, and after this meal, he would be F***ked. "I want to take you to romantic Turkey, and then feed you a chicken with my own hands. Aren't all men like this?" After a dance, dinner was just over. The group of guys in the small square came quickly and left quickly, holding each other's hands as they hurriedly left. Qinze guessed that they were like extras, taking money to do things, maybe to earn some extra money, or maybe to rush to the next set. Qin Bao Bao had a scene to shoot at night, and it was in the suburbs. She didn't return to the hotel until 10:00 with the driver and assistant. After asking the assistant to buy candles, she went back to the room to change into a nightgown, and couldn't wait to knock on Qinze's door. Dinner was at the set, and Qin Bao Bao felt that it was a pity that she couldn't have dinner with her brother on his birthday. She opened a bottle of red wine, opened the window, and lit candles in the 5-star suite. Qin Bao Bao raised her glass happily, "Happy birthday." Qinze clinked glasses with her. "Where's Suyu?" his sister asked. "Asleep." Qinze, who was in pajamas, answered. "He was F***ked after all. I haven't given you a present yet." As Qin Bao Bao spoke, she took out a Goddess of Thunder figurine from her bag. "I asked the director if there were any specialties from Hollywood that I wanted to give to you as a birthday present. He said you like Goddess of Thunder from Hollywood." Qinze took the Su Jinjiang figurine and forced a smile. "Thank you, sister. The boss of Jinjiang taught us theoretical knowledge when we were young, and when we grew up, he established Star of Jinjiang to provide us with an experimental place. I will cherish this figurine. It's just a gift." His sister also felt that her $50 gift was not worth it, and explained, "I'm very busy, shooting from the afternoon to the evening." "Sister is the best present," Qinze said sweetly. Qin Bao Bao held a stack of cakes, and the corners of her mouth were stained with cream. Her smile was sweeter and cuter than the cakes. The 12-inch cake, chocolate, and fruit were definitely not enough for the two of them, but they would not call the assistant in to eat together. It would spoil the atmosphere, and the heart-shaped candles on the floor were not seen by outsiders. Qinze secretly smeared some cream on his fingertips and pretended to wipe his sister's mouth. "Look at you, the cake is on your mouth." Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard, and a white cat whisker was drawn on her face. His sister wiped her face, looked at the cream in her palm, and said angrily, "Oh, you want to fight, right?" She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it at Qinze's face. The floor was full of candles, and it was not convenient to run. It would be troublesome if they accidentally knocked over the candles and burned the hotel carpet. The brother and sister sat like this, holding a handful of cream in their hands and playing cat boxing with each other. Qin Bao Bao screamed, raised her head to dodge, and waved her hands, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Most of the time, she was waving her fists randomly, and Qinze waited for the opportunity to move. From time to time, he would wipe the cream on her face. Every time he wiped it, his sister would scream. Sometimes, their hands would hit each other, and the cream would splatter on the carpet, on her pajamas, and on her hair. Qinze got up, went around the table, and pounced on his sister who was screaming and waving her hands. With 2 palms, he slapped his sister's face. Suddenly, her face, which was already covered with cream, was completely unrecognizable. "Ah!" Qin Bao Bao screamed and pushed his chest with both hands, trying to push him away. The cream was all over Qinze's chest. "Don't move, I'll help you clean it," Qinze whispered. Stop playing, I can't beat you. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said sadly. I'll help you clean it. He said again, but this time, his tone was gentle. Suddenly, the image of his sister standing on the street in a bohemia dress suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind lifted her dress and hair, and at the same time, it lifted her indescribable charm. Without using a tissue, without using his hands, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked his sister's face. Qin Bao Bao froze, like a wooden statue, and didn't dare to move. A tongue mark appeared on her creamy face, then 2, 3. Qin Zhe licked gently, like a tiger licking its prey, focused and serious. During the process, Qin Bao Bao's stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, and her trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was in turmoil. Slowly, his sister's delicate face became clear. First, it was her cheeks, then her forehead, then her handsome nose. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Zhe's lips were on hers. His sister's lips were very sweet, and he couldn't tell if it was cream or something else. The candlelight burned quietly, and there was the fragrance of cream in the air. The kiss between the siblings became more and more intense. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was in a huge whirlpool, and she lost all ability to resist. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she awkwardly responded to his tongue. They rarely kissed on such a large scale. Even when they were filming kissing scenes, Qin Zhe only sucked on her lips, which was why her lips were always red and swollen. But this time, they weren't filming a kissing scene, and there was no emperor's new clothes to cover them up, nor was there a kiss reward. This was a dangerous game that every couple would do, but siblings would never do. Qin Bao Bao's body and heart were trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement, joy, or fear. Time passed slowly, and she felt the hand around her waist slowly slide down to her butt, and then her whole body was lifted up. She subconsciously clamped her brother's waist and put her arms around his neck. The kiss continued. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes, but she could feel him walking towards the bedroom. The bedroom lights were on, the curtains were drawn, and the quilt was neatly spread out on the bed without a single wrinkle. Qin Bao Bao was thrown on the bed, and she could finally breathe. But the greedy tiger didn't give her a chance. He pounced on her, and his hot lips pressed against hers. He lingered on her red lips for a long time, and his hot lips began to slide down, first to her chin, then to her neck, then to her collarbone, and finally to the white cleavage on her chest. Qin Bao Bao was finally able to breathe, and her chest rose and fell violently with rapid breathing. She opened her eyes, and the light from the chandelier stimulated her pupils. She could only squint her eyes. There was no mirror, but she could imagine her hot face and dazed eyes. It was like a dream. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of such a scene, and it wasn't the first time she had longed for such a scene. He must have felt the same way. But Qin Bao Bao couldn't tell. At this moment, what was surging in her heart? Love? Kinship? Sweetness? Or fear? Until her nightgown was lifted up, and something was slowly fading away. Qin Bao Bao shuddered violently, and her eyes that reflected the light suddenly sobered up. No, no, no. You can't do this, Ace. She pressed her hands and sat up, feeling dizzy. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and pressed on her temples. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Zhe sitting by the bed, scratching his head. He was looking at her. She was looking at him too. After looking at each other silently for a while, Qin Bao Bao rolled under the quilt, put on her loose underwear, and frantically tried to organize her words. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, thinking about how to break the awkward atmosphere without any traces of Photoshop. Qin Zhe, you beast, sob. Don't blame your brother for not being human, it's all your sister's fault for being too charming. Such a stupid line definitely wouldn't work, and it would only make things more awkward. Ace, have you finally thought it through? Just as well, your sister has thought it through too. Sister, have you thought it through? Good, good, good. A cold wind came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Damn it, the line still wouldn't work. In the awkward silence, Qinzhe sighed faintly. Sister, I've been to Su Town. Qinzhe had mentioned this before, and now that he repeated it, Qin Bao Bao knew what he was referring to. I know a lot of things that Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. Qin Bao Bao fell silent when she heard that. The meaning of his words was clear. Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. She looked at Qinzhe somewhat sadly. Then what do you want to do? I don't think we can go on like this, Qinzhe said. Then, what do you want to do? Qin Bao Bao stammered. We can't go on like this, Qinzhe said. I'm 24 after my birthday. You're 26, how much time do you have left to waste? I'm so tired, I'm really tired, and I don't want to go on like this. Sister Man was right, I'm like a damn child. My ability to deal with things is a mess, but I'm so greedy that I don't want to let go of the toys around me. I'm comforting myself by saying that everything will work out when the time comes, but I'm so timid that I even pretend not to think about Dad's monstrous anger. Qin Bao Bao stared at him blankly. Chapter 680. Before December, the filming in America finally ended. Qin Bao Bao's scenes were over, and the team flew back to China on United Airlines that afternoon. In the first-class cabin, Su Yu and Qinzhe chatted with their heads down. When they were checking in, she casually said that she wanted to sit with Qinzhe. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao did not object, not even sarcasm. Now, for example, she was sleeping with an eye mask on, and turned a deaf ear to her and Qinzhe's chatter. At this time, Qin Bao Bao truly acted like an older sister, and not a perverted brother complex and jealous lover. But for some reason, Siu felt that this guy had an unreasonable confidence, like the master of the harem watching the flirtatious concubines dance with disdain. What's wrong with your sister? Suyu whispered. What do you mean what's wrong? Qinzhe's eyes were unfocused. It's so quiet today. She even gave me her seat. Maybe, she's become a Buddhist. Suyu was doubtful of Qinzhe's explanation. Did the siblings have a Cold War? It did not seem like it. Qin Bao Bao wore an eye mask, and could vaguely hear her brother and Suyu's conversation. Her thoughts drifted back to that night a few days ago. Qinzhe told her a lot about the past in Su Town. Qin Bao Bao had known about it a long time ago, but this was the first time she knew the story. Aunt Su Ru's tragic past, Su Yao's youthful frivolity, and the guilt and knot in his heart later, and of course, her mother's remorse and mental illness. After all these years, did she ever regret her decision? She heard that her uncle was involved, but Qin Bao Bao could not feel her uncle's presence at all. Her uncle was like that. If he were in a novel, he would be a side character with no presence at all. Finally, her brother who died before he was born. If that damn brother of hers had not died, he would have been smart and handsome, just like his sister. But when Qin Bao Bao tried to replace Qinzhe with someone else, there was only resistance and disgust in her heart. The position of the younger brother could only belong to Ace. If it were anyone else, she would be furious. She would scratch anyone's face like an angry cat. Throughout the whole process, Qinzhe's tone was steady, as if he was telling someone else's story and had nothing to do with him. Qin Bao Bao's eyes turned red. He felt sad for Aunt Su Ru. It was the biggest misfortune for a woman to give her heart to the wrong person. What about her? Thinking of this, Qin Bao Bao felt that he was in danger. First of all, the old man's son, whom he had raised for more than 20 years, was not his biological son. He exploded on the spot and killed 3 people, mother, sister, and brother. Grandpa's coffin would not be able to hold him down. As for what happened between her and A's, she wondered if the ancestors in the ancestral grave would open their coffins and rise. Qin Bao Bao could not help but worry about her future. Even the joy of her brother's confession faded a lot. She should have considered these things a long time ago, but she always avoided talking about it. It was too early to think about it. Let's talk about it later. Everything will work out when the time comes. This saying was poisonous. Since ancient times, it had tricked many ships into hitting rocks. Therefore, when Qin Zhe lifted her skirt again, Qin Bao Bao clamped it tightly and hid her face in the blanket. She thought to herself, come on, lift my skirt again, and I'll admit defeat. After all, she had waited for this day for a long time. Her dream had finally come true. However, Qin Zhe did not tease her. Perhaps, like her, he was no longer in the mood and had many worries in his heart. Or maybe he looked calm on the surface, but after telling her about the past, he was dispirited. Just like that, he hugged his sister and slept until dawn. However, Qin Bao Bao felt more at ease. Because since he confessed his feelings, it was equivalent to giving her a promise. She didn't have to be like before. She didn't want him to find a girlfriend. She couldn't say it out loud, tangled and hesitant. Well, he couldn't find a girlfriend now. As her thoughts drifted, she slowly fell asleep. The flight arrived at Pudong International Airport at 4:00 in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao slept until she was full. Suyu didn't sleep enough until later. When she got off the plane, her eyes were bloodshot and there were bags under her eyes. She kept touching up in the car. Are you going to work? Qin Bao Bao asked. No, I'm going home to sleep. Then why are you touching up? Suyu was stunned. Yeah. Qin Zhe coughed and thought, isn't she going to my house? Is this woman's brain confused? Suyu suddenly reacted and pretended to be indifferent. I haven't seen uncle and aunt for a long time. I especially bought some Los Angeles specialties. I'll stay at your house for dinner today. Without waiting for his sister to speak, Qin Zhe immediately said, welcome, my dad must be very happy. Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks but didn't say anything. At home, at 5:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe had his sister's specialties on his left hand and Suyu's specialties on his right hand. At this time, the old man hadn't come home from work yet. Qin Ma was not at home. She went out to buy vegetables. She knew that her children and Suyu would come home for dinner today. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zijin would also come. Qin Ma was happy and worried. She was worried about Qin Zhe. Her scumbag son was two-timing. As a mother, she was worried. She was afraid that suddenly Suyu and Wang Zijin would fight. Then her daughter exploded. No one was easy to worry about. Qin Ma came back from grocery shopping. Her lazy daughter lay comfortably on the sofa, with two long legs on her brother's legs, enjoying his massage. Suyu was driven to the corner of the sofa and looked down at a finance book on the coffee table, English version. Auntie. Suyu looked up, showing a polite and cold smile. Auntie preferred Wang Zijin, Suyu knew. You too, don't you know how to pour people a cup of tea? Qin Ma said, Suyu, I don't know what you like to eat. Auntie just bought some. Soon after, the old man came back with a bag. Uncle Qin. This time, Suyu smiled more sincerely. She put down the book and ran to pick up the old man's bag. The old man was also very happy. Today, he could talk business with each other until late. This book is good. He glanced at the book that was spread out on the coffee table. It's time for the tortoise to recite scriptures again. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Suyu didn't come to the house many times. When she came, the old man and she could talk about 3 stacks of peanuts. I don't want to listen. Qin answered. The old man raised his hand and wanted to beat his daughter who was closer. He couldn't bear to. He picked up the book and hit Qin's face. Help your mother cook. Qin ran to the kitchen with his tail between his legs. Looking at her brother who was scared of his father, Qin Bao's heart was heavy. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Wang Zijin also arrived. She wore light makeup, an office lady's suit, changed her shoes and hung her bag naturally, like a daughter-in-law who came home from work. Wang Zijin saw Suyu on the sofa at first glance. Suyu just turned her head to look at her and confirmed her eyes. Enemy. Oh, Suyu is here too. Wang Zijin said. Aren't you here too? Bao. Suyu squinted and smiled. Yes, Dad, there are a lot of cockroaches and rats in the house. Mom's cleaning is getting more and more perfunctory. Qin Bao said in a strange tone. Wang Zijin and Suyu secretly gritted their teeth. The old comrade Qin felt that even his aura was a little bit uncontrollable. The 2 daughters-in-law were just talking, but his daughter liked to be lively and didn't mind the trouble. Should he go to the kitchen and replace his son? After all, the old man loved his son and didn't do such a thing to add insult to injury. Dinner started at 7:30. During the dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin were very frequent and had to add a maggot Bao. Qin frequently looked at her husband with worried eyes. The old man understood and conveyed his wife's worries to his son. His son silently returned a squint. What can I do? I'm also helpless. Mom, I brought back some specialties of Los Angeles, cosmetics and masks, enough for you for a year. Qin Bao showed a flattering smile. Why spend so much money? Mom is old and doesn't need those things. Qin said in a bad mood. Then you asked me for the imported mask last month. Give it back to me. You dead child, what nonsense are you talking about? As a mother, she didn't care about her face. Qin said angrily, Mom doesn't need your cosmetics. You dress up more and bring me a boyfriend this year. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao agreed and smiled sweetly, okay. Aw. Qin was stunned, what did you say? The old man also looked at his daughter. Suyu and Wang Zijin also cast their eyes. Chapter 681. Qin lowered his head and wolfed down his rice, muttering in his heart, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. According to the plot of a TV drama, the female lead would look at the male lead affectionately, but the supporting characters would all be retarded. However, reality was not a TV drama. When his sister looked at him, he could put down his chopsticks and bowl and type GG with a smile. It was a real killer look. Fortunately, Qin Bao was not retarded. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll definitely bring someone home this year. Surprised, Mother Qin reminded him, it's not for me. It's for you to bring someone home. Qin Bao said, yeah, Dad will kill me if I bring someone home for you. Suddenly, he remembered the Su Yao that Qin had mentioned. Mom was also a flower in Su Town when she was young. Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen looked at each other. They were not surprised at all. Instead, they felt that their daughter's brain was damaged after going to America. America? Grandpa Shen frowned. Don't let it be an American. Dad may be open-minded, but he can't accept it. He could not accept a foreign son-in-law, much less a foreign grandson. Grandpa Shen loved to criticize America's shameless economy. If she married an American, he would not be able to say anything. Qin Bao patted her 36D chest proudly. No, I'll definitely find someone that Dad and Mom will be satisfied with. I swear. Dad and Mom would definitely be satisfied with their son. Qin Ma still did not believe her. Don't rent a boyfriend or anything. It's like that in the movies. Their daughter, who used to throw a tantrum at the mention of finding a partner, had changed. What the hell? I'm not stupid. You all know each other, Qin Bao Bao said. Clack. Qin Zai's chopsticks fell to the ground. Grandpa Shen suddenly realized. Is it a celebrity? Which one? Don't expect your mom and I to agree with someone with bad morals. Qin Ma immediately understood. She added, don't just look at him because he's handsome. It's not okay even if he has scandals. The couple looked at each other, half surprised and half worried. Their daughter finally found a partner. They should be happy, but they could not be happy because the partner was from the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry not only produced plastic sisters, but also plastic couples. 9 out of 10 couples broke up, and one couple wore a forgiving hat to each other. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and said nothing. Seeing that she was unhappy, Qin Ma sighed and said earnestly, don't throw a tantrum. You're an adult now, so you should know what you're doing. You must bring him home and let Dad and Mom take a look at him. Forget it, just tell us his name and we'll check it out ourselves. Qin Bao Bao said, Qin Zai, patter. Qin Zai dropped his chopsticks again. His sister paused and said, you can tell Mom. Everyone at the table looked at Qin Zai. Qin Zai said seriously, it's okay. As long as they're in the entertainment industry, there's no one I can't afford to offend. If their character isn't good, I'll mess with them until their character is too good. Anyway, I'll help sister check. Don't worry, Mom. In his mind, he thought, I've freaking dropped my dried fish twice. Degree. No matter what, the fact that her daughter could find a partner meant that her brother's complex had eased a lot. Qin Ma was relieved and felt happy. Bao Bao, what's his family like? I heard that there are many families in the entertainment industry that are not ordinary. His family is ordinary. His mother is a housewife and his father is a teacher. Oh, that's very similar to our family. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. Are they easy to get along with? What are his parents' personalities? Mom, don't bother me. With your personality, you don't do housework, you don't have a sweet mouth, and you don't know how to do housework. You don't have any of the virtues that a girl should have. Which mother-in-law would like you? Qin Ma felt that she had spoiled her daughter all these years and pushed the blame to her son and husband. It's your father who spoils you too much and your brother who gives in too much. Old master, Qin Zai, yes, you're right. It's okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are definitely close, just like mother and daughter. Qin Bao said playfully. She should not have to worry about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It was good to have a brother. Mom was still mom and Dad was still Dad. Cough. Qin Zai coughed hard and changed the topic. Dad, why don't you quit being a professor and come to my company as a consultant? Don't say any more, or Nuwa's little hand can't fix it. I'm not going to eat your food. Old Master snorted proudly. I've eaten your food for more than 20 years. It's only right for you to eat mine, Qin Zai said. It was an expected answer. It didn't matter. He just wanted to change the topic. Then what's his name? Qin Ma asked. After a long time, he didn't reveal any information. Mom, sis is very successful overseas. The director said that she's a real movie queen. Qin Zai frantically changed the topic. The dinner was thrilling, but it ended at 8:00 in the evening. Qin Zai, who was quick-witted, changed the topic crazily and finally brushed off the topic of boyfriend. Qin Ma and Old Master were middle-aged. They paid attention to health and had a regular schedule. They were in bed before 10:00. Qin Ma, who was stubborn, sat on the bed and put on the moisturizing and whitening facial mask that her daughter brought back from abroad. She sighed. Foreign facial masks are better than domestic ones. I don't have to be stubborn. Old Master was reading a book. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, "It's all in your mind. The moon abroad is round." Mother Qin chuckled. "I knew you were being stubborn. Haven't you noticed that my skin has gotten better over the past few months?" Old Master coaxed his lilac flower in the sweetest way. "Really? Your skin has always been good, just like when you were 18. Qin Ma chuckled and suddenly sighed. "Do you believe what Bao Bao said?" Old Master thought for a moment. "I believe it. She has no pursuit in her career now and her material life is satisfied. It's really time for her to find a boyfriend. Compared with Bao Bao, let's worry about A's. What's there to worry about A's? My son is so excellent and has no shortage of girlfriends." "Right, there are already 2. Old Master sneered. "Don't draw water with a bamboo basket when the time comes." Qin Ma was steady. To be honest, without Su Yu and Wang Zijin, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. How many girls want to marry him? Let's talk about Bao Bao. I always feel uneasy. Why do you suddenly have a boyfriend? After all, Old Master's mind was not as delicate as a woman's. Qin Zhe and his sister pretended well. He rarely flirted in front of his parents. Old Master said maybe he already had one, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Anyway, find a chance to meet him. As for stars, there is no lack of good conduct. Out of a woman's delicate and sensitive psychology, Wang Zijin also felt strange. She spent time with Qin Bao and his brother every day. She knew that Qin Bao did not have a boyfriend. Then, either Qin Bao was perfunctory with her parents, or it was scary to think about it. So after returning home, she hid in the toilet and called Su Yu. "Have you been staying with them in the United States?" Unexpectedly, Su Yu had a guilty conscience and reacted greatly. "Well, checking the household registration. It's none of your business." Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and endured. Qin Bao didn't meet anyone in the United States, right? Su Yu, it seems that no. Wang Zijin, what about Qin Zhe? Su Yu felt guilty again and felt that Wang Zijin was testing her. "Why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business." Wang Zijin endured and beat around the bush. "Think about it carefully. Are you particularly close to anyone in private?" Qin Bao can't not be hit on. Her best friend has always been a troublemaker. She will be hit on by men wherever she goes. Yes, a Hollywood male star often hit on her. It was very funny. He was beaten up by A's. Let me tell you, Su Yu vividly told the story of China Kung Fu. Wang Zijin couldn't help laughing. Under the nature of women's gossip, they chatted a few more words. Then Wang Zijin cut to the chase. "Did A's, Su Yu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Continue to endure. Don't you think it's strange that Qin Bao suddenly has a boyfriend? She really didn't fall in love with anyone abroad. That's the end of it. She's a deranged brother Khan." Su Yu, yes, when you say that, I also feel strange. Wang Zijin, so Qin Zhe, Su Yu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin, there's no way to communicate. Su Yu, you wait for me. I'll find a chance to kill you sooner or later. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a face full of MMP. That night, Wang Zijin locked the door and didn't let Qin Zhe go to bed. P.S. In fact, there's something to explain. I wanted to write. You know, after all, it's the core of the book. I know many people are looking forward to it. But recently, the net was suddenly closed. It's stricter, and I don't want to write it down. I have to delay and think about changing to a safer way of driving. I don't want to keep everyone in suspense. After all, it's almost over. It doesn't make sense to keep people in suspense. Chapter 682. In December, the weather is getting colder. There are no girls in short skirts and shorts on the street. The color of the green belt on the roadside is getting darker. The Royal View Grand Garden community is planted with magnolia and palm trees. It's winter again. I don't know if it will snow in Shanghai this year. Before the global greenhouse effect, the South would snow once or twice a year. Everyone ushered in the new year in the flying snowflakes. Don't mention Guangdong and Hainan to me. In recent years, the snow in the South is like a middle-aged woman's menstruation, which comes and goes. It may snow this year. Qin Bao Bao wore a single coat and sat shivering on the balcony. I'm really looking forward to it. We haven't had a snowball fight together for many years. Qin Zhe was also looking forward to it. In the living room, Wang Zijin looked at the brother and sister sitting in a row on the balcony and listened to their words. It was completely incomprehensible. Northerners don't understand the expectations of Southerners for snow, just as day doesn't understand the darkness of night. It was the weekend, and everyone had nothing to do. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao refused to go out, and they didn't even want to go shopping. Wang Zijin is physically and mentally exhausted by the company's affairs. Qin Baobao has just returned from abroad and finished the hard work of shooting. At this moment, she wants to stay at home to watch movies and eat snacks. She doesn't want to do anything. Qin Zhe wants to do it, but Wang Zijin doesn't let him. Wang Zijin is a woman with a black heart. She is different from Su Yu, who is in love and blindly greedy. She is like a capitalist, firmly controlling men's public grain. Public grain is not something you can pay if you want to pay it. The effect is very good. Qin Zhe is very obedient today. Then you stay at home. I'll go out to do something. Qin Zhe tentatively said. What do you have to do? Anyway, you don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Today is Saturday. Qin Bao Bao said. If it's a private matter, do you want to find Su Yu? Wang Zijin squinted. Sister Ziwei had been holding a grudge against Su Yu recently for some reason. Therefore, it wasn't good to be too transparent when it came to interpersonal relationships. It wasn't convenient for Qin Zhe to find an excuse to go on a date with Su Yu. How could I possibly look for Su Yu? Qin Zhe said angrily, even if I die at home and jump from here, I will not go to Su Yu. Wang Zijin said, oh, it smells so good. Qin Zhe was speechless. In fact, Su Yu didn't have time to make love with him today. Nan Man Pei just returned the money with interest. Today, he invited Su Yu to the club to have fun. It was like an ancient man inviting his good friend to a brothel to have fun. Qin Zhe was wondering if he could rub off on her two best friends' activities like last time. Nan Man Pei's round figure was not inferior to his sister's, and it was still fresh in his memory. A young married woman with a great figure and beauty was far more attractive than a young girl. But at 10:00 in the morning, he was driven out by his sisters to buy vegetables. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the property of the community knocked on the door of the house and delivered the express from the guard office. Royal View Mansion has a special place to store express packages, and then the property will deliver them door to the owner's door. A high-end community is different. As long as you spend money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor. What is it? Qin Bao Bao didn't remember that he had an unsigned express delivery. He looked at the name and saw that it was Wang Zijin. Zijin, your express delivery. Qin Bao Bao shouted. Wang Zijin, who was watching a variety show on the leather sofa, came. She didn't buy anything online at first, and then she was shocked. She thought, Xiao Taizhu, that smelly idiot, sent me handcuffs again. At this moment, Wang Zijin recalled the fear of being controlled by the handcuffs, and the shame of having to pee for Qinzai. Oh, this is my express delivery. It was sent from Shenzhen. It's inconvenient to write my name, so I used Sister Ziwei's name. Qinzai came out of the corridor. What is it? The sister put the package on her big chest and picked up the scissors to open the package. The package contained an eye mask, the kind that was very common in VR game halls. It was a bit heavy and full of technological feeling. This is the first batch of products from Dongfeng Technology. It's for us to try. Qinzai said, do you want to try it? The sister who loved to play games pecked the head very hard. Qinzai took out a black box, a game controller, and some messy charging cables from the package. Then he turned on the TV, connected to the internet, and logged into the Golden Shield antivirus software. Using the remote control, he opened the software library of Golden Shield antivirus. There were dozens of different software in the software library. At present, these software developers were an important channel of Golden Shield's profit. It's at the bottom. Wang Zijin reminded. Qinzai found the software at the bottom. It was the special version of the mobile game that copied Dead Pesticide. It was a game that was set in a prehistoric world, and Dong Huang Tai was a big-breasted girl. It was a game that destroyed the three views of the world. Install. The game's memory was very large. It took 15 minutes for the optical fiber at home to download. Fortunately, the smart TV was the most high-end model on the market. Otherwise, it would not be able to support them to play the game. After downloading the game, he did not enter it immediately. Instead, he clicked on a small game controller icon in the upper right corner of the Golden Shield antivirus software. At the same time, Qinzai opened the small black box. In an instant, the box and the Golden Shield antivirus software were successfully connected. Just like Bluetooth, the box was the bridge between the eye mask and the game. Only then did he open the game. There was no matching mode in the game, only a man-machine mode. This was because this was a completely different game from mobile games. It did not even count as an internal game. Qin Bao Bao was the first to try it. The built-in image of the VR eye mask showed the game's image. Why don't you give it a try? Qinzai handed it to his sister who was eager to try it. His sister could not wait to put on the eye mask. She held the game controller in her hand. The moment she put on the eye mask, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a real person." From her point of view, the game was no longer a 2D map. Instead, she was immersed in the Summoner's Canyon. It was similar to the current 3D effect, but more realistic. The smart TV did not have such an effect. It looked no different from a normal mobile game. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. Crush them. When the game started, Qin Bao Bao took a few steps forward subconsciously and bumped into Qinzai's arms. "I'm sorry." When she reacted, she quickly operated the game controller. Only then did the characters on the smart TV start moving. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was strolling in the Summoner's Canyon. Although the quality of the image could be seen at a glance that it was computer-generated and could not be so realistic that it could pass for real, evolving from a 2D game to a 3D game was already amazing. With that thought, she looked back and screamed, "The little soldiers behind can see everything clearly. It's really like the world of a game. A 360-degree VR game with no blind spots." That was its charm. Similar VR games had been available overseas for a long time. They were also 3D, but their vision was fixed in front. At most, it could not be shifted more than 10 degrees to either side. Even if you looked back, you would still see the image in front, except for large VR equipment. "Are you dizzy?" Qinzai asked. "I'm not dizzy," Qin Bao Bao said sweetly. Do your eyes hurt? Not at all. Qinze was relieved. Vertigo in the simulated world was a problem that almost all VR equipment could not overcome. This technical flaw could not be improved for the time being. But this VR equipment that was exchanged from the point store perfectly solved this problem. At the same time, as the system said, it was within the limits of the current technology tree. It was not the kind of hacking black technology. This meant that Qinze could sell it like crazy. It would not be as shocking as taking out the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon's pocket. How do you lock on the skill? Qin Bao Bao exclaimed. Online games relied on the mouse. Mobile games automatically locked on. How do you lock on this? How would I know? I've never played it before. Qinze was a little envious. He wanted to play. But the smart Bao Bao quickly figured out the trick. When you faced the enemy, his character would turn red. This meant that the attack was locked on. Just like the archer she was playing now, when you faced the enemy's body would turn red. As long as you raised your gun and shot, you would be able to hit. But the character was moving, so you had to keep moving to lock on the enemy, which greatly increased the fun of the game. And when you were locked on, there would be a prompt in the lower left corner. You needed to move flexibly to avoid the attack. The only dissatisfaction was that after entering the 3D state, you could not always be on guard against the situation behind you. At any time, a Milk King would pounce on you from behind and attack you crazily. Qin Bao Bao ended the game reluctantly and gave the VR eye mask and game controller to Wang Zijin and her brother to play. When Qinze finished the game experience, he found his sister curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. His teddy kidney was ready to move. His eyes lit up and he secretly pulled the little sister of the Wang family into the room. Sister Ziwei, the children miss you. Qinze said. No, you can't even wait for the night. Can we do it at night? Not even at night. Why do you always want to do that? You're the one. You haven't been in and out for more than half a month. How can you bear it? Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Men were hard all over when they were young. Before marriage, their aunts were a hindrance, but after marriage, their aunts were a savior. Women, on the other hand, were mostly passive when they were young. When they were older, they were as fierce as tigers. I'm doing it for your own good. You need to know how to take care of yourself when you're young. I'm your wife, not a flirtatious slut outside. Those wildflowers only enjoy the pleasure of driving with you. They talk about fast and furious, but they never care about the maintenance and refueling of the car. Only your wife is sincerely thinking about you. Do you know that? I don't have any wildflowers. You know in your heart whether you have any wildflowers or not. If I didn't know that you were scheming and cunning, would have been fooled by you. Sister Ziwei was still the Sister Ziwei who was afraid of being F***ed. She locked the door at night again. Qinze could tell that she was a little tired these few days. Because the VR equipment had been produced, her company had to keep up with the game development. Sister Ziwei had been worried sick during this period. Her boyfriend wasn't the kind that could last for 5 seconds. She really didn't have the energy to fool around with him until midnight. At night, Qinze, who was alone in his room, laid on his bed and played with the VR eye mask. He thought to himself that although this thing was good, it took a lot of time and effort to develop a game. How could he develop a simple and interesting game? It seemed very difficult. Those small games that were popular on mobile phones were only suitable for mobile phones. They were meaningless on VR equipment. For example, checkers was very popular not long ago. Even if checkers were to be changed from 2D to 3D, it would be useless. What's limiting your imagination? The system suddenly came to life. Qinze said, "System, long time no see." So I still have a system. What do you mean by that? There's a game that's very suitable for VR eye masks. It's not difficult to make, and it's more popular among men than Doom Pesticide. It can quickly enter the foreign market. The system said. What game? Please pay 30 creative points first. F***CKU. Chapter 683. During the conversation, the mobile phone dinged. Qin terminated the communication with the system and looked at the mobile phone. Suyu sent a message. This novel is great. I think my novel can be as good as it. With a link. Qin looked at the title of the book, Love in the Age of Prosperity. At first glance, it seemed to be an ancient romance novel, but if there was no accident. He opened it and glanced at the introduction. It was really a gay novel. So he replied, even if it is not as good as it, you have mastered the core of the female novel. I will look at it first and give you advice later. Suyu, okay. Qin sighed and put down the mobile phone silently. Suyu would open the document and write some words in her spare time. At first, she thought of film and television adaptation, and then she would follow the rules of Qin as an investor and scriptwriter. She would shoot kissing scenes and bed scenes, which would make Wang Zijin and Qin Bao angry. From last year to now, she had written a total of 500,000 or 600,000 words, and 3 books were unfinished. Teddy, who claimed to have a superior IQ, was once a failure. By chance, she saw a gay novel and was shocked. She suddenly realized that it was not that her writing was not good, but that the market was no longer the market of the past. It was the era of guns and shooting each other. It was really slippery. So she began to transcribe the gay novel and pulled Qin to study it together. As a steel straight man, Qin accompanied her to read 3 gay novels. If this didn't count as love. Later, he found that the gay novel was quite good. As long as he endured the initial discomfort of the intestines, the delicate articles written by women were quite interesting. At 11:00 in the evening, it was raining outside, the dark clouds were overhead, and the night sky was so deep that no stars could be seen. The winter rain had an indescribable bleakness, and the mist covered the world with a layer of gauze. The lights passed through, and the city was shrouded in the rain. Qin opened the window. The cold air mixed with the mist floated in, and he held a cigarette between his fingertips. What game was popular with men? It felt like nonsense. As long as it was an interesting game, men liked it. From the hot-blooded legend of the past to the present 999, I am a slag. From the land-shooting games of the past to the current big luck games, men loved to eat chicken more than women. As long as the game was well made and the gameplay was interesting, no matter what genre or theme the game was, it would be very popular. Therefore, Qin could not figure out what kind of game the system was referring to. But 30 points, it's so expensive. I can't bear to part with it. System, are you still there? Here. When there were points to earn, the system was always on call. When there were no points to earn, the system would definitely ignore him. A song only costs 30 points. This is too expensive. Actually, the songs are all in the store and have nothing to do with me, but this idea took me 0.00001 seconds to calculate, think. The system said, of course, I can let you experience it in advance. Considering that although the system was a bit lame, the quality of the product was still trustworthy, Qin, who was ranked first and second in terms of points, gritted his teeth and paid 30 points. Motherf***, I finally got some points from you. The system said in a happy yet helpless tone, Motherf***. Qin was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, if I'm not satisfied with the answer, I want a refund. A game that can make men popular and is relatively easy to make, of course it's an adult game. Abbreviated as a work, crab, game. The system said. Shinzei rarely watched anime, but he still knew about the famous Japanese adult game. Liar, give me back my points. It would be strange if this thing could be sold on the market. Shinzei said angrily. This thing can't be sold in your country. You can sell it in Japan, Europe, and America, and make a lot of money. The system said, you don't even have to worry about it, you just have to find an agent. Shinzei was silent for a few seconds and felt that it was feasible. Japan was an enlightened country where educational films could be sold openly as long as they were censored. Once a 3D adult game appeared, wow, he might be the first big boss to be worshipped by Japanese otakus. How is it? Does it feel good to earn Japanese money? The system said. It feels so good. Shinzei said cheekily, no, this kind of game can't be made. For this kind of game, the most important thing was of course the clear blue image quality. In this aspect, the game, Pesticide, that he played during the day was actually a little lacking. Amethyst Technology relied on throwing money to poach batch after batch of high-end PI talents, but to develop a 3D simulation game was still quite difficult. Then are you ready to experience it? The system said. Experience? How? I'll link it to a VR game helmet and let you experience adult games. This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it, but Shinzei did not forget the nature of not being able to exchange for physical objects. You can touch reality. I just can't create physical objects. Although I'm not particularly outstanding in the world of systems, don't doubt a system's ability and get angry manually. The system replied. At this point, Shinzei put on the VR glasses and held the controller. Please start your performance. Please open your dog eyes. The system retorted. In his mind, Shinzei heard the long-awaited, emotionless electronic voice. Generating program starting. The next moment, an image appeared on the fluorescent blue screen. With a pink background, there were 3 lines of Chinese in the middle, younger sister, elder sister, young woman. F***ck, I'm already excited before it even starts. The elder sister was the most exciting to Shinzei, but he did not choose it. Like leaving the best food for last, he chose the younger sister that he disliked the most. The image changed, and 4 avatars appeared, Su Yu, Zhang Yunxi, Chen Qingyuan, Pei Ziki. Shinzei was speechless. F***ck. Why is my cousin in there too? Those 2 are my biological cousins, you beast system. These are the characters that I simulated based on the scale of reality. Whether it's the figure or personality, it's all the same. Don't you want to see your cousin's figure? The system said. I'm not a syscon. As a qualified syscon, Shinzei felt insulted. He manipulated the game controller, and the cursor wandered between Su Yu and Zhang Yunxi's avatars. I'll try. He clenched his teeth and chose Su Yu. In the beautiful music, the image slowly opened. The background was his uncle's house. His cousin Su Yu had tears in her eyes. She looked pitiful and cute. Cousin, Dad lost money again. The image was very realistic, more realistic than 3D, but not as realistic as reality. But the voice was 100% the same. At this time, 2 options popped up, turn and leave or comfort gently. This is the benefit I'm giving you. If you really want to develop this convenient game, I can help with the game production, but the realism will be slightly reduced. The system said. Shinzei ignored it and chose, comfort gently. Then, his cousin in the image laughed and said with a blushing face, cousin is so nice, cousin is so gentle. Yu was quite cute like this. Su Yu said, cousin, let's play. Agree, disagree, agree. 10 minutes later. Your affinity with your cousin has increased to 80%. Do you want to try more intimate actions? Shinzei was speechless. I'm just experiencing the game. Yes, experiencing the game. Yes. The image suddenly changed. Suyu, wearing a set of white kawaii lingerie, fell on the bed with tears in her eyes. Ouch, cousin is so annoying. You bully me. The young girl's slender and fair body was in full view. Her round and smooth little butt, her small and sharp breasts, her soft and white lower abdomen, her tight waist, and her slender and well-proportioned pair of jade-like legs. Because it was so realistic, it gave people the illusion that it was right in front of them. It was more realistic than the 3D manga he had seen, Shinzei, degree, as expected of a game sold in Japan. Let's see how evil you are. He chose apologize in the new notification. My cousin has accepted your apology and confessed her love to you. Actually, I've liked cousin for a long time. It was a shy expression. The image froze on his cousin's shy expression. 2 lines of text popped up in the upper right corner. Confession accepted, confession not accepted. I just want to see how far this lousy game can go. With that in mind, Shinzei chose to accept the confession. In the main view, he reached out his hand and touched his cousin's chest. Even if cousin has love, it's okay, right? Shinzei couldn't help but widen his eyes because the hands went behind the girl's back and undid her bra without hesitation. Hey, hit the horse system. Shinzei was blinded by the pair in front of him. No, quit. He seemed to see his uncle rushing towards him with a 49-meter-long sword. Game over. The image returned to the main interface. Chapter 684. How do you feel? The system's voice was full of ridicule. My heart doesn't waver at all, I even feel ashamed. Shinzei said seriously, anyway, it's fake. No, this is based on a real person's scan. I've seen my cousin's breasts. Are you excited? The system argued. See your ass, this game is too easy, there's no challenge at all. Shinzei said angrily, why don't you hit the horse instead of the Japanese AV? It's a private experience, why do you have to hit the horse? Also, according to your otaku's ideal sister, she's always secretly in love with her brother and is easy to push down. If you want to challenge the higher difficulty, you can try the sister series. Oh, this doesn't seem too difficult, then choose the young woman series. The system said. Since you said so, it seems like I'll be too pretentious if I don't try again. Shinzei said. And so the game started again. This time Shinzei decisively chose the Young Woman series. The content of the Young Woman series was relatively simple. Based on Shinzei's network and vision, there was only one shortlisted, Nan Man Pei. He clicked on the start of the game. The scene was at the Huangpu River, where he met the fierce Nan Man Pei last year. Young man, you're quite skilled. That day, Nan Man Pei, who was wearing a standard office lady suit, said so. The game was perfectly restored. Queen, please let me kneel and lick your shoes. Oh, this lady's breasts are so low, let me feel to see if they're real or fake. There were only 2 choices. Shinzei said. Isn't there anything more normal? The system said, you said you wanted the more difficult one. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the second option. With Sister Man's personality, if he chose the first option, she would turn around and leave without any expression. At most, she would show a disgusting maggot expression. Unsurprisingly, he was beaten up by Nan Man Pei and was sent to the hospital. I can't beat her. No matter on or off the bed, I'll beat her until she calls me daddy, okay? Shinzei was unconvinced. At that time, you really couldn't beat her. The system said. Shinzei, also, I shouldn't have stayed in the hospital. I should have sunk into the Huangpu River. The system was speechless. The game screen was in the hospital. Nan Man Pei asked someone to send him to the hospital so that he could visit him. It could be seen that elder sister Man's character was as firm as her chest. She was not a scum who would kill without caring about burying. At this moment, the game notifications came again. Little lady, you're visiting me out of kindness. Have you taken a fancy to me? Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. There was no need to hesitate. He chose the latter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play the game. Nan Man Pei, you're quite sensible. What's with what you said earlier? The game gave him a choice. Maybe you're a masochist. It's free to give it a try. As the old saying goes, if you're popular, you'll have to work in the sea. I just want to F***CKU. There was no way to play this side quest. Qin Zhe helplessly typed GG. Game over. Qin Zhe exited the main interface and started playing again. This time, he did not waste time. He chose the option of, Queen, I want to kneel and lick your shoes. Then, she was recruited by Nan Man Pei into the security company. She began her game life as a domineering female CEO. He felt that if he had followed Elder Sister Man, the main plot of this book would have been the same as other web novels. The system was right. The character's personality did imitate real people. Qin Zhe noticed that Elder Sister Man's answers were very consistent with her personality. She had the gentleness and intelligence of a woman, but also the dominance and fierceness of a person. Like Japanese adult games, this was a game to capture girls. The ultimate goal was to have sex. Elder Sister Man's character capture strategy was very troublesome. She failed several times. Qin Zhe kept repeating it and had a lot of fun. Until 1:00 in the morning, Qin Zhe was still capturing Queen Nan Man Pei. He seemed to understand why so many Japanese otakus like to play adult games. Sex was one thing, and enjoying the process of capturing girls was another. Gradually, Nan Man Pei became a game character in his heart, a game wife. Every time the system gave him an option, he had to carefully consider it. Because if he chose any wrong option, the game would end and the capture strategy would fail. Because of this, it was very interesting. Qin Zhe was also looking forward to seeing Nan Man Pei's reaction. For example, now, brother ex-husband appeared. Through a short video, it reflected brother ex-husband's clinginess and Nan Man Pei's impatience. When the video ended, Nan Man Pei looked sad. Why did this man still appear? He made me sad and angry. Sad. So Elder Sister Man was not only angry but also sad. That's right. With her proud personality, she must have been sad. It had nothing to do with love. But you couldn't see it from her appearance. Elder Sister Man was wearing a thick armor. The game gave him the options of gentle comfort and indifferent. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhe chose gentle comfort. Nan Man Pei, do you have time at noon? Come to my house for lunch. Nan Man Pei made an invitation, agree and disagree. The screen changed to Nan Man Pei's house. The five of them sat at the dining table to eat. This scene was very familiar. It was the scene when brother ex-husband came to their house for lunch. So she is using me as a shield. Okay, this is very Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei, Chow Bing, this is my boyfriend. The game gave Qin Zhe the options of cooperate with Nan Man Pei and bang the table and stand up. What the hell is bang the table and stand up? That day, he chose to cooperate with Elder Sister Man. If he followed this option, the game could continue. But Qin Zhe couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose to bang the table and stand up. So he slammed the table and stood up, criticizing brother ex-husband at length. The general meaning was, I have never seen such a shameless person. You abandoned Man and still pestered her. Man is my woman. If you dare to pester her again, I will beat the shit out of you. The subtitles flashed by quickly, scolding brother ex-husband. The plot of Eating ended here. At the door of the villa, Nan Man Pei blushed and said, "Thank you, oh my god." Qin Zhe was shocked. When has elder sister Man been so shy and bashful? Please for a sack of beans. I wanted to bang the table and stand up to scold brother ex-husband. Has elder sister Man been conquered by me? You are welcome. It is what I should do. What are you talking about? I am a man. Probably because he had always been gentle and polite in front of Nan Man Pei, he chose the latter. Nan Man Pei said shyly, "I like masculine men. So elder sister Man likes bossy presidents." The plot continued. It was Nan Man Pei's birthday. Speaking of which, Qin Zhe didn't even know the month and date of her birthday. Today is my birthday. Shall we have dinner together? Ah, I am so sorry. I forgot your birthday. Qin Zhe, of course, chose yes. Then a few options popped up on the game interface: send roses, send chocolate, send sculpture, and send euro. The first three options were fine, but what the hell was with the euro? Qin Zhe felt that it was a trap of the game. If he chose it, it would end the game. But it was already very late. He planned to sleep, so he chose send euro. How did you know that I like euro? This is my favorite birthday present. Nan Man Pei almost cried tears of joy. Qin Zhe's face was filled with black question marks. Could it be that this wasn't a trap that led to their failure? Fortunately, Nan Man Pei explained that the first birthday present she received from her father was a euro. Her father always liked that she was a boy, so he gave her a euro. Qin Zhe also played the euro when he was young. His uncle got someone to buy one for him. It was still in the small warehouse at home. At 2:00 in the morning, after a long game, Nan Man Pei finally fell in love with him. At this moment, Qin Zhe cried tears of joy. This F*King game, I played it for 3 hours. Elder sister Man was indeed difficult to win over. Even in the game, she was a tough nut to crack. I have been so tired all these years. I have been working alone until now. Are you willing to take over my company? Qin Zhe chose yes. Then there was a 20-second short clip. They got married. Then they entered the bridal chamber. It's here. Those evil hands appeared again. A few hours ago, they took off Su Yu's little omen sneakily. Qin Zhe was suddenly energized, and his sleepiness disappeared. After a series of fierce maneuvers, the beauty on the bed was suddenly naked. This time, the system made mosaic, but the mosaic was very perfunctory. It was like a Japanese film, only a little bit of mosaic. System, Qin Zhe said seriously, if it's art, please don't hit me. If it's erotic, please don't let me experience it. System, ah. Qin Zhe was about to carefully admire it when the scene changed again. The camera zoomed out. She was lying on the bed, and he could only see the graceful curves of her body. And at the bottom of the main view, there was a mosaic, "Darling, I'm here. Call me little man, don't blow my ear, I can't stand it." Aha! Amidst the ambiguous and melodious music and soft moans, they finished scattering flowers. In the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei must be asleep. It was inconvenient to knock on the door. Su Yu was too far away to reach. He sighed helplessly. Sleep, sleep. Sister Man's favorite gift was a spinning top. Sister Man's sensitive part was her ears. Sister Man liked overbearing presidents. Sister Man hoped that the person she liked would call her little man. While doing the game's summary, he entered the dream. The next day was Sunday. Qinze accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run with a bitter face. Why are you pulling a long face? Wang Zijin, who had already noticed his expression, panted and squinted. Don't you know why I'm pulling a long face? Qinze said in a bad mood, no matter if it's a man or a woman, if they can't be satisfied, they'll cheat. Wang Zijin snorted, you dare. Qinze argued back, I don't dare, but my avatar does. It's normal if it's drunk and makes a mistake. No matter how smart Wang Zijin was, she had no experience after all. She was proficient in controlling men, but not her husband. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. She used too much force. Then I'll leave the door open for you at night. Remember to come later. After that, she saw Qinze's glowing face and his eyes shining. Thinking of his motor power, she panicked slightly and said, don't stay too late. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'll try to keep the speed constant. Qinze said. After buying breakfast, he got home. His sister was playing games in the living room, wearing a VR eye mask, sitting on the sofa with her small back straight. Internet addict girl. Sister, stop playing. Eat breakfast. Qinze called. Wait for me to finish this game. Cancel it. It's single player anyway. Oh, you're annoying. I'm too lazy to care about you. Qinze and Wang Zijin sat down to eat breakfast. His cell phone rang. It was Suyu. Wang Zijin looked at it, maybe something happened at the company. Qinze weakly defended himself and answered the phone, what's up? I'm eating with my sister. If you have something to say it quickly. He reminded Suyu not to coquettishly call him husband. Suyu said, are you free today? Qinze, what's up? Suyu said, today is Sister Man's birthday. She invited us to her house for dinner. Qinze. Chapter 685. Today is Sister Man's birthday. It must be fake. I'm probably still in a dream. I must have been obsessed with the game last night. It must be like this. Qinze looked at Wang Zijin, who was eating soup dumplings and listening attentively. Without any hesitation, he slapped her white and cute oval face. Slap. It was not a strong slap, but it was crisp. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her expression froze, and the soup dumpling in her mouth fell into the tofu pudding. Sister Ziwei's face gradually became ferocious. It hurts, Qinze said softly. It hurts. Wang Zijin glared. Yes, I love Sister Ziwei the most, Qinze said. It seemed that it was not a dream. Wang Zijin looked at the phone, then looked at Qinze, and said expressionlessly, you will lose me like this. Say something, I'm waiting for your answer, Suyu shouted on the other end of the phone. Yes, when? Qinze replied. Maybe it was a coincidence. It could not be that the system was assisting him. No, it was not assisting him. It wanted to see the world in chaos. He had a lot of problems to solve, and now he had to deal with Nan Man Pei. Without Sister Man, Qinze was confident that he could control the overall situation. Of course at night. We'll go pick some gifts in the afternoon, Suyu said. After hanging up the phone, Qinze was scared. He rushed over, kissed Wang Zijin's face, and rubbed it. It doesn't hurt. Wang Zijin kept a straight face and did not speak. Qinze whispered in her ear, watching his sister who was concentrating on the game, then I'll let you sit on top tonight, and you can have sex with me. Wang Zijin could not help but smile when she saw his winking. She quickly stopped and snorted. In your dreams. You'll have to rely on your hands at night. Are you serious? You want me to learn from the blind monk and use my hands to achieve my dreams again? Qin Zhe thought to himself, this wind won't last long. If I only have Sister Ziwei as my wife, I will definitely be under her control. She had nothing to do at home in the afternoon, so she took some time to pay attention to Xinhuan. The broadcast on the satellite channel was coming to an end, and the finale would arrive in a week. The online version had only been broadcasted halfway, and every day, there would be people with bad natures spilling spoilers on the bullet screen. The netizens were protesting that spoilers will kill the whole family and turn off the bullet screen to protect IQ while seriously reading the bullet screen. They couldn't stop reading the content of the spoilers. The profits brought in by Xinhuan far exceeded Qin Zhe's expectations. At first glance, it didn't seem as good as a best-selling movie. However, there would still be some income from the copyrights in the future. It wasn't much, but it had the advantage of a steady stream. In addition, the celebrities who participated in the filming had their fame skyrocketed. In this era where traffic was king, there was a huge increase in the film's remuneration, appearance fees, and advertising fees. The main source of income for celebrities was definitely not from filming, but from advertisements and commercial performances. There were more and more celebrities under Tianfeng Entertainment, so his sister didn't have to work so hard anymore. Although compared to the model workers in the industry, she was just a salted fish. She didn't have to do endorsements or commercial performances every few days. In the future, she just had to stay behind the scenes. Qin Zhe hoped to see such a change. It would be better for his sister to be as low-key as possible. After all, when she got pregnant in the future, her exposure would be less. When it came to children, in Su Yu's words, "It's really difficult for me to have children." She was a little anxious. She thought that if she got pregnant after one time and gave birth the next month, she would definitely say that she was pregnant with a son in October. In his heart, Qin Zhe didn't want to have children yet. He always felt that he was only 18 years old and didn't have the patience and awareness to be a stay-at-home dad. Wang Zijin was the same, and so was his sister. She was younger than Qin Zhe in her heart and always felt that she was a little fairy. If she gave birth too early, there would be two crying monsters at home. The older one would hold the younger one and cry to each other. After lunch, at his sister's request, he made 2 plates of fruit ice cream for the two of them and put them in crystal utensils. This way, his sisters could eat ice cream in the warm air-conditioned room. Girls loved to eat desserts, and Qin Zhe liked to see his sister's happy face when she ate desserts. As for Nan Man Pei's birthday, the two of them naturally wouldn't go. They weren't familiar with Nan Man Pei, and he didn't invite them. However, Wang Zijin asked Qin Zhe to be home before 10 o'clock. This request was reinforced by Qin Bao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he waited for Su Yu's car in the underground parking lot and took her Maserati to leave the community. What gift should I buy? Su Yu drove while racking her brain. What do you think of perfume? If the perfume is not a limited edition foreign, then it loses the meaning of being a gift. Qin Zhe shook his head. Doesn't your sister have a limited edition Chanel? Su Yu instigated. I'll turn around and you bring it out. Do you want us to break up? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at her. That perfume was bought through Davis's connections. Now, it couldn't be bought with money. His sister carefully treasured it, and her best friend Wang Zijin wanted to bare her fangs and claws when she sneaked a peek. Buy a watch. Su Yu said. The watch on Sister Man's hand is worth millions. Do you want to know? Qin Zhe said. The gift is light but the thought is heavy, then, buy an electric Jinbo. Ah. Su Yu, who didn't understand Japanese, didn't understand. What's that? Nothing, I'm just being naughty. Qin Zhe shrugged. You can decide what you want to give. Oh. No, we're going together. Don't you want to give a gift? If the husband and wife are together, it seems that you only need to give a gift. Qinze frowned. I remember when I was a child, my parents gave gifts in return. Oh, you're so annoying. We haven't registered yet, so it doesn't count. Suyu was so happy that she couldn't wait to turn the steering wheel and the green belt on the roadside. It was hard to hold back. Suyu took him to the mall and shopped for more than an hour. They didn't buy anything, so they drove to another mall until 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the gift was going to be dark if they didn't finalize the gift, she took Qinze to a counter and bought a Dior perfume. Qinze suspected that she had purposely dragged him to the mall before. So you actually knew it in your heart, and deliberately took me around for a long time. Qinze was speechless. It's rare to come out, so I just want to accompany you. Suyu admitted generously, and casually raised the knife. Bah, it was coquettish. Obviously, she knew that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Perfume was a consumable, so it was appropriate to give it at any time. Besides, with Nan Man Pei's wealth, it was completely unnecessary to buy something too expensive. I've also thought about your gift for you. Buy a box of cosmetics. Although Sister Man only puts on light makeup occasionally. Suyu pulled him towards another counter. Qinze's heart moved. Wait, my gift is not here. Suyu looked at him blankly. What time are we going? Before 7 o'clock. Then drive me home, Qinze said. When he got home, he found that he didn't bring the key. He usually didn't bring the key to the house. When he came back with his sister, it was his sister who brought it. No one opened the door when he knocked, so he had to call his mother. Qin Ma was at the other end of the community, bragging with the aunties in the district and sending some specialties and facial masks that her daughter brought back from the United States. In the community, Qin Ma was a popular figure, enjoying the flattery and envy of the aunties. Occasionally, she would take a few autograph tasks, and the aunties in the community who asked for autographs for their grandchildren would be grateful. Qin Ma didn't like to mix with this group of aunties in the past. Although the relationship was maintained well, they would always talk about Qin Bao Bao from time to time, and then ask, "Does your daughter have a boyfriend?" How annoying. The reason why she always remembered Qin Bao Bao was mainly that this bestie was too outstanding. Other people saw a beauty from a young age, but she had a seductive aura from a young age. When she was in junior high school, there were young people in the community who secretly stuffed love letters on the carpet at home. The bold ones waited for Qin Bao Bao to finish school with her school bag. Her slim body was wrapped in the school uniform, and her ponytail swayed. They asked for her phone number all the way in the community. At this time, Qinze's role was reflected. The little henchman shouted, "Get lost," to whoever he saw. Thus, the little henchman's childhood playmates were all from the community next door. Qin Ma received a call and said helplessly, "I'll go home first. My son came back today, but he didn't bring his keys. He's waiting at the door." The aunties were shocked. "Oh, Qinze is back. So filial. He didn't forget to come home to see you even though he's so busy." Qin Ma replied as she got up. Her face was a little red. She thought to herself, filial my *s. It's as if he's not in Shanghai. Remember which autograph it is, old Sue. The aunties didn't forget their purpose after praising each other. Okay. Qin Ma said as she walked away. The 140 square meter suite had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small storage room and a balcony. In the storage room were Qinze and Qin Bao Bao's childhood toys, as well as some elementary, junior high, and senior high school textbooks. These things were kept by the old man, and hidden in them were his children's childhood. Some toys were thrown away when they were broken, and some toys were only covered with a layer of dust after more than 10 years. Suyu stood at the door of the storage room and watched Qinze rummaging inside. His hair, shoulders, and arms were covered with dust. What are you looking for? Suyu said angrily. At this time, she saw Qinze take out a bald feather duster from the bottom of the box and said with deep resentment, "It's this thing. It dominated my whole childhood." Crack. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Qinze killed the enemy of that year with his own hands. Suyu, don't tell me you took me home just to see you tear the feather duster with your own hands. At this time, Qinze threw the remains of the feather duster at Suyu's feet. For revenge, husband and wife have to fight together to be satisfied. Come on, you step on it. Suyu, she blushed and looked shyly at Qin Ma next to her. The word husband and wife made her feel as if honey had melted in her heart, but she was also a little uneasy. Found it. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu suppressed the strangeness in her heart and looked over. Qinze was dragging something in his hand. This thing seems to be a spinning top. When she was a child, she often saw boys waving small whips and slapping the spinning top. It was different from the spinning top that children play with now. It was made of wood and inlaid with a ball at the bottom. The wooden spinning top was dark and gray, with a trace of cracks on the surface. Qin Ma endured for a long time and finally said, "You came home to look for this thing." "Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'll leave soon." Qinze said, "I'll go to a friend's birthday party in the evening." Qin Ma was disappointed. Oh. To hell with filial piety. Son and daughter are the same. Then sign your name before you go. Okay. There are 2 stacks of artistic photos of Qinze and Qin Bao Bao at home, specially used to deal with such situations. Suyu was stunned. Don't tell me this thing is your birthday present. Chapter 686. On the way to Nan Man Pei's villa, it was Qinze's turn to drive. Suyu's beautiful designer bag contained a washed wooden top. Being able to lie quietly in a bag with a price of 6 digits, that guy could be regarded as a successful person in the world of tops. You sent this thing to Sister Man, will you really not be beaten? Suyu didn't understand what he meant. Nonsense, Sister Man can't beat me. Qinze retorted. The point is that she will be angry. I'm not sure, try to see if the low strategy is really based on reality. What do you mean? Suyu asked. But Qinze refused to talk to her and did not explain. Last night, he had just successfully captured Sister Man and had sex with her. Today was Sister Man's birthday, and he felt the deep malice from the system. In addition, he needed to confirm the nature of the game again. The inertia of human thinking is not difficult to capture. As long as there is enough data, I can deduce the universe. This is what the low system said. As a system, although it is a bit low, its computing ability is the foundation of its foothold in the system world, and it can be trusted. If it is as the system said, then it is amazing. This is not a game, it is clearly a girl's strategy assistant. My 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It was quite exciting to think about it. In addition, there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. If what the system said was true, then Suyu, the little girl, was too indecent. I only took 40 seconds to capture her. It's scary to think about it. This girl is introverted and shy. She has a slight personal admiration for me, but how, at such a young age, she wants to go to the orthopedics department. I am her cousin. How can I have a longing for my cousin that I shouldn't have? I treat her as a sister, but she wants to. It is natural to have a younger brother's complex, and an older brother's complex should go to hell. First determine the authenticity of this matter, and then find a way to get his cousin back on the right track. He didn't expect that the most dangerous boss in this book was actually Yu. My sister and I know the root of everything. Bah, I know the truth. Thinking of his cousin, his heart was heavy. Suyu was still nagging. Suddenly, he patted him on the arm and said in a strange tone, You just said husband and wife, in front of your mother. Qinze suppressed his thoughts and looked at her. So what? So you whispered, didn't you say that your parents know the relationship between Wang Zijin and you? Qinze, I didn't say that my parents know about our relationship. Su, you only said that your father likes me very much. She frowned and said, Will your mother think that I'm a shameless third party? She likes Wang Zijin more in the first place. Qinze, it's okay, my mom will only blame me. She won't blame me too much. I'm her son. No matter how feminist she is, she'll give me a thumbs up and say, son is awesome. Besides, my mom. His eyes widened abruptly. So you asked, what happened to your mother? Qinze neglected one thing. The more promiscuous their son was, the happier his parents would be. It proved that their son was very outstanding and did not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. This idea was not wrong, but what if their daughter married such a promiscuous man? Even if he had a foot in two boats in the future, as long as he could hold on, the old man and Qin Ma would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, people were selfish. Wang Zijin and Suyu were not his daughters after all, but his sister was different. She was their biological daughter. In the future, even if his parents agreed to let him be with his sister, although this was unlikely, he would still have a foot in two boats, oh no, 3 boats. The long-lost mixed doubles of the martial arts world came out of nowhere. No, it was even more terrible than mixed doubles. Suyu, what's wrong, say something. Qinze said tiredly, don't talk, I want to be alone. Don't ask me who's quiet, ask Jiang Che. Nan Man Pei prepared dinner in the villa. She washed the kitchen knives, chopping boards, pots and pans, and washed the vegetables by herself. Pei Ziki wanted to help but was driven out by her. It was hard to imagine that such a rich woman, who Qinze did not know how many assets she had a stubborn hobby for the kitchen. She should have a group of maids at home and enjoy the life of a queen. But she had a special fondness for breastfeeding children. No one knew why. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were puzzled. What they were most puzzled about was not their aunt's love of cooking, but her poor cooking skills. Pei Ziki, a girl who rarely went into the kitchen, could occasionally cook a bowl of egg fried rice and make it look, smell, and taste good. But their aunt, who had been a professional cook for more than 10 years, seemed to be still in the same place. Her understanding of cooking was limited to spicy and not spicy. Every time the siblings finished eating spicy dishes, they secretly swore in their hearts that starting tomorrow, they would say to their aunt, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat, I want to eat takeout. But every time they ate, their aunt would ask if the dishes were to their taste, and the siblings' answers were highly consistent, yes, it's delicious. Only Suyu knew why, because she was lonely. Many years ago, she came to Shanghai alone, and her sister was her only family. Many years later, her sister died, and her family was only left with a pair of young siblings. If she could not breastfeed her children, her life would only be left with making money and being in a daze. The kitchen was a place where the smell of home was strong. Only when she thought that there were 2 children at home waiting to be fed could she feel that she still had a home. When she first met Suyu, she smelled a familiar smell from her. The smell of the same kind. Therefore, the 2 of them quickly became good friends. The ingredients selected today were very suitable for making Hunan cuisine. There could be no vegetables in the refrigerator, but there must be dried chilies and green peppers. Nan Man Pei washed the vegetables, and the meat dishes that should be cleaned were also cleaned up, but she did not cook. Ziki, call your Aunt Suyu, why hasn't she come yet? Nan Man Pei said angrily, if she doesn't come, don't come. Oh. Pei Ziki made the call and quickly replied, 20 minutes. Clang. The sound of a spoon hitting the lid of the pot, Nan Man Pei said angrily. She must be there in 10 minutes. In the living room, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai looked at each other. Their aunt's anger was unreasonable. Nan Man Pei angrily threw the spoon into the sink and touched her flat belly. She was hungry. Qin Zhe and Su Yu arrived before 7 o'clock, and Li Donglai greeted them happily. Qin Gu. You've grown taller. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. In the middle of the year, Li Donglai was 170 centimeters tall and below his shoulders. Now his head could reach Qin Zhe's mouth. I will be better than you in the future. Li Donglai made a playful advertising slogan. Very good. Qin Zhe nodded. Stand still, I'll buy you a few oranges. Li Donglai said, I can't beat you, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe looked at Pei Ziki, and the little girl was peeking at him. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away and leaned on the sofa in a very indifferent posture with a straight face. You've grown a lot. Qin Zhe said seriously. If his eyes hadn't fallen on her small chest, Pei Ziki would have answered. Qin Zhe stopped and looked away before the little girl made a threatening gesture. Where's Sister Man? In the kitchen. As soon as he said that, Nan Man Pei, wearing an apron, casual clothes, and slippers, came out of the kitchen and glanced at Qin Zhe coldly. Come and help. I'll help too. Su Yu joined in the fun. You can't even tell the difference between tomato and tomato. Go away. Nan Man Pei said and turned back to the kitchen. The difference between tomato and tomato. Su Yu tried hard to think but couldn't figure it out. She pulled Qin Zhe's arm. A tomato is a tomato, right? There's no difference, right? Qin Zhe, what an urgent question. Is this why you asked me to help? Qin Zhe glanced at the kitchen that was free of oil and smoke, and the vegetables that were washed clean but not cut. You didn't even do anything, and you want me to be the chef. Nan Man Pei stroked her hair and said, don't talk too much nonsense. Ziki and Donglai are hungry. Okay, help me turn on the stove, I'll cut the vegetables. Qin Zhe skillfully took out a new apron from the cabinet and put it on. He then picked up the kitchen knife and flipped it over, making a beautiful cut. Nan Man Pei clicked her tongue and turned to turn on the stove, turned on the range hood, poured oil, and stood elegantly at the side to watch Qin Zhe cut the vegetables. His knife skills were definitely master level. Nan Man Pei envied such knife skills because it was the standard of a top chef. However, wasn't a knife used to cut people? If a knife wasn't used to cut people, then it would lose its meaning. This was what her father said. Based on this concept, Nan Man Pei was good at cutting people with a knife, but not cutting vegetables. Tisk, are you secretly learning from me? Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Cutting vegetables mainly depends on the familiarity of your hands, and then you have to find some videos to watch. I'll teach you the same. When cutting vegetables, the strength of your arms must be evenly distributed so that you can cut vegetables of the same shape. Remember to use the strength of your arms, not your wrists. Sister Man, your knife is too murderous and too keen on sharpness. After nagging for a long time, he looked at Nan Man Pei and said, do you understand? Nan Man Pei was listening attentively. When she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, I'm bored. I'm just watching. Who wants to hear you talk endlessly? Qin Zhe said, all right, throw the vegetables into the pot and help fry. I'll take over after I'm done with this. Nan Man Pei did as she was told and poured the vegetables into the pot. Sizzle, 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 and oil splattered everywhere. She stir-fried expressionlessly, unlike the other girls who screamed and ran away. At this time, Qin Zhe finished cutting the vegetables and placed them on the glassware. He walked behind Nan Man Pei and was about to take over when he was suddenly attracted by her fair and tender earlobe. Pei Nan Man had to cook today, so she tied up her hair. Through her messy hair, one could clearly see her snow-white and slender neck, as well as her sparkling and rosy earlobes that shone through the window. Thinking of his experience in the game, Qinze subconsciously blew a breath of hot air at Nan Man Pei's left earlobe. With just a breath, Nan Man Pei's body stiffened. Then, her body softened and began to tremble slightly. Her neck, shoulders, arms. Layers of goosebumps appeared on her skin. The vegetables in the pot were soaked in oil and sizzling with smoke. The ladle that was stir-frying the vegetables stopped. Nan Man Pei turned around, her beautiful face frosty. Qinze was speechless. It seemed that he had gone too far. Chapter 687. Everyone had a sensitive spot. Qinze's sensitive spot was his neck. He could understand the feeling of having goosebumps all over his body and shivering fiercely. A woman's hair couldn't be touched. A woman's age couldn't be asked. In addition, unless she was your wife, her sensitive spot couldn't be touched. Two things could be confirmed. 1. Sister Man's sensitive spot was really her earlobe. 2. Ye really had a deep malice of, let uncle break my leg. In the silent eye contact, oh, you're cooking, it's all burnt. The witty Qinze bit back and looked away, pretending to care about the dishes in the pot. He said so, Nan Man Pei wouldn't let it go, right? So Her Excellency Queen's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth, silently stepped aside, crossed her arms, and gently rubbed the goosebumps. From childhood to adulthood, no one had breathed in her ear, and no man had made her weak all over like this. There was a long-lost feeling of being teased. Nan Man Pei seriously thought about whether to throw Qinze into the Huangpu River. For Su Yu's sake, at most, he wouldn't tie a dead knot. Su Yu said the 30 billion was returned. Qinze asked coldly. Nan Man Pei returned to his senses, nodded, and said lightly, yes, including the interest. Qinze stir-fried and smiled, it doesn't matter what the interest is. We're friends. Nan Man Pei sneered, no, I don't want to owe you anything. Su Yu said that your gentleness is the strongest poison, and any woman will be addicted to it. Yes, with such an excellent man treating you well and teasing the depths of your heart from time to time, which woman wouldn't be tempted? But the person involved didn't seem to have such a concept. Qinze said, we're friends. Haven't you helped me a lot? Not to mention our relationship, with your relationship with Su Yu, you don't need to return tens of billions. Nan Man Pei, then return the money to me. I was just saying. Qinze smiled awkwardly. But aren't you becoming more and more wary of me? Nan Man Pei's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, I've always been like this. You have no bottom line when it comes to treating women well. You think that your gentleness and kindness are one-sided, but you ignore the longing and reluctance that women have for you. Nietzsche once said, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. She didn't want to admit it, but Qinze was like an abyss in her heart. Once she fell in, she couldn't climb out. Qinze scratched his head. Big sister man, although you might feel awkward if I say this, it's better than saying it to an outsider. This sentence was said by Genghis Khan, not some clay vegetable. Nan Man Pei. The person who was really embarrassed didn't stop. He said to himself, moreover, if it was 2 years ago, even if I was devoted to a girl, she probably wouldn't look at me in the eye. The scope of girls was limited to high-quality beauties like his sisters Su Yu and Wang Zijin. With Qinze's good looks and the label of a house in Shanghai, sleeping with an ordinary cabbage was actually not a problem. But with his aesthetic standards destroyed by his sister, it was difficult for him to accept ordinary girls. See, Nan Man Pei's cat-like curiosity was aroused again. What happened to you 2 years ago? Nan Man Pei asked. On the surface, he was as calm as an old dog, but on the inside, he was curious. 2 years ago, I was the successor of communism. 2 years later, I'm the king of Hei's. Qin Zhe said. Unable to satisfy his curiosity, Nan Man Pei curled her lips. She felt that Qin Zhe must have changed so quickly because something must have stimulated him. Talent was not money that could be picked up easily. She guessed that Qin Zhe used to be low-key and did not show off, but in the past year or so, something must have stimulated him. Nan Man Pei could not guess it for the time being. As they chatted, the food was ready. Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe brought the dishes to the table. The table was full of meat and vegetables. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetables and spicy food. Li Donglai kept picking up the spicy chicken with his hands, eating one piece after another. Wash your hands. Nan Man Pei scolded, how old are you? How can you be so unruly? Qin Zhe silently glanced at her. Who was the one who was secretly eating in the kitchen, taking one piece after another? Who was that? Nan Man Pei opened a bottle of red wine. The two women and the girl drank, while Qin Zhe and Li Donglai drank beer. The little girl kept forcing him to drink, but she drank until her face turned red. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. How discouraging. The red-faced Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at each other. Pei Ziki nodded, got up, and ran upstairs. After a while, she came down with a square brocade box in her hand. Auntie, this is the bracelet that Donglai and I bought together. We wish you peace and happiness, and a beauty like jade. Nan Man Pei opened the box. There was a jade bracelet lying inside. The color was excellent, and it was worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. It was obvious that the siblings had emptied their coffers. Good girl. Nan Man Pei touched her niece's head and nodded at Li Donglai. It was not a big deal to buy expensive gifts for the elders, but it was rare to be willing to empty the coffers. Nan Man Pei was actually no different from their mother in the hearts of the siblings. Oh, I almost forgot that I had a gift. Su Yu took out the perfume from her bag and pushed it in front of Nan Man Pei. She smiled and said, I know you like this perfume. Don't dislike it, rich woman. Nan Man Pei smiled, put the jade bracelet and perfume aside, and glanced at Qin Zhe without a trace. Qin Zhe was eating and did not pay attention, but Su Yu noticed. She remembered the ugly spinning top in the bag and thought that it was better not to take it out. Her man was most of the time reliable, but from time to time he was not serious, exaggerated, and very naughty. She was afraid that he would find a spinning top and use the gimmick of my favorite toy when I was a child to tease sister man. Su Yu felt that the relationship between Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei depended on herself to lubricate the middle. In fact, she did not know that the relationship between Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe was far better than she thought. Much better. Just by being teased and not getting angry, it could be seen that Nan Man Pei treated Qin Zhe differently. Hey, Qin Zhe, didn't you bring a gift? Pei Ziki secretly paid attention to Qin Zhe. At this moment, she was unhappy and said, then what are you doing here? Are you here for free food? Before you say this, you spit out the food in your stomach. Qin Zhe dissed her and then turned his head. Su Yu, take out the gift. Su Yu looked embarrassed and glared at Qin Zhe fiercely. She hesitantly took out the wooden top and defended her man. Sister man, he was joking. Pei Ziki opened her eyes wide and looked at it several times. After confirming that it was just a broken top, she was furious. Qin Zhe, what do you mean? It's my aunt's birthday. How can you give this thing? Break up. Don't ask me what position I'm in. It's too old. She stood up and put her hands on her hips, like a loyal servant girl under the throne of a queen. Li Donglai said awkwardly, Qin Gu. This thing was really not done well. It shouldn't be done. Qin Gu was not short of money, and he had a good relationship with her family. If she didn't want to give an expensive gift, she might as well not give it. It didn't matter. Why use this kind of thing to fool people? Her aunt didn't invite outsiders on her birthday. She invited him to her house for dinner. She really treated him as a close friend. Nan Man Pei looked at the wooden top and was stunned. Birthday. Gift. Wooden top. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surged up like the tide and the moonlight. The first birthday gift she received from her father in her life was a wooden top. Her father felt that if he had a son, he must play with the top with him. But if it was a daughter, it didn't matter. Her father's words seemed to travel through time and rang in her ears. Over the years, she had received many gifts, many of which were expensive. 2 years ago, a rich man who was pursuing her gave her a Bugatti sports car worth 90 million. There were also people who gave her limited edition jewelry that started at 7 figures. Those things were not attractive to Nan Man Pei. She was not interested in things that could be bought with money. But this wooden top evoked Nan Man Pei's childhood memories and her father's doting smile. The meaning of this thing could not be defined by money. It was not accurate to say that it was feelings. It was a soft feeling in the heart that outsiders could not touch. Gradually, Nan Man Pei's eyes moistened. No one at the scene understood Nan Man Pei's inner thoughts, except for Qin Zhe, so they were shocked by her reaction. The straight woman of steel was actually red-eyed. In the eyes of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The brother and sister looked at each other. Su Yu and Nan Man Pei had known each other for a long time. She had always been light, as if nothing could make her hard. She couldn't help but look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe grinned at her. So cool, this feeling of flirting with a woman is so cool. It's better than acting cool. Thank you. Nan Man Pei held back her emotions and stared deeply at Qin Zhe. This is the best birthday gift I have received. This gift reminded her of her father's love. Qin Zhe was stunned. The lines were so similar to the game. The system's computing power was too buggy. For some reason, Qin Zhe's brain twitched and he said subconsciously, "Call me Dad." Chapter 688. At the table, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai showed a superb level of facial art. Their eyes and noses were full of drama, and their big mouths were also full of drama. At any time, they would jump out a sentence, "So you are this kind of Qin Zhe." Su Yu stared at Qin Zhe with her beautiful eyes. This was flirting, right? This was definitely flirting. She had heard Qin Zhe say the same words more than once. For example, when the two were studying Edo 48 hands, in order to increase the fun, Qin Zhe would jump out such a sentence from time to time, "Su Ali, call Dad." Compared to Su Yu's anger and jealousy, Pei Nanman was completely stunned. Her hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling non-stop trembling. After Qin Zhe finished this sentence, he regretted it in his heart. It was cool to show off for a while, but his corpse fell into the Huangpu River. It felt good to predict the enemy's action. Everyone didn't know the significance of the spinning top to Nan Man Pei. Only I knew. I also knew that Nan Man Pei thought of her father when she saw the spinning top, so the 3 words, "Call Dad," was not flirting as Su Yu thought, but a shocking revelation. But it seemed that whether it was flirting or revealing, it was not appropriate to say it. "Sister man, I'm joking." Qin Zhe laughed, just to liven up the atmosphere. "Is it funny?" "I don't think so." Su Yu pinched Qin Zhe's waist under the table, stepped on his instep desperately, and muttered, "Is it funny? Is it funny?" Nan Man Pei was expressionless. "Let's eat." She fiercely suppressed the impulse to rub Qin Zhe on the ground, and then called 800 strong men to fight together, beat up Qin Zhe, and throw him into the Huangpu River. "You can fight again, I will call 800 Spartan warriors to come over and beat you." However, just as Qinze thought, Nan Man Pei could only hold it in. She couldn't lose her temper in front of her nephew and niece, whether it was to beat Qinze up or to ask the strong men to beat Qinze up. Nan Man Pei was very angry, but he couldn't show it on the table. He kicked him under the table. Ouch! Suyu screamed. She bent over and covered her leg with tears in her eyes. Sister Man, why did you kick me? She was stepping on Qinze's foot. Both of them were hit together. Nan Man Pei didn't mean to be merciful. Suyu burst into tears on the spot. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at their aunt together. Nan Man Pei kept a straight face and said calmly, "What? I didn't kick you. Are you having a cramp?" Suyu, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's eyes met. The latter was working hard on his phone and typing with his head down. Li Donglai, I feel a strange atmosphere. Pei Ziki, well, Qinze was flirting with Aunt just now. Li Donglai, horrified, Aunt seems to be pretentious. She kicked him under the table. Does it look like flirting? Pei Ziki, flirting your head. Don't think about it. How can Qinze have any relationship with Aunt? Absolutely not. Li Donglai, why are you so excited? Supercilious, Pei Ziki's face turned red. Li Donglai, do you like Qingu? Pei Ziki, your sister. Li Donglai, aren't you my sister? Pei Ziki was furious and kicked him hard. Li Donglai endured it and didn't cry out in pain. Pei Ziki was angry for a while and sent a message, Qinze and Aunt Suyu are a couple. If there is anything wrong with him and Aunt, it will be a disaster. Sisters against each other or something. Li Donglai, you don't have to worry about this. Qinji's real girlfriend is not Aunt Suyu. Pei Ziki was shocked, who told you that? Li Donglai, I overheard it when Aunt was on the phone. That's why I know what to do. Pei Ziki put down her phone silently, thinking that men are really bad. Poor Chen Qingyuan. She didn't even have a chance to be a mistress. She could only be a spare tire. Thinking of this, she glared at Qinze fiercely. Qinze looked blank. Pei Ziki picked up the phone again. What if Aunt really likes him? You can see that Aunt treats him differently. The only person who can frequently step into this villa, except for a few loyal cadres of her aunt, is Qinze. Li Donglai, at worst, I will call him uncle. Pei Ziki, so stupid. Li Donglai, you say it as if you can influence Aunt's decision. Besides, don't imagine it yourself. It's all blind guesses. If it really comes to that point, you can't help it. Dinner was eaten from 7:00 to 9:00. 3 bottles of red wine were bottomed out, and the beer in the freezer was emptied. Suyu and Nan Man Pei drank beer later. Because beer was very tasty with spicy Xiaolong prawns. Her good sister celebrated her birthday, and she accidentally drank too much. Red wine and beer, especially grinding the stomach. Suyu vomited once in the middle, and after dinner, she said that her head hurt. Li Donglai was also drunk. He insisted on drinking with Qinze. The result was that he ran to the toilet and vomited. Then his legs were soft, and he went back to the room to rest with the help of his sister. Nan Man Pei's alcohol tolerance was not comparable to Suyu's. Her white face was stained with 2 groups of delicate red clouds, and her eyes were slightly blurred, but her consciousness and behavior were normal, and she was not drunk. Qinze drank and couldn't drive, so he couldn't send Suyu home. Fortunately, Nan Man Pei had a lot of guest rooms here, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sleep. Qinze hugged her upstairs. Suyu took off her clothes, leaving only a set of black lace, which set off her white body and was particularly attractive. She rolled around on the bed and wrapped her seductive body tightly in the quilt. Then, she looked at Qinze with a flirtatious expression that said, "You can do whatever you want with me. Don't make trouble, we're at Sister Man's house." Qinze said softly, "Rest tonight. Sister Man's house is very soundproof." Siyu stretched out a white and slender leg from the quilt and tried to lift Qinze's thigh. "Anyway, you can't drive after drinking. You can rest here tonight." Qinze shook his head. "I'll call my sister later and ask her to pick you up." Siyu was angry, and her feet changed from rubbing to kicking. "You don't hurt me at all." I don't care, you have to sleep here." She drank a little wine and was a little drunk. She seemed to be particularly pestering and throwing a little temper. Qinze lied to coax her. "Sister Man's house is not suitable for making babies." "Why?" "Think about how powerful I am. Sister Man will be hungry after hearing it. What if she treats me as a snack?" "Giggle, you're shameless." "Is she at the age of wolves and tigers?" Yes, as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door behind them. The door was not closed. Nan Man Pei stood at the door with a cup of freshly squeezed lotus root juice and looked at Qinze coldly. Nan Man Pei, salted fish say, Omega winky face, was she too naughty tonight? She couldn't control herself. She was embarrassed several times. "I squeezed the lotus root juice to detoxify the alcohol." Nan Man Pei put the cup on the bedside table, gently knocked on Suyu's forehead, and said softly, "You'll feel better after drinking it." Suyu scratched her head awkwardly, stretched out two lotus arms from the quilt, leaned against the bed, and drank the lotus root juice like drinking wine. Watching her finish, Nan Man Pei turned to look at Qinze. "Do you sleep here?" Suyu's face was slightly red. Qinze shook his head. Nan Man Pei said, "Come and talk to me about something." She turned to Suyu and said, "You go to bed early." Qinze said in his heart, "Well, are you going to drown me in the Huangpu River?" He came to Nan Man Pei's room. Her room was luxurious, like a suite in a 5-star hotel. Entering the door was the living room, and the bedroom was inside. She boiled a pot of black tea, sitting like a queen, holding a teacup in one hand and an elbow in the other. "Do you have any plans for this year?" "Suyu said that your VR equipment has been developed." Qinze blew a breath, blew away the dense water vapor, took a sip of tea, and smacked his mouth. "The first batch of research and development has been developed. I will sell the equipment before the new year, and then when the follow-up equipment is developed, I will open my own exclusive store. Just like the iPhone." Nan Man Pei frowned, "Not selling to the VR Experience Museum." Qinze curled his lips. "That kind of broken shop in the CBD area can make money, but it can't make a lot of money. I didn't buy Dongfeng for the profit of tens of millions a year. I want to start a new era of gaming." Nan Man Pei was stunned and said with emotion, "If I didn't know you, I would think that you are a pompous young man in front of me, or a habitual profiteer." "Qinze, I'm not Jack Ma. Your 100 million can be increased by at least dozens or hundreds of times, and it won't take too long, within 5 years. He said in a confident tone. "Then I'll sit and wait for the money." Nan Man Pei teased. "Sit down, a woman working so hard for so many years, it's completely unnecessary." Qinze waved his hand and said arrogantly, "If I want to invest in the future, I will inform you first. You invest the money and then sit and wait for the money to come in." His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he was the king of pioneering new territory, and a business empire was just a snap of his fingers. Nan Man Pei was stunned for a moment and stared at him. Compared to when they first met, he had changed too much. If other people said such words, Nan Man Pei would only think that they were bragging in front of a woman, but when he said such words, it was inexplicably convincing. "Why did you think of giving me a spinning top?" Nan Man Pei pretended to speak in a relaxed tone, but her eyes were fixed on him. This spinning top, it was given to me by my uncle. Qin Zhe said with a serious face, my father is the kind of person who only knows how to whip me to move forward, but he rarely shows the loving side of a father. The stick is his loving side. Although my uncle is pompous and frivolous, he was very good to me when I was young. He said that the spinning top is a good gift from a father to a son, and he gave it to me because I lacked fatherly love. Yes, I need it because I lack fatherly love. Qin Zhe nodded with a serious face. Then, he gulped down his tea. Sister man, remember to invest more when you open a shop in the future. After all, even I can't afford to invest so much money to open a branch all over the country. The tea is delicious, I have to go first. Before his sister came, he could make a baby with Suyu. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After passing by Nan Man Pei, he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Qin Zhe drank some wine, so his reaction wasn't sharp enough. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt something tighten around his neck, and then he tripped over a huge force. Many of the weak joints in his upper body were restrained. This woman, she actually sneaked up on him. Chapter 689. Nan Man Pei had put up with him for a long time. He purposely blew her earlobe in the kitchen. No one had dared to tease her openly for so many years. To be honest, when she received the gift, the spinning top really touched the softest part of her heart. She was very touched. But when she was so touched, he said, "Call me Daddy." If this happened a few years ago, when her temper was at its worst, Qin Zhe would have already sunk into the Huangpu River. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were present. It was not good for her to fall out with him. She tried hard to hold it in. She had not felt so wronged for many years. But this guy just said bad things about her behind her back. Fatherly love, right? I'll let you have a taste of motherly love tonight. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Her thigh muscles tightened silently. Hey, sister man. Let's talk nicely. Qin Zhe struggled desperately. There's nothing to talk about. Die. I'll let you see how powerful a fierce woman can be. She was so angry that her tone was childish. She wanted to fight Qin Zhe to the death. My neck is broken. Qin Zhe screamed and struggled. Sister man, don't do this. I'm still a child. This damned woman was very strong. She was like a female leopard. Under her crosslock, Qin Zhe could not break free for a while even with his monstrous strength. His neck was tightly held by two long legs. His wrists were twisted above his head. In order to deal with his monstrous strength, Nan Man Pei pressed hard on the weak acupoints on his wrists with her thumb. At the same time, Qin Zhe's small waist, which he privately said was not inferior to his sister, was bending backward desperately. This way, she could twist Qin Zhe's head off. It hurt. This woman was really angry. Was the serious talk with him just now all an act? Was it just to trick him into coming here to ambush and teach him a lesson? Of course, Qin Zhe would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. In his current situation, he would only be able to pull Pei Nanman and complete the difficult carp flip. With the strength of his waist, it would not be a problem, but if he did that, his neck would be broken. One more move. Roll over, Sea Swamp King. Qin Zhe was rolling, and so was Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe was rolling with her. During the rolling, Nan Man Pei tightly grabbed Qin Zhe's neck and rolled from left to right. Her head hit the corner of the sofa several times, and it was so painful that she almost cried. But even so, those long legs that could crush a person to death still did not loosen. After half an hour, Nan Man Pei's hands and legs were numb from the long-term tension. On the other hand, Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break, but he was fine. The tables were turned in an instant. Qin Zhe forcefully pried open the two long legs that had been clamping him for half an hour. He flipped over and straddled Sister Man's round and perky buttocks. Then, he twisted her arms behind her back. It turns out that a man born with a weapon is more powerful than a woman who is barehanded. Qinze gasped for breath and was proud of himself. Nan Man Pei struggled once but failed to break free. While panting, she pretended to be calm and said, "You win. Today's matter is written off." "Ha, Sister Man, do you think I'm a hothead? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Qinze pressed his buttocks and snorted, "The serf has turned over and become the master. It's time to ride on the landlord." She still couldn't beat him. The gap between them was too big. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. She immediately put on a straight face and said coldly, "Get up. Don't make trouble." If it was a little kid who didn't know much about the world, he would have been intimidated by her. This was the so-called coquettish words with the wind, and reason with the wind. Qinze smiled and said, "Call me Daddy. Call me Daddy and I'll let you go." While speaking, he rubbed his ear that was almost peeled off. It was burning with pain. Only he had such strong endurance that he could hold on for so long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have surrendered in less than 5 minutes. This was called F*** king with all his strength. Distance tests a horse's strength. Nan Man Pei looked angry. "Qinze, don't go too far. Oh, you're allowed to sneak attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. Call me Daddy." "Ha!" Nan Man Pei sneered and simply lay on the ground in silence. Qinze's heart was moved. Restraining her like this wasn't a long-term solution. Sister Man also knew this, so she ignored his request. But Qinze still had a way. He leaned over to Nan Man Pei's ear and gently breathed out a breath of hot air. Sure enough, Nan Man Pei's body suddenly tensed up. She struggled madly and shouted, "Qinze, get off me." Qinze ignored her and blew again. Nan Man Pei struggled even more fiercely. Her fair face was flushed with anger. It didn't work. No, it wasn't stimulating enough. Qinze stopped blowing and stuck out his tongue to lick. This time, he could clearly feel Nan Man shuddering violently, and her strength to resist instantly disappeared. Nan Man Pei's pretty face looked like a blizzard. She said coldly, "You're too much." Qinze licked again. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but make a nasal sound. She lost all her strength and goosebumps appeared from her neck to her arms. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth and said, "Qinze." Qinze licked again. Nan Man Pei was speechless. As he licked her, Qinze realized that Nan Man had stopped moving. Initially, she was trying her best to warn him with a stern tone. Later on, her delicate body slowly turned soft and her breathing quickened. Now, she was lying on the ground, motionless. Nan Man Pei was being straddled by him. When he lowered his head to lick her earlobe, their heads were almost parallel. Qinze looked at her face and suddenly understood the true meaning of the phrase, "a face like a peach blossom." Her face was pale and her temperament was elegant. When she didn't exude that fierce aura, she gave people the impression that she was a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. She was a great beauty. But right now, her face was as red as a drunkard. Her misty eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Nan Man, who had never seen such an expression on her face, was stunned. "I'm taking it a step further now. She probably won't resist." Thinking of this, he was a little restless. Just then, Nan Man Pei's misty eyes flashed and she recovered her anxiety. With a disgusted expression, she said, "What do you think Su Yu's reaction will be if I run to her and tell her that you took advantage of me? Are you really going to complain?" Qinze said in a deep voice. "What do you think?" Nan Man Pei said mischievously. There was a very good hatred hidden in it. This man made her have no way to deal with him. The strong aura that she had cultivated for many years and the wealth that scared ordinary rich people couldn't suppress him. The skills that he was so proud of had been crushed. Then I can't lose. I have to make it real. Qinze pinched her chin and lowered his head to suck on her plump red lips. There was a faint fragrance on Sister Man's small mouth. It might be perfume, lipstick, or the residual fragrance of black tea. It made people want to pry open her teeth to find out. Qinze was afraid that his tongue would be bitten off by her, so he didn't dare to put it in. He didn't even dare to linger on her lips for a long time. Nan Man Pei whispered, "Can you let me go?" Qinze let go of her hand and sat on the ground. He grinned and said, "Sister Man, can I still live to see the sun tomorrow?" Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes at him. Her reaction was surprisingly calm. There was no anger like a girl's, nor was there shyness that made her face red. Instead, she behaved in line with a mature and intellectual woman's natural and unrestrained manner. After thinking about it, Qinze probed, "Why didn't you remarry for so many years?" Nan Man Pei said lightly, "Why would I want to marry? There are thousands of gigolos outside. Will I lack men?" Qinze immediately said, "Sister Man, do you mind having a salted fish in your harem group?" Nan Man Pei immediately broke down and scolded, "Get lost." After kissing and licking, he took advantage of her and took the opportunity to run away and hide his identity. Qinze chuckled and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned back. "I was serious about what I said before." Nan Man Pei was stunned. "What?" Qinze said, "I want to form a group and integrate all the companies under my name. Sister Man, I know you are richer than me, and I also know that your path has become more and more difficult in recent years. Times are changing. In the past, you could tolerate the black industry, but now you may not tolerate the gray industry. I don't know why you always choose one person, but I don't want your future to be shackled by your career. A woman can have a career, but it shouldn't destroy all the beauty and charm." Nan Man Pei stared at him blankly. He turned the doorknob and said, "What I said just now was also true." He didn't need to say anything. Nan Man Pei blushed and said angrily, "Are you going to get lost or not?" Get lost, get lost." He slipped out and closed the door behind him. After he left for a long time, Nan Man Pei leaned against the sofa and sat on the ground for a long time without moving. The look in her eyes was complicated. She raised her hand and touched her lips with her slender fingers inside. After about half an hour, she heard the roar of a motor. The lights outside the window were bright. She walked to the window and saw Qinze jogging out of the villa to meet a black Lamborghini. The window of the driver's seat was rolled down. The woman driving was wearing pajamas and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was sharp and her eyes were lively like a little vixen. The little vixen waved her hand heroically. Qinze obediently got into the sports car like a henchman. The motor roared again, and two beams of light cut through the darkness and drove away. Chapter 690. In the following week, the advertisement for Dongfeng's VR game was officially released on various major platforms, including self-media, primetime slots on satellite TV, mobile apps, and even subway TV. In the era of information explosion, there were too many places to place advertisements. The advertising cost alone was a daunting expense for small and medium-sized enterprises. Fortunately, Dongfeng was not short of money. It had 3 companies supporting it and had plenty of funds. Each company was a huge money-making machine. The advertisement was a 2-minute 3D game. The game, Prehistoric World, which was originally only a small hit in the mobile game field, was a knockoff among knockoffs. However, it had been brainwashing people all over the country in the past few days. It used the same advertising model as "I am Xia Xia Hui" brainwashing. The core idea of the advertisement was brainwashing. From brain gold to Jia Hui to some time ago, start with a coin, level up by swallowing, and now prehistoric world. However, the brainwashing advertisement for prehistoric world was not promoting the game, but the VR game Immerse. Many people were unfamiliar with this thing. At most, they had a simple understanding and science through online consultation. Although the brainwashing ability was very strong, people who were used to the bombardment of advertisements did not care too much. Some of the same industry, who did not know much, even sneered at this advertisement, thinking that it was an exaggerated gimmick created by unscrupulous developers. How could such a thing exist? It might be possible after more than 10 years of development. However, not long after, Qin Bao and Qin Zhe posted an advertisement on Weibo, recommending this VR device to fans. They posted the performance and advantages of this VR device, accompanied by Qin Bao's gaming experience, which was a long 500 words. A detailed introduction and trial experience was something that advertisements could not do. It was not until their Weibo advertisement came out that the VR game Immerse was really taken seriously by people. This was the celebrity effect. No matter how loud the advertisement was outside, the brainwashing effect was achieved, but there were very few people who really experienced it and paid attention. However, if a public figure wrote a recommendation, fans would pay attention out of love for the house and its crow. Especially when the article had Qin Bao's personal experience. This was much more attractive than digitalized articles and advertisements. Is it true? It's not an exaggerated advertisement, right? Did the goddess take on an endorsement or advertisement? Don't be like that. Xia Hui has already disappointed me to the core. If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. I feel like I'm eating chicken. There were also some half-baked experts who analyzed, this kind of VR game that connects to computers has long been available overseas, but even overseas, it can't be popularized. Furthermore, it's expensive, and there are even fewer of them in the country. Look at Qin Bao's personal experience. It's written even better than the foreign ones. It's a little fake. But soon after, many celebrities posted on Weibo to praise this eye patch for the VR game. Among them were celebrities under Tianfang, as well as well-known big shots in the entertainment industry. When a few or even a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo to praise it, the nature of the situation was completely different. The biggest advantage of being in the entertainment industry was that you never had to worry about not having enough advertising. Qin Zhe sent a set of VR game blindfolds to each of his close friends for them to try out. If they could like it on Weibo, he would give them the VR game blindfold. This was a kind of marketing, but it was different from a formal advertisement. This way, they could save a lot of money. After the celebrities tried it out, they were surprised and excited, and they were willing to give Qin Zhe face. Some of the celebrities casually reposted Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's Weibo. The more attentive ones wrote a sentence about trying out the game or took a picture of the VR game blindfold and posted it. It instantly became a hot topic. As it occupied the headlines, the topic was too hot. Whether they followed it or not, more or less people heard about it. Immediately after, many voices of doubt appeared on the internet. Several professionals in the field of virtual reality posted one after another, expressing their doubts about the authenticity of the VR game blindfold and categorizing it as exaggerated marketing. I knew it. Commercial advertisements can't be trusted. I was really looking forward to it. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that it's strange which company is behind this thing. They have so many celebrities helping to promote it. This question was quickly answered. Logging into the company's credit information website to search for Dongfeng Technology Company, Limited, the name of the legal person was easily found, Qin Zhe. Someone posted a screenshot on the internet, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. F***ck, so it's Qin Zhe. No wonder. That's right. It wouldn't be strange if he could hire so many celebrities to promote it. What is the fast shooter trying to do? Enter the VR industry. It's a well-known pit. There's no way out of it. Is there anyone who dares to test it? No, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Regardless of whether people were looking forward to it or not, it was already popular enough. In terms of advertising effect alone, it was undoubtedly a success. In terms of the public's expectations, it was a bit lacking. Not to mention the companies and industry professionals who were stuck in the industry, even the general public knew that the development of virtual reality technology was like a turtle crawling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how good the fast shooter was, he couldn't be fast in the face of hard technology. The first batch of VR game blindfolds produced by Dongfeng would not be sold in physical stores for the time being. This kind of non-large-scale VR game device was not a specialty of VR experience centers, so there was no point in selling it to them. It would enter thousands of homes in the form of a game console. Just like the Little Tyrant game console in the past and the current PlayStation series. It would not be sold in physical stores either. It would be sold through the official website and delivered directly to the doorstep. For this reason, the boastful uncle specially signed a cooperation contract with a delivery company. Su Guang had been a failure for so many years. Now that he had become a big shot, he had a burning desire for his career even though he was already in his 40s. This time, when he returned to Shanghai for the holidays, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. His aunt was so heartbroken that she almost cried. His body lost weight, but his wallet bulged. He was no longer wearing cheap casual clothes. Instead, he was wearing branded suits, handmade leather shoes, and an Audi R8. A leopard cannot change its spots. Su Guang had been itching for a fight recently. Now that he had made up for his regrets in his career, he wanted to get back his face at the gambling table. Su Guang's holiday was only 3 days. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the factory. Originally, Qin Zhe defined him as the mascot of the factory. Su Yao's team would take care of the details. But Su Guang's diligence was beyond his expectations. It was a good thing that his uncle had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. On the last day of the holiday, Su Guang came to visit his sister with tonics and gifts. He had not stepped into his sister's house for many years. Firstly, he did not want to see Qin Jianzhang, that heartless old radish. Secondly, he was really embarrassed. It happened to be the weekend. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were also there. As usual, his sister did not give his uncle a good face. She threw a tantrum at her younger brother and said that she did not want to hold a concert. She failed. She hit him and went back to her room. She still had a concert in Beijing in mid-December. It was already in preparation. Qin Zhe gave Wang Zijin a look. Sister Ziwei tactfully followed her into the room. First, they talked about Dongfeng's capital and stock. The VR game iMask was only the first batch of products. The production was not large, and the stock was not large. In fact, its core technology could be used in other fields, not limited to games. The first batch of products was a stepping stone. First, they would open the market and make a name for themselves. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of how to operate in the future. Your promotion online is really loud. Just before I came back, I went to Guangdong to attend an exchange meeting. When people heard the name of our Dongfeng technology, guess what happened? Uncle beamed with joy. Not a single person paid attention to me. Qin Zhe thought to himself, is there anything glorious about not paying attention to you? Uncle said, when I know that it won't be long before these guys regret not sucking up to me at the exchange meeting. Uncle had a very shallow understanding of this industry. After all, he did not know much about the new products. He only knew about them from the technical staff. After the equipment was successfully produced, the technical staff cheered and opened champagne in the office to celebrate. The half-baked factory director was unexpectedly loved by the staff because of his forthrightness and high benefits. Before this, Dongfeng was a factory that could not make ends meet. The benefits were pitifully meager. At most, each person would get a box of apples and a box of drinks during the new year. The dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival did not even have egg yolk, and the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival were actually 5 kernel mooncakes. Now, not to mention the 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, the monthly department dinner alone was enough for everyone to go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet of 400 yuan per person. I heard that you secretly went to Macau last month. Qin Zhe threw a cigarette to Uncle. Su Guang's face stiffened. He laughed dryly. I was just playing and won more than 100,000 yuan. How did he know? Of course, Qin Zhe knew. Not to mention that Dongfeng Technology was Su Yao's informant, it was too easy for him to find out his uncle's whereabouts. He asked Bai Guowei's family background to look up Su Guang's information. What kind of plane ticket he bought, where his destination was, and what time his flight was. There was no need to bother Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe was expressionless. I just heard a very interesting thing from a friend. There was a boss in Zhejiang province. At the beginning of the year, he went to Macau to gamble and lost 500 or 600 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money in a short time. He said that he would give him half a month to go back to the mainland to make up for it. Then he regretted it. After all, he didn't have much assets. 500 or 600 million yuan was too much. Uncle, guess what happened? Su Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Qin Zhe, he died in an accident not long after. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This was what she said when chatting with Su Yu. She also heard it from Nan Man Pei. You can play if you want, but only in Shanghai. You can play at most twice a month, and each time can't exceed 500,000 yuan. This is the rule I set for you. If you don't listen, I won't play with you. Anyway, you don't have any shares in Dongfeng. I have the final say. Su Guang nodded with a bitter face. On the day that the VR game I Mask was officially released, there were only 2,000 units sold in the country. The sales were 6 million yuan. The unit price was 3,000 yuan. P.S. I had something to do yesterday and went on a business trip. On the way, I used my phone to write half a chapter. I didn't have time to write until noon. I finally finished writing now. My brain is a bit messed up. The next chapter is my night code. Chapter 691. The unit price of VR game I Masks once made Dongfeng's senior management feel incomprehensible and even protested. They felt that even if the price was doubled, it was not expensive. Some even hoped to buy it for tens of thousands. Because it had a monopoly technology advantage in the field of virtual reality technology. Monopoly meant wealth. In the absence of competitive pressure, even if it was expensive, it would also increase its value, just like luxury goods. It was like someone selling their kidney to buy apples. And what did a 3,000 yuan unit mean? It meant taking the initiative to reduce luxury goods to street goods, a big loss. Domestic smartphones could easily be sold at a price of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. The person who led the protest was Su Guang. He did not dare to challenge Qin Zhe. He secretly called Su Yu and said a lot of market and industry analysis that he did not understand. Su Yu specifically learned about it afterward and then discussed the price with Qin Zhe. In the end, the price was set at 3,000 yuan. In fact, Su Guang only needed to know a little about his niece-in-law to know that it was a wrong decision to make her an ally. As long as Qin Zhe did not make a major and irreversible decision, even if the price was set at 200 yuan, Su Yu would probably let him. It was a loss of billions anyway. However, in the process of discussion, Su Yu was persuaded by Qin Zhe. The core value of virtual reality technology should not be reflected in VR equipment. In the future, Dongfang technology would produce other large-scale equipment, which could be used in games or other fields. Entertainment applications were only part of it. Virtual reality technology should not be limited to games. It could also shine in other fields. For example, medicine, aerospace, real estate, industrial simulation, etc. In that case, the price could be set as you wish. The most important thing about VR game eye masks was their universality. Most people would be able to afford and use them. This would pave the way for future development, especially for Purple Crystal Network Technology's path of game domination. Siyu was such a smart person, she understood as soon as she heard it, and then shamelessly proposed to invest in Amethyst technology. Qin Zhe was used to such an excessive request and pretended not to hear it. In the past 6 months, Yingying had always been evil to Baoza investment and wanted to annex it. Baoza, from the name, it should be hers. Wang Zijin also had some thoughts about Tianfang Entertainment. She felt that things like widowhood should be given to the girlfriend. Why should her sister snatch it away? While Teddy Sue was constantly on guard against the threat from the moaning monsters, he was also thinking of biting off a piece of meat from Purple Crystal Network Technology to provoke a real girlfriend. The plan to set up the group could not be delayed. When the time comes, let them tear it apart themselves. Dragging Sister Man into this mess and making her a sh*t stirrer. No, she couldn't be a sh*t stirrer. That would be disrespectful to both her sisters and herself. In short, let Elder Sister Man act as an external enemy outside of the internal strife. This way, the sisters wouldn't be too ruthless. In any case, with Big Sister Man's experience and ability in the business world, it would be no problem for her to fight 1 against 2 or 3. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe suddenly looked forward to it. On the first day, the gaming eye mask didn't sell well. As expected, even though there was a huge lineup of stars promoting it, when the audience found out that the legal person was Qin Zhe, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, as usual, they shouted 666 for the fast shooter. Their expectations for the gaming eye mask decreased. Moreover, the emergence of any new thing always required time to be tested. If this was placed in a brainless novel, there would definitely be endless onlookers and retarded villains who would jump out to ridicule Qin Zhe as if he had killed their father. Fortunately, this was a book with substance. However, there were websites that used the popularity of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao to attract attention and traffic to launch an online poll. #gaming eye mask buy or not buy hashtag among the tens of thousands of voters, most of them voted not to buy it. Only a few hundred chose to buy it. The companies in the virtual technology industry also did not pay much attention to this. They only collected the sales data of the gaming eye mask the next day, glanced at it, and threw it aside. Their interest was gone. At first glance, 6 million sales per day seemed to be quite good. However, if they excluded the effect of the stars and added in the cost, this sales volume would be a flop. Moreover, the behavior of consuming fans would not last long. If the product did not have outstanding performance, the sales volume would plummet. Therefore, the industry would at most continue to pay attention to this wave and see what would happen next. For the performance of the equipment mentioned in Qin Zhe's Weibo, they were particularly disdainful. It was just a boast to scare laymen. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Nan Man Pei, who had stolen half a day of leisure, was in the living room talking to Suyu on the phone. Suyu made a wave of children with Qin Zhe in a hotel near the company. As a result, the satisfied Qin Zhe fell asleep, and she, who was exhausted, could not sleep. Up to today, a total of 2,400 units have been sold. Fortunately, the cost of these equipment is not high, and the initial research and development investment is not much. Although the inventory is not much, I don't know how long it will take to sell them. Suyu sighed. So, you think the investment failed? Nan Man Pei frowned. Initially, Pei Nan Man had invested 100 million to give face to Qin Zhe. Later on, after hearing Qin Zhe's boasting, Pei Nanman's heart also began to look forward to it. She had invested 100 million, and the return was tens of billions. Even though Pei Nanman viewed money as dirt, she still could not ignore this investment. But at present, it seemed that the effect was not ideal. That guy was probably disappointed now. Nan Man Pei asked Su Yu. No, this guy's mentality is very stable, and he came several times. Su Yu's tone was relaxed. Nan Man Pei was speechless. I didn't say the investment would fail. It's just that the early sales don't look ideal. I want to increase publicity or something. If it doesn't work, I can give the VR experience for free. But he doesn't want me to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Well, we talked about it while we were making the baby. He thinks I'm not focused enough. Nan Man Pei, that's it, I don't want to talk to you today. Nan Man Pei decisively hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go back to his room to write calligraphy, the community property rang the doorbell. The nanny who was mopping the floor in the living room put down the mop and went to open the door. A moment later, she returned with a box. Is it my express delivery? On the third floor, Li Donglai leaned over the railing and looked down. When the nanny said yes, he cheered and rushed down the stairs with a series of bangs. Li Donglai picked up the package and rushed up 2 stairs. He paused, turned back, and said to Nan Man Pei on the sofa, Auntie, I ordered the game Blindfold from Qin Ji's company yesterday. It arrived today. Don't you have shares too? Can you give me back my money? I used my pocket money to buy you a bracelet. Nan Man Pei was very rich, but the pocket money he gave was limited. Every rich second generation in the circle could beat him in terms of pocket money. His friends could spend 100,000 yuan a month to keep a high-quality vase. He could only spend a few thousand yuan a month to go to the big sword. At first, he went to high-end clubs with his friends to play. He didn't have to pay the bill himself. After a long time, he stopped going. Because the expenses there could squeeze out 2 months of his pocket money. Li Donglai was embarrassed to always let others pay. His sister Pei Ziqi's pocket money was 10 times his. Yes, 10 times. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi used to bicker like fire and water mainly because of the imbalance in pocket money. Later, when he got to know Qin Zhe and heard about his master's tragic past, he suddenly felt balanced and even a little superior. His aunt's reaction caught him off guard. Pei Nanman said, Game Blindfold. Take it to my room. Ah. Li Donglai was stunned and misunderstood. He hurriedly said, Auntie, I'm already in university. Nonsense. Nan Man Pei immediately used what he had learned. He waved his hand and said, Go quickly. There was a manual in the bag. Li Donglai opened Nan Man Pei's computer and downloaded the game. Then, he activated the Bluetooth box and clicked on the game controller, on the Golden Shield antivirus software. The step-by-step process wasn't difficult. Any young person who knew how to surf the internet could do it. The only drawback was that it had high requirements for the computer's configuration. The whole process took about 40 minutes. Then, he logged into the game and said, Auntie, use my account. I have a lot of heroes. Li Donglai was puzzled. He thought that his auntie was going to confiscate his game console. He didn't expect that his auntie would ask to play it. Nan Man Pei nodded silently. The game interface wasn't much different from a mobile game. It was even simpler and many functions hadn't been released yet. Li Donglai noticed that it was an online battle game. It wasn't a standalone game. He was instantly excited. This game console was sold for 3 days and only 2,000 units had been sold. Some hadn't even arrived yet. It took a long time to match. Nan Man Pei waited quietly and wasn't in a hurry. On the other hand, Li Donglai was impatient. He was about to switch to a standalone game when the match was completed. "Auntie, wear an eye mask," Li Donglai quickly said. It was Nan Man Pei's first time playing a game. He walked and stopped, wearing an eye mask and looking left and right. Bao Bao, he was curious about the new world. Interested. Li Donglai could watch the game through the computer, but he couldn't experience the first-person perspective of the VR eye mask. When he saw Nan Man Pei's appearance, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to kick his auntie away but didn't dare to. After 3 minutes of the game, Nan Man Pei wandered around the jungle until Li Donglai cautiously reminded him, "Auntie, you play a game." Her Majesty Queen took little Li's advice and rushed into the enemy's defense tower aggressively. 5 minutes later, the King of Support in the middle lane sent a message. "Wen Zhong, turn on the voice chat." Li Donglai looked at the computer screen. "Auntie, should I turn on the voice chat for you?" Nan Man Pei nodded. Once the voice chat was turned on, F***CKU. At %%#, Li Donglai quickly turned off the voice chat and didn't dare to breathe. A vein popped out on his auntie's smooth forehead. "She won't smash my game console, right?" Nan Man Pei took off his eye mask and said expressionlessly, "I'm not playing anymore." "You do it." Li Donglai was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it. He asked, "Auntie, is it fun? What do you think?" Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched and he smiled gently. "I feel like hitting someone." Li Donglai shrunk his neck and put on the game eye mask. In an instant, a new world appeared in front of him. Chapter 692. He found himself standing on the ground with a green background, with grass on both sides, and in front of him was the enemy's defense tower and the opposing hero. Here, everything was 3D, whether it was the surrounding scenery or the enemy's small soldiers in cloaks. It was a three-dimensional image, giving people the feeling that they were watching a 3D blockbuster. Especially when he looked back, he saw the defense tower behind him and a pair of small soldiers slowly approaching. This was incomparable to the shooting game Li Donglai played in the VR hole. The operation method was also more difficult and interesting than shooting games. And compared to playing games in the VR hall, this game blindfold was more affordable and convenient. No one would take the bus for half an hour to the CBD area to play VR games. High-tech. Brother Chin, you're so awesome. It's more fun and realistic than the VR hole. Although there were still many flaws in the graphics quality, the experience made people feel like they were in the game world, which was an irresistible temptation for any game enthusiast. As time passed, Li Donglai also found an advantage. His eyes didn't hurt and his head didn't feel dizzy. Motion sickness was an old problem in VR games. Playing games reduced the gaming experience. Many people even tried the symptoms of dizziness and nausea and never touched VR games again. "I don't feel dizzy, I finally corrected this little problem," Li Donglai thought. He actually didn't understand that this seemingly small progress was a qualitative leap in the field of virtual reality. It was enough to cause a sensation in the industry. The game ended and he lost, but Li Donglai was excited and his eyes were shining. He knew that the winter vacation would not be lonely. Nan Man Pei sat on the sofa and made a pot of tea for herself. Occasionally, she looked up at the computer screen and cared about the progress of the game. She didn't play games and didn't find it interesting, but she cared about whether this game blindfold was interesting or not. Suyu's phone call not long ago made her understand that this game console was not selling well. "How do you feel?" When Li Donglai took off the blindfold, she asked. Li Donglai hesitated. "I feel like hitting someone." The force of the blow was so great that he almost cried out in pain. Li Donglai covered his head and thought sadly, "Sure enough, I can't beat Qin Gu." Nan Man Pei said indignantly, where did you learn such a glib tongue? Li Donglai said aggrievedly, Qin Gu is there. Auntie, if you have the ability, hit him. Nan Man Pei was even angrier and gave him another knock on the head. Li Donglai was speechless. I won't be naughty anymore. I don't have the talent. How about the game console? Nan Man Pei asked again. Li Donglai sat up straight and said obediently, it's very fun, very interesting. There's no game console like this now. If the game development can keep up in the future, it will definitely be a hit. No, there's no need to wait for the future. I think it will be a hit very soon. Nan Man Pei nodded happily. Then. Auntie, the game console. Li Donglai stammered. Take it. Li Donglai happily put the blindfold, the box, and the controller back into his bag. He hugged it and left quickly. When he returned to his room, he turned on his computer and downloaded the game. While waiting, he held his phone and madly recommended it in the WeChat group. He took a picture and uploaded it. At everyone, this game console is so cool. It's so cool. Hurry up and buy it. By the way, I heard it's nothing special. I won't give Qin Gu any pocket money. He made me lose 3 months worth of pocket money. I hate him. Gu Qing, Li Donglai, you're playing games again. Study hard and don't fail your exams at the end of the semester. Li Donglai grinned. There were many little beauties in the circle, and Gu Qing was one of them. After his sister's endless reminders, Li Donglai finally understood that Gu Qing secretly liked him. Unfortunately, it was a crush that was destined to be fruitless. This girl was too obedient. She wasn't Li Donglai's cup of tea. Qin Gu had a golden saying, take off your pants to do things. Pull them up and pay. If you could do this, you could have fun. Otherwise, don't play with the feelings of other girls. Look, this experience in society, this understanding of life, it wasn't something that a rookie like him could compare to. He didn't know that Qin Zhe was actually all-mouthy king. This sentence was relayed by the experienced driver Huang Yizong. He was the real king in bed. Zhang Wangyun, are you still not tired of playing games? Li Donglai, you should learn to grow up. Huang Tingzi, that's right, that's right. You're already in university. Don't you want to date and play games? Li Donglai, buy it or not. If you keep talking, I'll take a taxi and beat you guys up. The group fell silent. Chen Qingyuan, it's very fun. It's very interesting. Li Donglai, Chen Qingyuan, you're buying it too. Chen Qingyuan, of course I'm buying it. Yi Ro, wow, Good Student's corpse is coming back to life. Gu Qing, +1 Zhang Wangyun, +2, Pei Ziki, +3, Pei Ziki, Good Student, are you free during the winter break? Tutor me in English. I feel that next year's college entrance exam is very difficult. Chen Qingyuan, I don't have time, Ziki. I'm going abroad to study during the winter break. I'll also visit Harvard, Cambridge, and Massachusetts. I haven't decided which school to apply to yet. My mom said she'll try her best to help me. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was definitely not enough. Of course, the most important thing was that she relied on her ability. Otherwise, Qin Gu wouldn't approve of her results. Zhang Wangyun, look at her, an infatuated girl. Look at you guys, you only know how to fool around with your boyfriend, but don't know how to get into Harvard for your boyfriend. Huang Tingzi, who had a sinister personality, teased, I'm afraid that after you graduate, he might get married and have children. Yi Ro, that makes sense. Qingyuan took the wrong path from the beginning. If you want to sleep with him, get him drunk. If you can't get him drunk, force him. There are so many of us here, we'll definitely help you. At most, you'll go to jail. You don't even dare to go to jail, yet you still have the face to say that you love him. You can only chase a man by sleeping with him. If you sleep with him once, he'll be obedient. If you sleep with him once, there will be a second time. They can't control their lower bodies. How can you be so stupid to actually think about getting into Harvard? Li Donglai, ridiculous. Do you think Chin-gu is the kind of man who will listen to you after sleeping with him once? At least 10 times. Pei Ziki, shut up, Li Donglai. People like Chin-ze can't be slept with. Don't instigate her. I think Qin Yuan's choice now is right. No matter what happens in the future, she definitely won't regret her current efforts. Li Donglai, Qin Yuan, I know some inside information. To be honest, you can forget about being his official girlfriend. If you're willing to be a mistress, you might have a chance. Yi-ro, Li Donglai, F***ck your sister. Why do you want a woman to be a mistress? Pei Ziki, Yi-ro, are you really going to lie to me? Are you sure? Do you believe that I'll beat you to a pulp? The topic had strayed 1,000 miles from the original topic. Li Donglai glanced at the computer. The download was only 20%. It was still very early. He sent a message to Chin-ze, Chin-gu, your game is too fun. Excited. Chin-ze replied very quickly, the game experience is not bad, right? Li Donglai, I admire you to death. You really can do anything. You're too talented. Chin-ze, I'm not talented. I'm just a talented porter. Li Donglai, oh right, Qin Yuan said that she's going to get into Harvard and Cambridge next year. It seems that she's in line with our country's stable policy. It's as if the heavens are helping her. Chin-ze, really? Chin-ze, if I say that it's a joke, I don't know if she'll believe me. Wipe sweat. Also, don't be so vulgar. Li Donglai, I understand. You should say paw. Chin-ze, isn't paw vulgar? Chinese is profound. You can say it in another way. For example, temple. Li Donglai, what do you mean? Chin-ze, figure it out yourself. After a while, Li Donglai sent a series of prostrating emojis. Chin-gu, you've taught me another lesson. I finally know why I'm not as good as you. Chin-ze, right? If you change the word, it won't seem vulgar. Instead, it'll show that you're more profound. Remember to pay more respects to Confucius in the future. Li Donglai, does it mean to study hard? Chin-ze, yes, read more. Japanese will teach you how to be naughty. For example, Confucius traveled to the east and met 2 children. Li Donglai, I see. Chapter 693. As the old saying goes, gold will always shine, and spirits, river crabs, will always give birth to babies. After a week of brewing and fermenting, the reputation of Dongfeng's game console began to explode. People who had experienced the charm of this game console would naturally go crazy to recommend it to the people around them. Perhaps they would even praise it on the internet. This was Chin-ze's confidence. People with cheats had confidence. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, they could clear it with one click without any pressure. There shouldn't be system destroyers or cheats in this world. On the internet, I heard this game console is awesome. My friends have been recommending it like crazy. It's more than awesome. I can experience virtual reality games without going to the VR museum. I feel like we're one step closer to the games in online novels. My friend bought one and tried it yesterday. It's really different. But it takes too long to match and there's only one game. I'm looking forward to more games. I can't resist the praise online and my friend's recommendation. I've already placed an order and it should arrive tomorrow. It's such an interesting game console and it's not expensive. It's perfect. In a world where VR games were mostly single-player, the appearance of this internet-enabled game blindfold surprised countless game enthusiasts. It was even labeled as the prototype of a virtual reality game. Forget about 3,000 yuan, they would find a way to get it even if it was a zero. At most, they would have to work during the winter break. The not-so-high price allowed it to successfully enter thousands of households and quickly gather popularity and traffic. Correspondingly, Qin Zai's fame increased again. Netizens called him the lucky star of the nerd. They joked, "Mr. Qin, our virtual reality game dreams depend on you." The entire industry was shocked. It only took a week for them to go from disdain to shock. Outsiders didn't understand, but insiders knew how difficult it was to solve motion sickness. They also knew how much profit it meant. Virtual reality technology wasn't just limited to games. It covered many fields, including medicine and aerospace. In fact, in the short week after the VR game console became a hit, many companies tried to make dirty deals with Dongfeng researchers. Qin Zai was prepared. He applied for more than 100 patents in advance and signed a strict contract with all the R&D employees. The deals didn't happen for the time being. How could it be so simple to have the chrysanthemum settled? He didn't lack connections in the legal world. The sales volume of the gaming eye mask had been increasing rapidly. Every day for the past week, the sales volume had reached a new high. Yesterday, the sales volume was still over 20,000, but this morning, it had already exceeded 40,000. Looking at the trend, it was expected to hit 50,000 before 24 o'clock. Their daily sales were in the tens of millions. After deducting the costs, publicity fees, acquisition funds, and other initial investments, they managed to recoup 1/3 of their capital in just 1 week. Can you believe it? Qin Zai was very happy. Of course, he was happy to earn money. On the other hand, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao were not very happy. Instead, it was his sister who took the opportunity to ask him for his dowry money. She said that the balance was not enough and that it was time to top it up. Wang Zijin argued from the side, "How is the balance not enough? Is the dowry a yellow diamond? How can the balance not be enough? Her boyfriend's money seemed to have nothing to do with her. It should have been her money." Qin Baobao raised her chin and glared at her. She said righteously, "I've used it all up. Can't I?" So she took 1 million from Qin Zai. It was only 1 million, but her sister was very happy and smiled like a little fox. Almost all companies in the industry, no matter how big or small, bought the VR game eye mask produced by Dongfeng. Of course, it was not for the experience, but to open it up for research. The company's executives asked every day, "How's the research going? Can you copy it?" The answer of the product research and development department was also very uniform: "Give me some time, give me some time." They couldn't understand it at all. The core technology was so easy to copy. There was no difference between strong and weak countries, and strong and weak companies. Unless there was a blueprint. Moreover, even if they understood it, it would take a long time to understand and copy it. Until the market share was occupied by others. Near the middle of the year, Qin Zai asked Suyu to invite several big companies in the VR industry, and asked Wang Zijin to contact several large game companies, including Penguin, to prepare for a cooperation meeting between the top of the enterprise. This was the first time that Qin Zai, as an entrepreneur, had issued an invitation to the business big shots. This alone was not something a star could do. No matter how old and famous he was, it would not work. A real entrepreneur would not care about an actor. But Qin Zai could, because he issued an invitation as a shareholder of Purple Crystal Technology and the legal representative of Dongfeng Technology. In the face of his invitation, the big shots were very excited. They cancelled all their plans for the day and rushed to Shanghai. The prospects and importance of virtual reality technology were not something that Tianfang, Purple Crystal, and Bao Zhe could compare to. The latter three, you could play with them however you wanted. As for the former, if you wanted to play it well, you would need a lot of resources and talents, as well as a lot of connections. It was probably the dream of all reborn cheaters to have control of all the profitable industries in the palm of their hands. At the same time, it was also their shackle. This kind of cheater would most likely be killed halfway through the journey. Want to develop wretchedly? It was impossible. Qin Zhe was not afraid of being killed, but he did some calculations. He wanted to go further in the field of virtual reality. It was not realistic to rely on him alone. In the field of games, Purple Crystal technology was not ranked in the industry. Using such an awesome game console to play a game that was gradually declining in popularity. It was too wasteful. Redeem the game code from the cheater system? No, this was not the best way. The points could not be used in such a place. Cooperation was the way to go. For other applications of virtual reality technology, looking for partners with strong capital was also the best way. Qin Zhe had calculated that this way, he could earn the most with the least investment. Cooperation to make money, this was the secret that 99% of reborn cheaters could not understand. As long as he gave up a part of the profits, he would have a group of partners and could earn more money. Why not? The meeting was at the World Financial Center, from 9 to 11 in the morning. Today, Qin Baobao, who was supposed to be the #1 vase to accompany her brother, was not here. She had gone to Beijing, and her concert was in a few days. There were about 30 people in the meeting, all of them big shots. The positions of the companies they were in were at least third or second in command. The smaller companies had big bosses. Qin Zhe received them one by one, exchanging business cards and asking about their well-being. Accompanying him was Su Yu. Nan Man Pei looked at this scene from a distance and said to Wang Zijin with a smile, I have to admit, in terms of business communication, she is more compatible with Qin Zhe than you. Wang Zijin disdainfully curled her lips. Because Su Yu was more talkative, she could talk about industry development and business management with anyone she met. The guests and the host were happy to talk. If she went, would she talk to the other party about the core values of socialism? Or would she talk about her 20 years of controlling people in the military compound? Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly focused and frowned. Who are those two? There was a mother and daughter pair over there. The mother was still charming and had an outstanding temperament, and the daughter was a delicate flower. She looked at Qin Zhe with shyness and a little excitement. Nan Man Pei looked over and said, that woman is called Zhang Aizhen. Her husband is from the National Development and Reform Commission. She is a very capable career woman. The one next to her is her daughter. Then, he glanced at her, Ziki's friend. I heard that she has been pursuing Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin said indifferently, oh. Nan Man Pei sighed, why would such a good girl like Qin Zhe? Wang Zijin glanced at Nan Man Pei unhappily. She was unhappy that he was talking bad about her man. Chen Qingyuan also came with her mother. Zhang Aizhen did not work in the VR industry or online games, but she happened to have time. When she heard that Qin Zhe invited many big shots to a meeting, she came to join in the fun. It was good to expand her network or make some appropriate investments. When Chen Qingyuan heard, she wanted to follow. As soon as she saw Qin Zhe, she could not move her legs. Qin Gu talked about Qin Gu and had endless things to say. Until Siyu frowned and pulled Qin Zhe away, Chen Qingyuan also wanted to follow, but she was pulled back by her mother. Where is the restraint? Where is the restraint of a girl? Zhang Aizhen said unhappily. Mom, restraint is when a man pursues a girl. A girl will be pretentious. Why should a girl be restrained when chasing a man? She is looking for trouble. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. How did I give birth to such a useless daughter? Zhang Aizhen was disappointed. Didn't you say that he is very good? If I can get him, you and Dad will be happy. With such an excellent son-in-law, why do you still need to run around to earn money? That is true, but do you have any hope? Zhang Aizhen sighed. Silly girl, look at how beautiful the woman beside him is. She can kill you with a finger. No matter how beautiful she is older than me. She is an old woman. In another 10 years, she will be old. I will be in my prime. What is there to be afraid of? I have not grown into a mature sister yet. Ziki's friend. She seems to be very interested in me. Qin Zhe explained. No need to explain. She is not your cup of tea. Su whispered, you are a shameful sister complex. I am not a sister complex. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe was weak. If you are not a sister complex, why would you like me? And Wang Zijin. This is called a mature sister complex. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young man came up to them. They looked like a father and son. Boss Qin. The middle-aged man exchanged business cards with Qin Zhe. He was the CEO of Fengting Technology. Fengting Technology was a big company in virtual reality technology. If the shareholders were listed, ordinary people would know them. This is Boss Wang. The middle-aged man introduced the young man. The young man looked at Qin Zhe and smiled. I did not bring my business card. My name is Huang Wei. So they are not father and son. Qin Zhe nodded. Hello, Boss Huang. Thank you for the honor. I like this saying. The most important thing in business is to give face. It is because my friends give me face that I can reach this step. The young man smiled. Boss Qin, do you mind giving me face too? What do you mean? Qin Zhe's smile did not change. I am very interested in virtual reality technology. It is a waste to use it to develop games. The young man said, I will invest 500 million in your Fengting technology. I will take 50% of the shares. Qin Zhe and Siu looked at each other. Where did this hothead come from? You want to invest just because you want to. The young man had a well-hidden domineering aura. Although he was smiling and spoke politely, he gave off a strong self-confidence that said, everyone here is trash. Qin Zhe was no stranger to this aura. He was the same. This was the aura of a hack. Chapter 694. But it's undeniable that Qin Zhe is really attractive to girls, especially those who are inexperienced. Nan Man Pei said. Wang Zijin smiled faintly and said with a hidden meaning, an inexperienced little fox is no threat to me. I'm only afraid of some old witch who has cultivated into a demon. Nan Man Pei smiled. To be honest, I've never been like today. I suddenly admire Qin Zhe very much. If it was Su Yu, she would probably use the same harsh words to refute or pretend not to understand. But in this way, she would be in a disadvantageous position. At most, it would be a tie. But Nan Man Pei's words had the flavor of an elder. Wang Zijin was stunned. Why do you say that? Nan Man Pei, I've seen a lot of rich men, and among them, there are even self-made heroes. In addition to their own talent, they are actually borrowing power. The upper class borrowing power, the lower class borrowing power. The rich men with no power and no influence need to borrow power, and the rich men also need to borrow power. In the end, it's like a rolling snowball. Qin Zhe is talented, and he has you, the extraordinary peacock lady, supporting him. But in my eyes, he's still too independent. In less than 2 years, he has such a large-scale industry and such a strong wealth. It's all because of his incredible talent. In terms of personal ability, he is the best I've ever seen. To be honest, it's impossible to meet a second person like him in this life. But without your Wang family, his future, although bright, can be seen at a glance. But even with your Wang family, it's not enough. This social talent can't solve everything. The more money he earns in the future, the more industries he touches, and the more breakthroughs he has, the more danger he will be in. For example, because a certain bank blocked the bank's way of making money, the bank's mother, the central bank's soft knife to the payment software. He's obviously aware of this problem. Choosing to cooperate with competitors is his attempt, and also a change. Your three companies have actually become a bit bloated today. We have also reached a bottleneck. The biggest problem should be the lack of human resources. At most, we can maintain the current situation. If we want to expand, it will be even more difficult. Wang Zijin nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. Purple Crystal technology was currently extremely lacking in professional teams and outstanding talents. As for the development of teams and talents, it was not enough to poach them. To put it bluntly, they lacked time to consolidate their foundations. Before Qin Zhe started his crazy search for celebrities, Tian Feng already had a weakness in this area. Now, this weakness had been temporarily fixed, but it could not be fixed once and for all. Hence, Tian Feng was actively grooming newcomers. Bao's investment was even worse. The limitations of private placement made it impossible for it to expand wildly. Nan Man Pei continued, choosing to work with them may seem like you're giving up some benefits, but you're actually getting more resources, not only in terms of financial resources and manpower, but also in terms of connections. When everyone's interests are tied together, your connections are also my connections. Qin Zhe only needs to maintain his position as the Wulian Alliance chief and not let himself fall. Compared to the girl who was obsessed with his handsome appearance and talent, Nan Man Pei appreciated the mature and farsighted Qin Zhe more. If a woman longed for a strong man to conquer her, then in Pei Nanman's mind, only a mature and steady man was her ideal partner, not a boy who was jumping on stage and singing, or a boy who was immersed in writing a few new songs without blinking his eyes. Wang Zijin smiled. His growth potential is huge. The man I like is certainly not a fish in a pond. Nan Man Pei thought that it was because of her self-confident and conceited character that she did not see the unusual relationship between Su Yu and Qin Zhe. Conceited women were easily blinded by a single leaf. In the same way, Qin Bao Bao, who always believed that her charm was infinite, was the same. Wang Zijin was a little proud of Nan Man Pei's brainless boasting about her man. She couldn't help but chase after her man's figure. Then she saw the young man who was talking to Qin Zhe. She was stunned at first and looked surprised. She whispered, "Why is that guy here?" Huang Zong is joking. The East is not short of funds. Qin Zhe smiled and declined. If Huang Zong wants to cooperate, then listen to me on stage and we can talk about the details. Huang Wei snorted. 500 million is too little. I can increase the investment. I'm not short of money. The other party's tone was a bit arrogant. What a coincidence, I'm not short of money either. Qin Zhe smiled. What's the use of money? I'm not interested in money. If making money was not to show off, then it was meaningless. Money is really useless. What I really want to invest is not money. You can get something that money can't give you. Huang Wei said, I admire people like Qin Zhe who started from scratch. It hasn't been easy. I'll go to the toilet. Qin Zhe, think about it. After he left, the middle-aged uncle named Zhu Guoguang laughed to ease the atmosphere. He whispered, Qin Zhe, you don't know him, right? He's from Beijing and happened to be in Shanghai on a business trip. I received him and brought him along. As he spoke, he mysteriously whispered a few words in Qin Zhe's ear. After hearing this, Qin Zhe's expression became serious. So it was a second-generation rich kid from Beijing. He was indeed a cheat. In this day and age, it wasn't only the lucky ones who picked up the system that were cheats. There were some people who were born with cheats. An ordinary person's lifetime of hard work was not worth as much as a word from them. Wasn't this cheating? It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be born so well? Putting aside those wastrels who indulged in pleasure and didn't think about making progress, there were two kinds of successful second-generation rich kids. Politics and business. The former were the first-generation rich kids. In fantasy novels, they were the talented eldest sons who had the potential to inherit the family business. The latter were slightly less talented and couldn't climb to the same height as their parents, so they entered the business world. These people were better off than the first-generation rich kids. Because they didn't need to have too much business talent, they could rely on their family connections to enjoy endless resources. Excluding those industries that were monopolized by the country, they could do whatever they wanted in all 360 industries. There were too many indescribable transactions in this industry. It was widely rumored that a second-generation rich kid once bought most of the shares of a big boss in a certain industry. Not long after, Huang Wei returned. His smile was warmer and his expression was more relaxed. "Qin Zhe, what do you think?" Qin Zhe nodded. "No problem, but I want you to invest more." Huang Wei's smile became more relaxed. "Tell me, how much do you want?" "Qin Zhe, 50 billion and I'll sell Dongfeng to you." Huang Wei's smile froze. "Are you kidding?" Qin Zhe laughed. "You don't like to joke." "I don't like it very much." "What a coincidence, I don't like it either." Huang Wei looked straight at Qin Zhe. "You don't know who I am." Qin Zhe retorted. "You definitely don't know who my girlfriend is." "Your girlfriend?" Huang Wei sneered. How would he know who Qin Zhe's girlfriend was? She was just an actress and a businessman. She wasn't worth his attention. If not for the fact that he was interested in Qin Zhe's VR technology, he wouldn't have bothered to know this person. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. "Who's his girlfriend?" "Do you have a problem, Huang Wei?" Looking in the direction of the voice, a beautiful woman in a decent office dress walked over. Her makeup was exquisite, and her oval face was beautiful and dignified. Wang Zijin. Huang Wei was stunned. "My boyfriend. Is there a problem?" Wang Zijin held Qin Zhe's arm and looked straight at Huang Wei. "So that's it." Huang Wei understood. No wonder Qin Zhe had established such a large business at such a young age. He was a hack just like him. The Wang family's white gloves. Long time no see. Huang Wei changed his attitude and greeted with a smile. "N." Wang Zijin nodded coldly. "I won't entertain you. You're not here to talk about cooperation anyway." She pulled Qin Zhe to the side. Zhu Guoguang curiously asked, "Boss Huang, who is this woman?" Huang Wei glanced at him and ignored him. He turned around and left. Since she was from the Wang family, he would let it go this time. "You know him?" Qin Zhe asked in a low voice. "I know him, but we're not close." "If we're close, he'll definitely know that you're my man." Wang Zijin said, "The Huang family can be considered as a family that rose from the ashes. A few years ago, he was just an average second-generation heir. This guy specializes in things like taking over a magpie's nest. He's smart, but it's all just petty tricks. He only knows how to play dirty tricks. If it wasn't for the fact that his father knows how to pick sides, I'd be able to take on 10 of these minions with one hand." Qin Zhe nodded and didn't think too much about it. With Wang Zijin around, he could handle most of the troubles. The meeting began. Qin Zhe slowly walked up the stage under everyone's gaze. He held the microphone and looked around. I'm very happy to have everyone participate in this meeting. I've always believed that cooperation is a win-win situation. Dongfeng Technology is fortunate to have made a major breakthrough in VR technology. I'm very happy to share the core technology with everyone. The 10-minute-long speech was like a news broadcast. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it would not be wrong to brag first. But the real way to cooperate was not to share the core technology. There was no technology investment. Instead, Dongfeng Technology would take the lead and form a production line alliance. Dongfeng Technology would provide the core technology, and other companies would be responsible for the components. It was the same for game development. Everyone would develop games together, and Amethyst Technology would provide the platform. The details of the cooperation would be discussed later. Qin estimated that in this batch of people, or rather in this batch of companies, 1/3 of them would withdraw because of the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. But more companies would choose to cooperate. Even if they couldn't get their hands on the core technology, cooperation was still a win-win situation. Chapter 695. The details of the cooperation were the focus of Qin Zhe and Su Yu's work for the next half a month. Wang Zijin also participated, learning more than helping. The details and outline of the business cooperation were drawn up by Qin Zhe and Su Yu, assisted by more than a dozen senior executives of the cooperating companies, and finally modified by the legal department. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the contract was signed. Peers were not only enemies, but also natural partners. It depended on the size of the market. The prospects of VR technology were very broad. Even if anyone wanted to monopolize it, they couldn't. It was better to share resources and form an alliance. The advantage of this was that if they went overseas in the future, there wouldn't be an awkward situation of being stretched in all aspects. Qin Zhe's current assets and net worth, 10 billion more or less, had no impact at all. The change from a businessman to a business tycoon was a change in mentality. The businessman wanted to make money, while the tycoon wanted to occupy the market. Although Jack Ma blindly talked nonsense all day long, some of his ideas were right. When a businessman reached a certain level, they shouldn't pursue money, but other things, such as influence. Jack Ma's strength was not in money, but in his influence. How many people relied on him to survive, and how many people needed him? When he reached this level, he could gain a certain degree of respect from the higher-ups. On the other hand, no matter how much money someone like Qin Zhe had, if he built a tall building and his building collapsed, it would have almost no impact on society and the people. So a second generation dared to look down on him. If he only thought about making money and didn't increase his influence, he would always be a second-rate businessman. Qin Zhe only understood this recently. He suddenly understood why the system issued a task to form a group. This time, he tied so many companies together. When everyone invested money, the interests began to be tied together. When Qin Zhe encountered some trouble, he would no longer be fighting alone. However, if he met a top second or third generation like Wang Zijin, this network was not enough. Unfortunately, Huang Wei was at the same level as Wang Zijin. It was said that his family was favored. If the other party got the core technology, although Qin Zhe looked down on this kind of basic blueprint, and kicked him out, it wouldn't cause too much loss and social impact. So tired. When it was time to rest, Siyu stretched her slender waist and said, "Wang Zijin, pour me a glass of water." Wang Zijin didn't even bother with her. "I'll help you," Qin Zhe said immediately. "It's none of your business. You're the boss, not a lackey." Wang Zijin glared at him. "I just wanted to pour a glass of water for Sister Ziwei." Qin Zhe ran to the water dispenser and poured 3 glasses of water. Suyu said with a straight face, "No." His tone sounded a little unhappy. "It's sweet." Wang Zijin took a sip and argued. Chinze sighed. He wondered if he could really sit still and watch the harem fight with each other. Could it be that he was trying to curry favor from all sides, only to end up in an awkward situation? He quickly changed the topic. Suyu, after the domestic sales stabilize, I'm going to sell the game blindfolds to Japan. Do you have any experience in finding an agent company? Suyu, no, but I can entrust others. Why are you in such a hurry to open up the Japanese market? I don't know if they welcome this kind of game machine. Of course, they will. I've tried it myself. It's very exciting. Although I can't wait to hold all the Japanese money in my arms, I still choose to cooperate with the Japanese in the end. First, there is no energy and manpower to open up the Japanese market. Second, if there are troubles, there are Japanese to help solve it, killing two birds with one stone. Next, as long as the system's obscene gong game is made, he can make a wave of fast money in Japan. It's a rare weekend, and the things at hand are basically done. Suyu felt exhausted and was too lazy to pester Chinze. She was going to sleep at home on the weekend. Wang Zijin originally wanted to stay at home, but when she was free, she suddenly remembered that Chinze's birthday was celebrated in the United States this year. As his girlfriend, she didn't celebrate his birthday with him. So Wang Zijin proposed to go out. Women seem to pay special attention to birthdays and are eager for someone to surprise them on their birthday. It stems from their vanity. Oh, women. Men don't care much about things like birthdays. Inviting good buddies for a meal is the limit. Those who are shy and their money can't afford a meal. Chinze said, "What's the point of going out? Isn't it the same at home? My sister is not at home. Even if we dance in the waves like seaweed, no one will care." While having fun, they can also shout, "Fuck, fuck," but Wang Zijin didn't care and wanted to go out. Shopping, eating, buying gifts, watching movies. It's called a celebration, but it's actually a date. At most, she bought a tie for Chinze. After watching the movie, it's 4:00 in the afternoon. They rode a shared bike and strolled around Lujiazui. Chinze wore a mask and sunglasses, so no one could recognize him. He followed Wang Zijin and watched her ride the bike. Her waist twisted and turned, like a weak willow in the wind, and her hair flew in the wind. Wang Zijin rode the bike to the side of the Huangpu River and parked it by the roadside. She rubbed her frozen little hands and rubbed her red nose, saying, "Let's go for some fresh air." Are you stupid? It's so cold and you still want to go to the river. Chinze held her two little hands in the palm of his hand, blew a breath of hot air, and rubbed them. Your hands are so cold. They can't even warm up. Are you cold? Yes. Wang Zijin enjoyed her boyfriend's love and pecked his head hard. Pfft. Wang Zijin hurriedly withdrew her little hands. She was so angry that she laughed and chased after him. You're almost worth hundreds of billions. You're not serious at all. Wow, you're starting to dislike me. When they reached the side of the Huangpu River, Chinze turned around and opened his arms. Wang Zijin happened to bump into his arms and let out a moan. She leaned into Chinze's arms and looked at the muddy water of the river. Boats passed by slowly, and her literary personality flared up. "Ha, I cut the river with my sword. Everyone respected me, but I didn't expect to meet a punk like you. My reputation was ruined overnight. I had no choice but to hide my sword deep in the mountains. From now on, I'll wash my hands and make soup." Chinze said, "Bah, you don't even know how to do it." Wang Zijin hit him and stared at him. Suddenly, she laughed. Wang Zijin was a person who couldn't stand noise and cold war. Her heart was as fragile as a child's. Every time someone quarreled with her, she would be upset and become irritable. Gentle gentlemen had no market for her. Although this punk was often flirtatious, she was happy to be with him and would laugh for no reason. She hugged his strong waist tightly and said softly, "Ace, you have to be good to me for the rest of my life." I should be humming a song at this time, Chinze thought. He looked around and secretly took off his mask. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. It was cold and had a faint fragrance. He could make Wang Zijin cry until dawn. "Let's find a hotel," Wang Zijin said subconsciously as they stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. "Sister isn't at home today," Chinze said blankly. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Yes, Ying isn't at home. Why am I scared? Since when did I have the psychological trauma of going to a hotel to have sex?" Wang Zijin felt sad for her real girlfriend and almost cried. The next day was the weekend. Wang Zijin got up at noon with 2 dark circles under her eyes. When she woke up, the room was empty. She put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Chinze was arranging the food. Hearing the movement, he looked up and said, "I was about to call you. The food in the hotel is good. After eating, take a shower and let's go home." Wang Zijin murmured, "I'm tired. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep." If Suyu was here, he would definitely empathize with her words and wipe away his bitter tears. Wang Zijin secretly checked the internet about her boyfriend's masculinity. Most of them said that young people were like that. After a long time, their kidneys were insufficient and their stamina would naturally weaken. But Wang Zijin found that her experience was completely different from the situation on the internet. To sum up, most of the phenomena were that young people were angry and wanted to do something. They relied on quantity to win. Her man was not like this. Her man was Chinze. "Ouch, my waist. Don't sleep. The more you sleep, the more tired you will be." Chinze waved his hand. "The food will get cold if you don't eat." Wang Zijin sat at the table sullenly and still had no appetite. Chinze joked, "It doesn't help. To be honest, I only used 50% of my strength last night." "You still say that?" Wang Zijin hit him on the head with chopsticks angrily. She had to admit that she was lucky to have only one man in her life. "Are you sick? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Wang Zijin said gloomily. "Damn it. Have you heard of such a disease?" Chinze said angrily, "This is a gift." Wang Zijin leaned on the table and moaned, "How can you be like this? I can't stand it." Chinze was enraptured. "Call me Dad. Call me Dad and I will be merciful next time." Wang Zijin squinted at him. "Do you have a lot of goddaughters? Whose godfather have you been?" Chinze waved his hand. No, I like daughters. But I can't do goddaughters. I'm not a beast." Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to tear him apart. Even a little tramp has its disadvantages. You can never beat him. Chapter 696. After the meal, Wang Zijin dragged her tired body and took a taxi back home. As expected, she didn't fall asleep immediately, so she lost the best time to sleep. She sat in the back with her head tilted on Chinze's shoulder. She felt tired and wanted to sleep, but she couldn't. So she took out her phone to check the news, WeChat, and Weibo. Chinze was wearing a mask, but he didn't bring his sunglasses. He put them in his pocket and looked at the scenery outside the window with an indifferent expression. He didn't look tired at all. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and quietly bit him on the shoulder. She lowered her head and scrolled through WeChat again. Her WeChat was filled with selfies of cute girls, as well as photos of Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall, Fragrant Hill, and other scenery. The concert was about to start, but she still had the mood to play around. The boss was indeed evil. The employees worked themselves to death, but she went on a sightseeing tour. The caption was very naughty, "It's a pity that brother isn't here." The photo is missing a handsome guy who matches sister. Another caption, "This is the home of the wolf in the house. It's full of evil and sinister aura. Wolf in the house my ass. Did I eat your food? Did I steal your man? Seems like. Yes." Wang Zijin felt guilty and exited WeChat. "If you want to steal my man, so be it. Don't expect me to return him to you. No way." She opened Weibo and habitually browsed the headlines in hot news. A completely unexpected news shocked the netizens and Wang Zijin. Title: The True Face of Qin Zhe's Girlfriend. There were 4 candid photos. One was of Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe kissing by the Huangpu River. The angle of the photo was behind them, so only the side of their faces could be seen. But it was enough. It was enough to recognize them. Another was a photo of them strolling on the street. In the photo, Qin Zhe was wearing an eye mask and sunglasses. Another was a photo of Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe eating. The candid photographer took the photo through the glass wall of the private room from the roadside. This was real. Their faces were clear. The last photo was of Wang Zijin and wearing sunglasses and an eye mask entering the hotel. A bolt from the blue. Wang Zijin's small hand that was holding the phone couldn't help but tremble slightly. She and Qin Zhe had neglected one thing. Usually, when they opened a hotel room, they would enter one after the other and never in pairs. Sometimes the interval was more than 10 minutes, sometimes even half an hour. Because Qin Baobao was not in Shanghai, the two of them were a little arrogant. There was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. 100 plans could lead to a careless mistake. "Mother, who is this woman? Kill her." "No, no, my husband only loves me. He doesn't have a girlfriend." Sob, 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 please don't expose it. Who can expose this woman? I'm going to tear her apart on the streets. F***ck, I've liked you for more than a year. How can you find a girlfriend just like that? Are you worthy of me? I burst into tears instantly. I'm crying. It's already the end of the year, and you still want to hurt me like this? Are we still going to celebrate the new year? The saddest thing of the year. F***ck, I've lost my passion to live in an instant. The comments on Weibo were the real explosion. This Weibo post was posted at 10 in the morning. 3 hours later, it had been forwarded more than 999 times and left more than 30,000 comments. In the comments, there were not only scolding and crying. There were also people who praised her for her beauty. However, they were all men, so most of the people who said that they were making things difficult for women were women. Then there were clapping and cheering, saying that Qin Zhe finally has a girlfriend. My girlfriend can also give up. These comments were often filled with bitterness. Wang Zijin slowly raised her head from the comments. She raised her round chin and looked at Qin Zhe, panicking. A's. Qin Zhe retracted his gaze and looked at her with a smile. I have something to tell you. It's nothing, big. Wang Zijin looked as calm as an old dog, but she was panicking inside. What's the matter? Qin Zhe, who was in the dark, asked. Wang Zijin looked at him sadly. She did not speak and handed him the phone. Qin Zhe took it blankly and glanced at it. With just one glance, he was stunned. There were too many words to describe his state of mind at this time. 5 thunders, scalp tingling, a bolt from the blue. Qin Zhe thought about telling the truth. He regarded this as a problem that he had to face this year, but his laziness made him put it off again and again. If it was not urgent, he would not be in a hurry. He felt that he still had a chance to develop wretchedly. But the reality was always like this. From time to time, it would give you a hard time and then ask you, "Are you surprised? Are you excited?" He had always been paying attention to the trysts between Su Yu and Wang Zijin. The profession of a paparazzi was pervasive. If he was not careful, he would be secretly photographed by him. There were so many examples of his predecessors. But now he understood that nothing could be hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before it was exposed. He did not neglect it this time, but there would always be times in the future. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that even a wise man would be wet once in a while? No, it's okay. There's no fire in the world that can't be wrapped up, and there's no wall that the wind can pass through, Qin Zhe said calmly. Wang Zijin looked at him silently, nodded slowly, and buried her head in his arms. She knew that Qin Zhe was actually panicking. He was so panicked that he was out of his wits and his mind was about to explode. His calmness was fake. You could not believe that a person who would say, "There's no fire that can't be wrapped up," and "There's no wall that the wind can pass through," was as calm as an old dog. But he did not realize it himself. 8 p.m., Beijing, Kowloon Stadium. The last stop of Qin Baobao's national tour was Beijing. In fact, it was not called a national tour. It just went to the first-tier cities in the country. Qin Baobao could not bear to go to all the important cities in the country. Holding a concert was not an easy thing. From the preparation to the opening, not only the staff was tired, but the stars were also tired. Just singing for 2 hours straight was torturous enough. If it wasn't for the sake of making money or fame, there really wasn't a need to hold concerts so often. So, Qin Zhe let her follow the company's plan from the beginning to the end. As a woman who was not career-minded and could live a happy life with her brother, it was not easy for her to work hard to get to where she was today. It was hard to say who was the one who was the bad guy. Qin Zhe was not unique to the salted fish character, and so was his sister. It was just that her excellence often made people ignore her nature of not wanting to improve. Qin Baobao herself also thought that it was good. Being too outstanding was not necessarily a good thing. It would only pull the distance between her and Qin Zhe further and further. But when the salted fish suddenly became outstanding, the person who was left behind was her. Qin Baobao rode the small Maofeng and chased after her brother's sports car. She did not fall behind too much. The concert opened at 8:30. Qin Baobao wore a gorgeous off-the-shoulder dress and sat in front of the dressing mirror. Any makeup artist played with her gorgeous and charming face. The makeup artist put in a lot of effort to make her seductive temperament more obvious. No matter how beautiful a woman was, the difference between wearing makeup and not wearing makeup was still very big. Plain white face, seductive eyeshadow, flaming red lips, long and curly eyelashes, and his sister's naturally sharp face. Looking at the woman in the mirror, she could play any role of a vixen. 2 female assistants looked at her from the side and praised, "Boss Qin is so beautiful. If I were a man, I would definitely pursue you." The other said, "It seems like Boss Qin lacks a man. There are many men pursuing Boss Qin. Don't make a fool of yourself." Yes, yes. Even if I become a man, I can't get Boss Qin. As a woman, I could have counted on a prince charming like Qin Zhe, but now I can't count on it. But Qin Zhe's girlfriend is so beautiful. Qin Baobao, who was too busy today and almost didn't touch her mobile phone, rolled her eyes and said, "Where did his girlfriend come from? Did you see any gossip news again?" The 2 assistants looked at each other and kept silent awkwardly. Yes, Qin Zhe didn't admit it. Must she be his girlfriend when she went in and out of the hotel? Maybe she was a female model, a goddaughter or something. It didn't seem very good to gossip about her brother in front of his sister. Still, the makeup artist was stubborn and asked curiously, "Isn't the one on the internet Qin Zhe's girlfriend?" Qin Baobao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple, on the internet. The makeup artist concentrated on fixing her makeup. Yes, it was exposed this morning. Weibo exploded. Boss Qin, don't you know? Qin Bao Bao's heart sank, and she turned to ask the assistant for her mobile phone. Could it be that Qin Zhe and the housebreaker were secretly photographed when they went out shopping? It could also be Su Yu. But it doesn't matter. A's won't fall in love behind my back. Guessing in her heart, she had to take a look to be at ease. She took the mobile phone handed by the assistant and opened Weibo. Without searching, she could directly see the hot Weibo in the hot topics. 4 pictures, each with a knife, stabbed Qin Bao Bao's heart fiercely. Boom! There seemed to be thunder in her mind, and Qin Bao Bao's eyes turned black. Chapter 697. The moment Qin Bao saw the photo, her heart stopped beating. In the past, there were often exposés in the gossip news. The editor would insist on who was Qin Zhe's girlfriend and who was Qin Bao Bao's boyfriend. It was so clear and reasonable that Qin Bao Bao wondered if she had really unintentionally dated a huge number of boyfriends. Occasionally, Su Yu and Wang Zijin would accidentally appear in the photo. Because they were with Qin Zhe, they were suspected of being his girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao never cared because those long-distance photos were not credible. They didn't even hold hands. How could the editor say that they were dating? She would occasionally follow the trend and say, "Editor, your mother exploded." This time, they didn't hold hands. They kissed directly. There was also a photo of them entering the hotel hand in hand. This was irrefutable evidence. Qin Bao Bao imagined countless times that her brother was lonely and went out to find a girlfriend. She prevented Qin Zhe from taking in a goddaughter, but she didn't allow him to have a girlfriend. In fact, she had a bottom line in her heart. If he really wanted to play with her, as long as he didn't let her know, she would at most turn a blind eye. But it was absolutely impossible to have a girlfriend. But she knew that this was not a long-term solution. People had to grow up. They couldn't escape the fate of marriage and children. How long could they be frozen like this? Before returning from America, Qin Bao Bao refused to plan for the future because she felt that the future was shrouded in a layer of fog and full of rugged roads. Maybe in a few years, when she was sensible or tired, she would let go of her obsession and find a man who was not bad to marry. People had to mature after all. But deep in her heart, she hoped that the salted fish would disregard everything and step on the colorful clouds to find her. After returning from America, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the future might be rugged and difficult, but the fog that shrouded it had dissipated. We have hoped to hold hands together, even if we stagger. Giving you a sweet date and then giving you a slap. Reality seemed to like to play this trick. It wasn't just a slap, it was a wake-up call. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe had feelings for each other. Qin Bao Bao was not stupid. She could actually sense it, but she was too confident. She was confident in her charm, confident that she could control the wolf in the room, and even more confident that Qin Zhe could control himself. But she didn't know how scary it was when an adolescent man went crazy. He was like a wolf, a tiger, a leopard, and a swallow in a plane. He would lie down on the ground and *ck the ants. Day cockroaches, day wasps, day worms that crawl into holes. A hole in the door, and a pit in the ground. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and held her breath. The conversation between the assistant and the makeup artist, as well as the faint movement outside the door, gradually became inaudible and left her. Then, the world fell into a despairing silence. President Qin, President Qin. Qin Bao Bao was woken up by his assistants. The 2 assistants stood beside him, looking panicked. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Bao Bao looked at them blankly, like a lifeless paper flower. "You look like you were having difficulty breathing just now. Do you want to go to the hospital?" the assistant asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and said in a very low and weak voice, "Buy me a plane ticket. I'm going back to Shanghai tonight." Back to Shanghai. The assistants were stunned. Even the makeup artist was dumbfounded. The concert was about to start, and now she was going back to Shanghai. The assistant kindly reminded her, "President Qin, if you're not feeling well, you can postpone the concert. Why don't you go to the hospital? Why do you want to go back to Shanghai?" Clang, Qin Bao Bao swept all the makeup on the table to the floor like a furious female leopard. "Since when did I need you to teach me how to do things? Get out, now." Qin Bao Bao, who was known for being approachable in the entertainment industry, suddenly exploded. The assistants were caught off guard and didn't dare to breathe loudly, including the makeup artist. They should be thankful that their boss didn't put on airs and had a bad temper. If it had been someone with a bad temper, they wouldn't even have had the chance to write a resignation letter. The three of them looked at each other for a moment and quietly left the dressing room. Qin Bao Bao held onto the dressing table and stared blankly at herself in the mirror. She thought to herself, "I can't cry, I can't cry, I can't cry here." However, the sadness that flowed like a river carried with it an irresistible force. It easily destroyed her strength and invaded her tear ducts. Qin Bao Bao slowly slid down the dressing table and sat on the floor hugging her knees with tears streaming down her face. After a while, a few concert managers heard the news and came over. "What's going on? Why does she want to go back to Shanghai?" The two assistants said innocently, "I don't know." She suddenly exploded. "What do you mean exploded?" The manager said unhappily, "Speak clearly. What happened to her just now?" The assistant said, "She was fine just now. We were chatting when she suddenly looked very uncomfortable. We suggested that she go to the hospital, but she wanted to go back to Shanghai. Then she chased us out." The other assistant added, "Boss Qin looked very scary just now. I've never seen her like this before." The two of them would never have thought that the news would cause Qin Bao Bao to explode. To them, the news about Qin Zhe was just gossip. So, while they were chatting, Qin Bao Bao suddenly exploded. Both of their faces were filled with question marks. One of the managers leaned close to the door and listened carefully. There was a faint sobbing sound coming from inside. The concert was about to start. The singer suddenly threw away the burden, especially a top singer like Qin Bao Bao, the queen of popularity, would definitely cause a national sensation. If an ordinary star, no matter how famous, dared to do this, the entertainment company would immediately let him know who the boss was. However, Qin Bao Bao was the one who threw away the burden. Qin Bao Bao was not an ordinary star. She was the father of everyone present. "Oh, no, mother of everyone present." The other manager approached and raised his hand to knock on the door. He was stopped by his colleague who was eavesdropping. The latter shook his head with a serious expression and asked the assistant, "Help her buy a plane ticket." "Why buy a plane ticket? Get out of the way. I'll talk to Boss Qin." "What about the concert?" "It's hard to explain to the audience how big the loss is." That person said angrily, "What's there to talk about? Not letting you in is for your own good. After talking, I'll let you go home and farm." After a pause, he continued, "Just tell the audience that Qin Bao Bao suddenly had a physical condition and was sent to the hospital. The concert is cancelled. Change the refund to the money and change the compensation to compensation. Then, the two of you help her buy a plane ticket." He guessed that Qin Bao Bao must have encountered something sad, family matters, or something else. Who would dare to go in at a time like this? Did they think that the salary was too low and they didn't want it anymore? Tonight, Qin Zhe could not sleep. He was as steady as an old dog in front of Wang Zijin. In fact, his legs were soft, but a man couldn't show his weak side in front of his woman. He had to pretend to be more stable than an old dog. They kissed by the Huangpu River and entered the hotel hand in hand. In the face of facts, Allmouthy King's verbal skills were useless. This was why he didn't dare to call his sister. She wasn't stupid. Even if you had a glib tongue and could make Siyu weak, it wouldn't help at this time. But his strong desire to survive told him that this was wrong and he should do something. So he was in a dilemma and couldn't sleep. He wanted to turn off his phone, but he didn't dare to. He looked at his phone every 10 minutes, but he didn't receive a call from his sister. His sister's unexpected silence showed that everything was slipping into an irreversible abyss. Half a day after Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was exposed on the internet, his phone kept ringing. There were university classmates gossiping and even at him. They really didn't know what was good for them. One had to know that the salted fish boss could now rush into the University of Finance and Economics at any time. How dare they touch his sore spot in front of him? Then there were the blessings from some of the company's artists. Blessings my ass, boss, I don't know if I can live until the new year. Then there was the old man, who sent a short message saying, "It's good that it was exposed. It's time for you to make a choice. It's not good to drag on emotional matters. It will delay them. No matter what you choose, you have to give an explanation to the other party." Dad, I'm now thinking about how to give an explanation to your daughter. His mother loved him the most. She called happily and her words were full of joy. She probably felt that her son and daughter were finally together and successfully solved a problem. Qin Zhe could only be the son of the Qin family, and not some other strange thing. Qin Zhe was very sad about his mother's happy expression. To some extent, it was even more panicked than when his sister came back with a 50-meter knife. When a card was laid out, it was like a domino effect, and all the cards would be exposed in broad daylight. His mother's flag. At 1:00 in the morning, Qin Zhe couldn't sleep. After thinking about it, he got up and went out. He gently knocked on Wang Zijin's door. "Sister Siwei, are you asleep?" There was no response, but a few seconds later, the door opened. Sister Ziwei's haggard goose face shook her head silently. "I knew you weren't asleep, so I came to keep you company," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin pushed him out of the door and said in a tired voice, "Don't come in. I'm annoyed." The door closed, and Qin Zhe stood at the door miserably. Wang Zijin leaned against the door and rubbed her temples. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air in frustration. She was thinking about how to tell Qin Bao that she had a lot of ideas and had started preparing last year. When Qin Bao came back, she was going to use her flexible tongue to convince Qin Bao. From the day until now, Wang Zijin had been deducing the negotiation process in her mind. She guessed Qin Bao's various reactions, how she should deal with it, and how to subdue her. The worst-case scenario was that her best friends turned against each other. It was not worth it to fall out with Qin Bao over a man, so she had to avoid this situation. At this time, if Wang Zijin had a universe calculation system, she would be safe. Qin Zhe, who obviously had a cheating device, was in a mess at this time. He smoked in the room and then went to the living room to smoke. At this time, a phone call came in. Qin Zhe was shocked and quickly reached for his mobile phone. After holding the phone, he paused, took a deep breath, and took it out. "Caller, Nan Man Pei." Damn it. Qin Zhe wanted to take out his 18 centimeters and teach this young woman how to be a woman. He answered the phone and said angrily, "Just say it." Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. "Su Yu is drinking here." Qin Zhe, and then? Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Aren't you her man? She's drinking, and you say then. Can't you come over and comfort her? TSK, every one of them is worry-free." Qin Zhe said tiredly, Okay, I'll come over right away." In the room deep in the corridor, Wang Zijin was imagining the battle scene and gradually became sleepy. She didn't sleep much last night and consumed a lot of energy. She had bags under her eyes and her oval-shaped face looked particularly haggard. At the moment when she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang and pulled her back to reality. She took out her mobile phone from under the pillow and glanced at the caller. Suddenly, she was awake as if cold water had been poured on her head. It was a crying monster. Chapter 698. Wang Zijin suddenly sat up. The first thing that rose in her heart was not her fighting spirit, but panic. She did not know why she felt so guilty. She was the one who should be strong. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and answered the phone. Zijin, let's talk. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bao Bao said straightforwardly. Wang Zijin was very good at reading people's minds, but at this moment, she could not detect the emotional fluctuations in Qin Bao Bao's voice. It was very steady, very calm, and revealed a sense of determination. Okay. Wang Zijin said in her heart. I also want to talk to you. You have to come sooner or later. I will help you cure your psychological illness. So she said, when you return to Shanghai, I'm already back. Qin Bao Bao interrupted. Wang Zijin was on guard. At the airport. Qin Bao Bao, on the highway. Let's meet at home. Our old home. She paused for a moment, and finally there was a fluctuation in her voice, with a hint of sobbing and sadness. Don't let him come. The call ended here. There was no crying or abuse. Wang Zijin knew that this was the calm before the storm. The old home she mentioned was the 80 square meter small house, which actually carried many sweet and warm memories of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin got dressed, washed her face in the bathroom, and pulled herself together to go to the living room. Qin Zhe just hung up the phone and looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment. Your sister called me. Qin Zhe stood up. What did she say? Wang Zijin stared at him silently for a moment and said, she came back, to talk to me. Qin Zhe said without thinking, I'll go with you. Don't go. Wang Zijin shook her head and said in a low voice, some things are not suitable for you to say. I guess she's in a bad mood now. You'll only aggravate her emotions if you go. Leave it to me. This was a solo match between women. Men shouldn't talk nonsense at the side. At this point, everyone understood. Wang Zijin was just short of saying that her sister had a younger brother complex and that she would be responsible for ending it. Qin Zhe was not in the mood to hide. He knew that things were not over yet. He would either be killed 3 times by the old man or be killed by his sister. He no longer had the opportunity to develop wretchedly. His mother was even more pitiful. She was the dragon in the canyon. After a few seconds of silence, he said, all right, give me a call if there's anything. I'll be there right away. Oh right, what's the address? Wang Zijin said helplessly, don't try to get information out of me at this time. Am I that stupid? Qin Zhe said hesitantly, can you really do it? Wang Zijin patted her not-so-plump C-cup gently. Believe me, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After tonight, your sister will obediently go home with me and be reborn. After that, she picked up the car key on the coffee table, changed her shoes at the entrance, and went out. Qin Zhe caught up with her and stood at the door. Looking at Sister Ziwei's back, he was in a trance for a moment. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that Sister Ziwei was like an old general on the stage, with flags all over her body. Ding! The elevator arrived. Wang Zijin entered the car and took the elevator to the basement floor. After she left, Qin Zhe also found a car key and went out. He was going to Nan Man Pei's house to appease Su Yu, who was said to have kicked off her high heels and danced on the balcony. Suyu was a person who had read half of the script. She had already seen his relationship with Wang Zijin, but even if she was an open-minded woman, when she saw those pictures of her beloved man entering and leaving the hotel with other women, she couldn't be calm. It was good to drink alone, it showed that she knew how to vent. Qinze would be distressed and worried if she kept it in her heart. In addition, he had to lay his cards on the table with Suyu again. After all, he only read half of the script. These cards were really one after another. He didn't know if he could survive after laying his cards on the table. TSK, human emotions are complicated because they are changeable. Thinking is a kind of brain chemical reaction. It is always reacting, so people's feelings and thoughts are changing all the time. The system sighed. Are you making sarcastic remarks? Damn low. If you work harder, I'm now Long Outyan, with 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Qinze walked out of the car and saw the black Lamborghini. He raised his hand and pressed the lock. With a beep, the supercar was ready to welcome him in. It's really an unscrupulous host who picks up the chopsticks to eat meat and puts down the chopsticks to curse. The system said, but no matter how your human thinking changes, in fact, the essence remains the same. I've checked Long Outyan. If there is such a person in the world, then he must be a fickle and selfish scum. His so-called fickle but not fickle is actually just treating women as a tool for pleasure. We are always interested in the things we love, and we will even love it, but we will not really respect it. At any time, there will be another better tool to replace it, or the two can play together, just like the mobile phone. People should not consider the feelings of the mobile phone and choose not to change the mobile phone. I'm not looking down on scum. It makes no difference to me whether a scum is a hero. The talent and wealth you have now, aren't you a Long Outyan? But you can't become the real Long Outyan. You will never be that kind of person because of your thinking. But you also have the bad habits that 99% of men have. People can't love only one person in their life, otherwise there won't be so many exes. You're just lucky to grasp those loves at the same time. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Qinze started the car. The Lamborghini's motor roared as it sped out of the underground parking lot. If you suddenly came back to life just to talk about human nature with me, then please die. Actually, I'm not talking nonsense. I detected an extremely strong desire in the depths of your heart. But when I wanted to give you a mission, I didn't know how to give it out reasonably. Qinze was stunned. What do you mean? The system said, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. The desire is very strong, but I don't know how to give out a reasonable and complete mission. Qinze said, I still don't understand. What desire? The system said, a strong desire to live. Qinze was speechless. The system said, your life is not in danger, so why do you have such a strong desire to live? No matter how smart an intelligent system is, it can't completely understand a person's thinking, because it is an indefinite and constantly changing chemical reaction. Strange, strange. Qinze said, you've finally exposed the fact that you're low. A real cheat system, can't you read a human's thinking in seconds? However, the system ignored him. Half an hour later, he arrived at Nan Man Pei's house. He pressed the doorbell a few times. The one who opened the door was Li Donglai, who stayed up late playing games. Pei Ziki was still a high school student, so she was already asleep. In the villa, Nan Man Pei's room was still lit up. The window was open, and Su Yu's noise could be heard faintly. Qin Gu, you're here. Li Donglai looked at him with a gaze similar to, brother funny. Qinze was irritated and kicked him, look at your sister. Li Donglai followed up with a mischievous tone, do you want to look at my sister? She's sleeping in her room wearing suspenders. When Qinze lifted his foot, he had already turned and fled. His desire to survive was quite strong. It was good that Chingu was here. Suyu's aunt was crying at home, so he couldn't concentrate on playing games. Also, he himself said that he would try his best to raise his pants for money, but he was trapped in a love triangle. Li Donglai also saw the news on the internet. On the second floor, Nan Man Pei's room was unlocked. He opened the door and saw the living room in a mess. It was full of paper towels, empty wine bottles, and some side dishes. In addition, Nan Man Pei's cherished ceramic teapot was broken. There was no one in the living room. Suyu was on the balcony. He entered the room and saw Suyu on the balcony holding an empty wine bottle in one hand and waving the other. She was shouting incoherently, "Wang Zijin, that little bitch, one slap at a time, and then sneak her out the window." She waved her small hand vigorously. "See? Sneak out like this." Nan Man Pei sat cross-legged on the floor of the balcony. She was barefoot and her hair was a little messy. She didn't have the slightest Buddhist aura. It was probably because she had been tortured miserably. Seeing Qin Zhe come over, Pei Nan Man, who prided herself on being calm in the face of trouble, felt a kind of joy after the bitterness was over. Immediately after, she became even more furious. She stood up and sent a flying kick. Qin Zhe held Nan Man Pei's foot with one hand and her waist with the other. He threw Nan Man Pei on the bed a few meters away. She had no power to fight back. He walked into the balcony, took the bottle from Suyu's hand, and said softly, "You, her?" Suyu stared at him and suddenly said, "Oh, you came to pick up Wang Zijin. I threw her out the window. I don't know if she's dead or not." Qin Zhe was speechless. "She's fine," Qin Zhe hugged her, "but you're going to be in trouble." "How much did you drink?" Nan Man Pei lay on the bed and sneered, "How much do you think I drank from night to now? My toilet is almost flooded with her vomit." She was so tired. She couldn't even hold a move. "Why do I have to clean up your mess? Look at my room. What's wrong with it?" Nan Man Pei said angrily. Qin Zhe comforted Suyu and apologized to her. But the one in his arms was still restless. She shouted, "She's okay. That won't do. You pick her up. I'll throw her out again. She'll die." Qin Zhe held back his twitching face and knocked Suyu out with a knife. Suyu moaned and softened in his arms. Seeing this, Nan Man Pei was furious. "You should be gentle. I can't bear to hit her." She looked for Qin Zhe to appease Suyu. She couldn't bear to do such a thing as a one-hand knife. Otherwise, what did she want him to do? Sleeping is her best choice. Qin Zhe looked at Suyu's face with pity. "Let's settle her down with you tonight." He helped Suyu to the guest room, helped her take off her clothes, covered her with a quilt, turned off the light and closed the door. Then he carefully and patiently helped Nan Man Pei clean the room. He threw the wine bottles, paper towels, and broken teapot porcelain pieces into the black garbage bag. Then he put the pillow back on the sofa. Finally, he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the toilet that smelled sour and alcohol. During the whole process, Nan Man Pei stood aside to supervise, arms crossed, and said nothing. "And then, do you want to go back?" Nan Man Pei sneered, "After all, you have a real girlfriend at home. You sneaked out. If you're found, do you want to kneel on the washboard?" The washboard is a joke from hundreds of years ago. "Sister man, your vocabulary is the same as your age, old and low," Qin Zhe said sarcastically. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows, and her jade-like face was murderous. "You're looking for death. You can't beat me." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Before she could explode, he sighed and waved his hand. "Sister Zine is going to kill first. I came here to farm for a while. Later, I'm going to kill someone. There's no rush." Let me have a smoke. Nan Man Pei frowned. What's wrong with you? Qin Zhe didn't answer. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, exhaled, and said, Sister Man, remember the story of the little boy I told you the other day? Nan Man Pei was silent. Su Yu fell asleep. I wanted to tell her, but you can be a listener. Qin Zhe looked up at the ceiling, and his pupils gradually spread out. Now I can tell you another story. After Sister Ziwei killed someone, this matter would not just be a secret between him and his sister. It didn't matter if he told her, and he didn't have to be so tired anymore. Chapter 699. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the street lamps illuminated the wide highway. Wang Zijin was driving a red BMW on the highway. Her eyes were looking straight ahead, and the focus in her pupils would occasionally disperse and contract. She seemed to have a lot on her mind, but in fact, she was deducing the battle situation in her mind. Should she show a strong side or should she be gentle? The answer was the latter. Like her brother, Ying Monster was soft but not hard. But when it came to love, it was not a good thing to be too soft. When it was time to be hard, she still had to be hard. So she would adapt to the situation later. Wang Zijin felt that she was an undefeated general who was going to the battlefield alone. In fact, she had always been an undefeated general in this aspect since she was a child. Love was a battlefield for any woman, and every woman had to have the awareness and determination to guard their love. After getting off the highway, it would take another 10 minutes to reach the nest. When Wang Zijin was passing through the traffic lights, she almost collided with a Volkswagen on the side. Fortunately, both parties reacted quickly and braked. The window of the Volkswagen's driver's seat was lowered, and the driver stuck his head out and scolded her. Wang Zijin looked up and found that it was already a red light. She had unknowingly run a red light. She patted her face and pulled herself together. Ignoring the driver's chatter, she turned the steering wheel wildly, bypassed the Volkswagen, and drove away. Driving into the community, she turned on the roof light, pulled down the mirror of the visor, and tied her long black hair with curly ends into a ponytail. Wang Zijin usually did not tie a ponytail, because Qin Zhe said that a ponytail would make her face look big. Although it was a joke, she took it to heart. But a ponytail would add a concise and capable temperament to her, making her look strong. After doing all this, Wang Zijin slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, driving away all the negative emotions. She turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and locked the car door in one go. She strode towards the residential building. Her back looked like a female general heading to the battlefield alone. Pushing open the familiar door, the living room was brightly lit. Qin Bao Bao was standing by the window, silently overlooking the city full of lights. If Wang Zijin's back view was that of a general marching into the battlefield with determination, then she was that of a lost queen, lonely and desolate. Wang Zijin paused and looked at her silently. Qin Bao Bao gazed at the night scenery while she looked at Qin Bao's back. In Wang Zijin's mind, Qin Zhe's song, Don't Talk, suddenly appeared. There was a line in the song that was very appropriate for the situation. If you want, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. In such an atmosphere, she suddenly realized that all the lines she had prepared did not seem to be suitable for opening remarks. In this silent stage play, she felt somewhat depressed and inexplicably sad. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao turned around and smiled. You're here. Her smile was the same as before, but Wang Zijin could sense the emotions hidden deep within. As if there was a needle gently pricking Wang Zijin's heart, she nodded silently. Qin Bao Bao walked to the sofa, sat down, looked around, and whispered, I still think this place is good. It's not big, but it's warm. There's only a wall between me and him. When I'm hungry at night, he can hear me when I shout. When he first moved in, I often couldn't sleep. If I wanted to watch a movie in the middle of the night, no one would accompany me, so I just shouted. Shouting once was enough. No matter how reluctant he was, he would come over. But why is it that as the house gets bigger and richer, the distance between him and me starts to get farther and farther? I thought about it for a long time and figured it out. At that time, he and I were like this house, not big, but pure and simple. We didn't have so many things between us: money, fame, the company, and you. Looking at it now, do you think this place is very small? Her gaze swept across the living room. But the three of us would stay in this living room every night after dinner. You watch movies, he does mathematical modeling, and I always like to mess with him. I've liked to mess with him since we were young. There's no reason, I just think it's good. When you came to Shanghai, I thought you would only stay for a while, but in the blink of an eye, it's been a year and a half. Actually, I was quite annoyed with you after that. Is it really good to stay in someone else's house so shamelessly? Hurry up and leave. If you leave, this will be our territory again. But when I think of you saying that your family forced you to marry someone you don't like, my heart softened. I've been so good to you. Qin Bao Bao suddenly couldn't continue and stared at her. When did it start? Wang Zijin opened her mouth and answered honestly, end of last year. End of last year. Qin Bao Bao murmured and smiled sadly. It's been almost a year. You've been hiding it from me for a year. It turns out that I've been fooled by you guys for a year like a fool. Bao Bao, Wang Zijin calmed down and said, I confessed to him at the end of last year. I love him very, very much. I've never thought of snatching anything from you, but this is how a relationship is. It's wonderful, beautiful, and selfish. When I first met him, I didn't feel that there was anything about him that attracted me. In my heart, he was the younger brother of a close friend. He might be very interesting because in the 3 years of high school, my desk mate always talked about her brother. She always talked about how bad her brother was, but when she talked about him, her eyes were always gentle. I thought that this brother must be very interesting and very different. After I met him, seeing him is not as good as hearing about him. In the beginning, he even showed his admiration for me, which made me feel a little annoyed. I thought to myself that if this brother of mine is like other men, I'll move out after I find a job. You might not believe it, but it was your brother who pursued me first. After getting to know him for a long time, I found that he was indeed different. He was obviously very talented, but he was very timid, as if nothing in the world could be difficult for him. He wanted to pursue me, but he didn't dare to take action. The longer we got to know each other, the more attracted he became to me. I was always so happy when I was with him. But do you know, the person who first made me have the idea of trying to be his girlfriend was not him, but you. Wang Zijin said in a deep voice, you can't hide it from me. We've known each other for so many years, and we've slept on the same bed for so long. You've never hidden your feelings from me. Qin Bao Bao looked at her in a daze. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. You're right. I like him. No, I love him. No one in the world loves him more than me. This sentence was like thunder exploding in Wang Zijin's ears. It was actually like this. She had already guessed it, but when Qin Bao Bao said it personally, Wang Zijin's worldview was turned upside down. You. Do you know what you're saying? Wang Zijin was shocked. Your brother and sister. As the elder sister, how can you say such things? Is it strange? It's quite strange. Maybe you'll think that I'm shameless to actually fall in love with my own brother. When she saw him chatting happily with another girl, her heart was filled with hatred. When I thought of him being intimate with another woman, or even getting married and having children, I felt like killing someone. There's no such elder sister in the world. Qin Bao Bao leaned back and slammed into the sofa. It was as if she had fallen into the river of time for 20 years. When I was very, very young, I knew that he wasn't my biological brother. He and I accidentally eavesdropped on my mother's phone call, but we didn't know who the other child was. I was older than him, so I was more sensible. I scared him not to tell anyone about it. Just treat it as a secret. That way, we could still be a happy family. He wasn't smart and was very ordinary. At most, he was good-looking. It was because he had such an excellent elder sister that his mediocrity was highlighted. However, he didn't hate his elder sister because of this. Instead, he cared for her and gradually accepted his mediocrity. Many times, my elder sister expected better from him. She hoped that he could pull himself together and become a boy with a temper. In the future, he would become a man with a temper. So I started to bully him, steal his things, and add insult to injury when my father beat me. But he was still so good to my elder sister. When he gave his favorite toy to my elder sister, his timid eyes, like a deer's, deeply hurt my elder sister's heart. Ace was very timid when he was young. He only knew how to play behind me. He didn't dare to say anything when someone stole his mother's new pencil case in elementary school. He even had to ask his elder sister to help him get back at them. One year, I was in the 5th grade and he was in the 3rd grade. He was just a little kid. On our way home from school, a group of boys bullied me. They pulled my hair, stole my bag, and poured out all the books inside. They said that if I didn't want to be friends with them, they would cause trouble for me every day. One of them even lifted my skirt. All I could do was cry. No one came to help me. I couldn't count on anyone. Could I count on a brat in the 3rd grade? But do you know, when I was most afraid, it was this brat in the 3rd grade. He stood in front of me and cried, telling me not to bully my elder sister. Then, he fought them to the death. Qin Bao Bao's mind flashed with images of the past. In the image, the short kid fell down after being kicked and punched again and again. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up, fighting with the boys who were a head taller than him. He was clearly scared and wanted to call for his mother. However, he refused to back down. He gritted his teeth and fought with tears streaming down his face. The girl behind him cried until her beautiful little face was ruined. Even though more than 10 years had passed, this image was still fresh in Qin Bao Bao's mind. It was one of the most precious memories of her and her younger brother. From that day onwards, my feelings for him started to change quietly. I didn't even notice it myself. After that, my younger brother's kindness to my elder sister was no longer pure familial love in my heart. It wasn't pure, but it was very sweet. He was always gentle and modest towards my elder sister. He let me do whatever I wanted and gave in to me. He often complained that his parents' doting caused me to develop a lot of bad habits, but he never reflected on himself. In fact, he was the one who doted on my elder sister the most. All these years, my elder sister became more and more dependent on him. When she was at her most infatuated, she even felt that it was enough for her to have him in the world. Nothing else mattered. A few years ago, when he had his first girlfriend, he came back excitedly to show off to me. Do you know how I felt at that time? It was painful. It was so painful that I wanted to die, just like today. Qin Bao Bao covered her heart and choked with sobs. It was so painful that I didn't want to live anymore. Wang Zijin was silent. At this point, all words were useless. She listened to the girl's endless recollection of the past, revealing her feelings honestly and affectionately. It was a feeling that had been fermenting in her heart for more than 10 years. The moment she opened the lid, what she smelled was not a fragrance, but a heart-wrenching pain. Any words and excuses were suddenly pale and powerless in the face of this feeling. At the same time, Wang Zijin finally understood why she was scared. She was the third party. She was abrupt and discordant in this love that shouldn't have been. It was so discordant that many times, even she herself felt that she was unnecessary. So subconsciously, she felt that she should be scared. Zijin, unknowingly, this heartless woman had tears streaming down her face. Qin Bao used an almost pleading tone. 13 years. I loved him for 13 years. That was my whole life. Please, give him back to me. Give him back to me. Chapter 700. At that moment, Wang Zijin almost couldn't breathe. She stared at Qin Bao blankly for a long time. Her eyelashes trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. What about me? What about me? He's my first man, and I hope he's my last. I love him very much too. I've never loved a man like this. I fell out with my parents for him. I said that I'd be happy even if I had to drink cold water with him. All of you shut up. Now you want me to give him back to you. What do you want me to do? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and wiped her tears. So what if I give him back to you? Can you two be together? No matter how open-minded Uncle Qin is, can he tolerate his son and daughter getting married? Does he know about this? If he doesn't, where do you think I am? Let's take a step back. Even if he's willing, can the two of you really be together? You two are the center of attention in the entertainment industry. The whole country is watching you. How can you two be together? If you insist on being with him, you'll destroy him. Even if you don't care, have you thought about your parents? They'll struggle in the future. Do you want your parents to have such an old age? Uncle Qin is still a university professor. How will he face the teachers and students of the university? What will your friends and relatives think? You've been brother and sister for more than 20 years. Even if you're not related by blood, if normal people have been brother and sister for 20 years, blood relations won't matter anymore. They'll think that you were already in an incestuous relationship when you were still brother and sister. How can your parents bear it? It's useless even if you explain. If it's useful, will there still be cyberbullying? Would there still be rumors and slanders that could ruin one's bones? Do you know how many people are jealous of you and Qinze? They alone can make you two unable to make a comeback. Did he want to become a joke and a negative example that was rarely seen in the entertainment industry for decades? Be criticized for the rest of your life. Have you thought about how your children will live in the future? At the end, she sounded very agitated. It's useless to go abroad. In this era of increasingly advanced communication, it's useless to go abroad. Reputation is irreversible. From the day you two became top public figures, there was no turning back. Unless he had to stay in a poor and backward village for the rest of his life. But would he be willing to do that? So, regret it. You can never be with him in this lifetime. Qin Bao instantly lost all of her essence, energy, and spirit, like a withered flower. Big sister man, last time we were talking about a boy with no special features. One day, a beautiful goddess suddenly confessed to him. Actually, before that, there was another oval-faced goddess who confessed to him. But this one is different. She's a die-hard fan. It's just that they especially worship you and are willing to sing at the top of their lungs. You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only legend. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy. Coincidentally, he also had a good impression of that goddess, although at that time, there was no such thing as love. Qinze exhaled green smoke. Nan Man Pei held the tea, her expression unchanged. The teapot was replaced with a beautiful glazed blue and white treasure. The price was 10 times that of the first broken one. She had kept this teapot as a collection for many years. If it was broken because of this, Nan Man Pei would definitely hang Suyu up and beat him. She knew that Qinze was talking about such a thing. Wasn't it about getting drunk that day and taking blood from each other with Suyu? She had heard it so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. It was annoying to always show off their love in front of others. But before the two of them, there was actually a girl who loved him deeply. Qin paused for a moment and took a deep puff of his cigarette. The boy was born into an ordinary family. He has an extremely beautiful sister. His relatives and friends all praise him. He has received so many awards that his hands go soft. Compared to him, his younger brother, who has never even received an award from an activist, is particularly unbearable. But children also have dignity. The child's heart is more fragile and sensitive. So he began to try to please his sister. As long as he could play with his sister happily, when she enjoyed the praise of the elders, the boy could also rub her glory. He didn't want the elders to shake their heads and sigh at him after praising his sister. But stupid is stupid. There is really no way. The biggest gap in the world is the gap between IQ. It's innate. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. He longed to be a good person like his sister. He wanted to enjoy the praise of his parents and be praised by his relatives and teachers like her. If he can't become such a person, then get her. Qin bowed his head and looked at Nan Man Pei. Yes, get her. You probably don't understand the pain of a mediocre person. No matter how mediocre a person is, he or she would also dream of being brilliant. He or she would go on stage at the school's spring festival party and play a sad piano song. Then, all the girls in the school and the female teachers would be infatuated with his melancholy back and be unable to extricate themselves. Or when he or she was returning home from school, a 5-kilometer-long car suddenly drove to the school gate. The butler, who was wearing an exquisite and well-ironed suit, combed his hair white and put a white handkerchief on his collar, bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, "Young master, master asked me to take you home." Or a group of hooligans in the school are fighting over a beauty. At the moment when countless students are attracted to her, you suddenly jump out with a cigarette in your mouth. Indifferent. Your expression and tone must be indifferent. This will make you look cool. Indifferent, you say, "This is my woman. If you don't want to die, all of you should get out of here." Nan Man Pei was speechless. She thought to herself, your inner thoughts are so rich when you're young. It's hard for me to complain. Do you think it's funny? But he really, really wants to. He wants to go crazy. But the real him can't be more mediocre. His grades are average, his sports are average, his personality is gentle. In fact, this is the helplessness of mediocre people to please the world. Qin's smile was bitter at first. Then, he suddenly thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. When he entered junior high school, the beautiful troublemaker sister caused trouble again. At that time, the hooligans who didn't study were fighting for territory in the school. When they saw a beautiful girl, they would ask to be their girlfriend. A big brother without a sister-in-law was an incompetent big brother. She was so beautiful that she became the hot cake that the big brothers had to fight over. The opportunity finally came. Sister stole 100 yuan from home. There were about 20 people. She said that as long as you helped my brother hold the line, she would give each of you 5 yuan. 5 yuan. At that time, a popsicle only cost 50 cents. 5 yuan could let you eat fish and meat in the cafeteria. Then, she found the hooligans and said that she was Qin's woman. If you're a man, you should draw your sword. Actually, at that time, as long as she explained the situation to the teacher, those hooligans wouldn't dare to provoke her. She was a top student, and the school valued top students very much. Nan Man Pei commented, "She's young, but she's quite scheming. I've never been so flashy." In front of dozens of people, I had a one-on-one fight with the school's bad student leader. In the end, I won. A fight between children is very simple. As long as you're not afraid of pain and fight to the death, it's not difficult to win. Although I looked worse, I shouted at him loudly. I said, Qin Bao Bao is my woman. Qin Zhe grinned. I've remembered this sentence for many years. Now that I think about it, I'm really excited. Nan Pei was silent. After that, the boy's desire to get her became stronger and stronger. It was like a black seed buried in his heart, absorbing the negative emotions of the outside world and gradually blooming a black flower. From then on, he began to pay attention to his sister's beautiful figure and beautiful face. He watched as her breasts became fuller and fuller, and she had the charm of a young girl. He still treated her well, but it was no longer the affection of a younger brother trying to please his sister. It was a kind of love that was causing trouble. One day, when he was playing with his sister, the friction of their bodies made him have a physiological reaction. In his adolescence, he suddenly understood that it was difficult for him to treat his sister, who he had spent more than 10 years with, as family. At one point, he felt a huge sense of guilt. He felt disgusted as a creature in a dirty pigsty. Until one night, his sister knocked on his door while his parents were asleep. They slept on the same bed and talked about meaningless things. The younger brother was very well behaved. He felt that if he exposed his inner impulses, his sister would never get close to him again. However, God didn't close all the windows for this humble and ordinary child. He left a window open. That night, his sister kissed him. Nan Pei was stunned. In the darkness where there was no light, he heard his sister's rapid breathing. He imagined his sister's blushing face and her moist and shy eyes. A huge sense of happiness exploded in his heart. He was sure of one thing: his sister liked him. It wasn't a simple brother-sister relationship, but the kind of love that a girl secretly likes a boy. Qin Zhe laughed bitterly. But so what? His life was so mediocre that there was no highlight to speak of. Such a person, other than going with the flow, what ability did he have to change his fate? He didn't even dare to be angry with his father. All he could do was to hide his feelings in his heart. In the years that followed, the two of them tacitly hid their secrets. A secret kiss could be sweet for half a day. They passed through junior high school, and university. No one dared to touch the feelings in their hearts. His sister stubbornly refused to go on blind dates and refused to date any boyfriends. Because she already had someone in her heart. That useless brother. The younger brother was more rational. He knew that he couldn't do it. Deep in his heart, he felt that he couldn't do it. He was so useless. His greatest achievement was the big house that was destined to be left to him by his family. So he started to try to find a girlfriend. Time always dilutes everything. No matter how solemn their love was, it couldn't beat time. The perfect ending for the two of them was that he married a local wife, and his sister married an outstanding man. Everyone continued to hide their secrets in their hearts, leaving behind fleeting time, and moving forward into the future. Later, the boy finally grew up. He started to show his talent and became a child praised by his relatives and friends. He became someone else's child. He could do whatever he wanted in the entertainment industry. He was undefeated in the business world and earned a lot of money every day. However, his cowardly nature was rooted in his heart. Even if their names were not related by blood, he still did not dare to lay his cards on the table with his parents. He did not dare to loudly tell his parents that baby Qin was his woman. He was terrified to the core. So he held on to his sister and didn't let go. At the same time, he yearned for love openly with other women. He became arrogant. Nan Pei knew why Qin Zhe said these things to her. She also knew what Wang Zijin was doing. Everything stemmed from yesterday's news. Since he already got the love he wanted, why didn't he stop before it was too late? There are too many beautiful things in life. There will always be people who miss out. He shouldn't be obsessed with the fleeting past. If he knows that it's wrong, he should cut it off, Nan Man Pei said gently. I can't kill him, Qin Zhe murmured, others only see his brilliance and brilliance, but who has ever seen his humble and weak side? Who would like that incompetent and useless version of him? Only my sister, he said. Nan Man Pei was silent. She didn't know what to say. This confident, calm, and talented young man in front of her took off his heavy armor for the first time in front of her. Inside was a timid and humble little boy. Perhaps this was the real him. Chapter 701. At 2:00 in the morning, Wang Zijin went out of the door in a daze. The moment she closed the door, she turned around and saw Qin Bao sitting on the sofa in a daze, like a delicate puppet that had lost its spirit. Murderous intent. Every word that Wang Zijin said when she was excited hit Qin Bao's weak point. But she was not complacent at all, and she even lost the interest in pursuing the victory. At this time, if there was a bottle of wine, Wang Zijin would not hesitate to get drunk. There was no result from this conversation, and it was impossible for there to be a result. She tried to be strong, but when she saw Qin Bao's tear-stained face, she couldn't bear it in the end. It was really like the old saying that the battlefield changes rapidly. Before she had time to use the combo in her mind, Qin Bao took the lead. It was the first time that the girl had revealed her heart. Can you imagine that under her heartless appearance, there was such a deep-rooted love? No, it was not love, it was love. Wang Zijin was unable to refute, let alone deny it. She only felt that fate was like a naughty child, always playing some fatal jokes with adults, but she couldn't hit its butt. Stepping on the dim street lights, she returned to the car and sat alone in a daze. At this point, she couldn't cut off this love that shouldn't exist by waving a butcher's knife. When she finished listening to Qin Bao's self-description, she knew that the girl was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. Deep in the forest, she saw a deer, and deep in the sea, she saw a whale. Qin Bao was too deep in this love and couldn't turn back. What about him? If the elder sister was like this, what kind of mentality would the younger brother have? Thinking of this question, Wang Zijin fell silent. The fear in her heart was fermenting, and it was also the reason why she hurriedly ended the negotiation with Qin Bao. It was like a general on the battlefield who suddenly received a secret letter about a secret deal between the imperial court and the enemy country. At this time, what the general should do was to continue fighting the enemy bravely, or stay still and wait for the imperial court's orders. Or return to the imperial court to confront the fatuous emperor. After a long silence, she took out her cell phone. After some hesitation, she called Qin Zhe. On the other side, Qin Zhe finally finished pouring out the worries that had been bottled up in his heart for more than 10 years. He felt much better. Indeed, Nan Man Pei was not a good listener and would not comfort him gently. But these words were better said to her than to Su Yu. After Su Yu knew about this, he didn't know if his mentality would explode. She had always thought that her enemy was Wang Zijin. Of course, that was not wrong. However, she did not know that there was a big boss behind the second boss. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. To be honest, in such a sad atmosphere, it was a little discordant to suddenly play such a cheerful nursery rhyme. Just like at a military parade, the solemn national anthem suddenly switched to a divine TikTok song. Let's learn how to meow like cats. Meow 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 meow. The caller was Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe got up and walked to the balcony. At the same time, he picked up the phone. Sister Ziwei. Nan Man Pei quietly followed a few steps and pricked up her ears, desperately trying to eavesdrop. But Qin Zhe turned around and closed the door. He walked to the balcony and the sound disappeared. Nan Man Pei was not satisfied. Why did you close the door? I won't eavesdrop. This is my room, okay? Qin Zhe ignored her and locked the door. I finished talking with Bao Bao. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat and he did not speak. How did it go? In the end, he squeezed out this sentence. She asked me to return you to her, Wang Zijin said. Sister Ziwei's tone was so calm that it made Qin Zai panic. The sister complex that he had hidden for many years had been exposed in front of his girlfriend. No man could face it with a smile anymore. Before I met her, I was very confident. I thought that it was one-sided and not enough to affect us. What I wanted to do was to let her choose to accept it calmly. I went to appease her, but now... Wang Zijin paused and did not continue. After a moment of silence, she said that brother needs to be more rational and self-aware. He once tried to get a girlfriend to let her and her sister give up. She stopped him once, but she knows that she can't stop him forever. Qin Zai, there's something I want to ask you. Answer me honestly. She called out Qin Zai's name. Ever since the two of them became familiar with each other, she had never called him by his name. You said, we haven't known each other for long, but you took the initiative to pursue me. You seem to like me very much. Are you sincere or just acting for my sister? Wang Zijin said in a low voice. Don't patronize me. I'm sincere to you now, Qin Zai said in a low voice. Wang Zijin said bitterly, yes, you've never been the kind of person who can't walk away when he sees a beautiful woman. I should have thought of it. But I didn't show that I was willing to give it a try at first for you. We're all the same. Neither of us is pure enough. Qin Zai was silent. He didn't know what Sister Ziwei was thinking. At least, it didn't matter to him whether the affection was pure or not. There were many ways for men and women to fall in love. Love at first sight, love after a long time, he had never seen the former. The latter was like him and Suyu. As long as the two of them fell in love with each other, it didn't matter what the pattern was at the beginning. But when Qingnu might be a little obsessed with emotional cleanliness. So Qin Zai couldn't say, bro, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's not bother about it. That's not important. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. Bao Bao, I know what's on your mind. What about you? Ace, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? This question was harder to answer than whether I should save your mother first when she fell into the water. Qin Zai was silent. Wang Zijin waited in the car for a long time, but there was still no reply from the other end of the phone. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom. Wang Zijin was even prepared to be humble. She would say, I won't be scheming or arrogant anymore. I won't keep you in suspense anymore. Please choose me. Although choosing me would make you bid farewell to that period of youth, I still want you to choose me. Please, you must choose me. She couldn't say those words. Qin Zai's silence gave her the best answer. In the desperate silence, Wang Zijin chose to hang up the phone. The light on the roof of the car emitted an orange and dim light. Wang Zijin held back her tears for a long time. She finally collapsed. She leaned on the steering wheel and cried bitterly. She cried like a child. It was heart-wrenching. Nan Man Pei silently guessed the conversation on the balcony. Her fake character as indifferent as Chrysanthemum and her real character as violent and irritable had never made her so obsessed with other people's gossip. Like Suyu, she always thought that her best friend's enemy should be Wang Zijin. She also noticed the unusual relationship between Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zai, but she didn't care about it. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden reversal? It turned out that the brother and sister had such a complicated relationship. Damn, it's so exciting. She thought again of Wang Zijin's seemingly dignified but actually strong character. How could a proper official's daughter tolerate this kind of thing? Thinking of this, it was even more exciting. Nan Man Pei was not a simple gossip. She was a little worried about her best friend's future. Wang Zijin was already difficult to deal with. What about Qin Bao Bao? Even if two tigers fought, one would be injured. However, it was easy for the injured tiger to turn around and bite a melon-eating teddy bear to death. Although a teddy bear was stable as a concubine, it was not a good empress who didn't want to be the emperor's concubine. She might not be willing. Nan Man Pei pinched her temples. She was a little worried. In addition, there was a sense of irritation and loss rising from the bottom of her heart. Qin Zhe listened to the busy tone on the phone and stood on the balcony in a daze for a while. He subconsciously wanted to reach for a cigarette, but then he remembered that the cigarette box was in the living room. He couldn't give the answer Wang Zijin wanted. It was useless to say too much on the phone. So he sent a text message to ask where she was. She didn't reply. When he called her again, her phone was turned off. Qin Zhe left the room, picked up the cigarette box and coat on the sofa, and strode out. Sister Man, please take care of Su Yu. I'll go back first. Nan Man Pei chased out of the door. What's the situation? Qin Zhe, it's none of your business. Pei Nan Man took off her slipper and threw it at Qin Zhe, who was on the stairs. It hit him right in the head. He left without looking back. Go away, little boy. Nan Man Pei shouted. Chapter 702. Qin Zhe returned to his home in Royal View Mansion. The light in the living room was dark and there was no one in the house. He sat in the living room. Hei's king's heart was not calm, but depressed and tired. In this messy relationship, there were many things he could do, but the final choice had nothing to do with him. This was also the reason why he did not answer Wang Zijin on the phone. He thought that Sister Ziwei was so smart that she should be able to get his meaning. He was thinking about how to communicate or how to talk later. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He decided to frankly disclose his thoughts and feelings, which was his greatest sincerity. He smoked one cigarette after another. In the blink of an eye, it was 3:00 in the morning. Wang Zijin had not come back. Didn't she finish talking with his sister long ago? Did she sleep in the same bed with his sister again? No, it was impossible. Qin Zhe was already thankful that they did not fight. His sister was either in the hotel or in the old house. Qin Zhe put out the cigarette and called her. The voice message said that her phone was off, and it was off again. Sister Ziwei and his sister worked together to hang up the phone. He pondered for a moment and decided to go to the old house first. At this time, he should meet his sister first. Qin Zhe went to the porch and put on his shoes. When he was about to open the door, he suddenly froze. The picture of the living room popped up in his mind. The items were restored one by one. One bottle of wine on the wine rack was missing. The shoes at the porch were more messy than before he went out. The things in the living room also had traces of being moved. Qin Zhe's scalp tingled. He opened the shoe cabinet and took a look. Half of the high-heeled shoes were missing. Then he rushed to Wang Zijin's room and opened the wardrobe. The clothes in the wardrobe were also missing. She left and took away some of her favorite clothes. She ran away from home without a word. His gaze swept across the room, but he didn't see any messages from her, nor did he see any items. For example, the lady's wristwatch Qin Zhe gave her. Qin Zhe went out and drove to the house where he and his sister lived for 3 years. Wang Zijin left without saying a word. Qin Zhe couldn't find her, but he could find his sister. She must be in that house. Qin Zhe knew her too well. The Lamborghini drove in the dark. There were few cars on the road, and the bustling city during the day fell into a deep sleep. There's no time to make it more spectacular. Preserve the dignity of a farewell. I love you without regret and respect the end of the story. A breakup should be a dignified one. No one should apologize. The projection of the point store suddenly popped up, and the sound of singing filled the space inside the car. Only Chinze could see and hear. Chinze was speechless. Damn it, I'm going to swear. What a lowly system. Don't be so intense, I'm just playing a song to relieve your stress. The system said, just for the occasion. Other people's systems would help the host cheat, pick up girls for him, and dominate the world for him. My system kicked me in the head when I lost my footing and drowned. Chinze was in a bad mood, so he couldn't be bothered with it. You don't like it? No problem, I'll change it for you. I have plenty of them here anyway. The system said considerately. The song changed. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. We agreed not to separate. We'll always be together. Even if I'm against time. Even if I'm against the whole world. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chinze gritted his teeth and said, I really want to crack open my own brain, then pull you out and chop you into pieces. After kicking it, it even threw stones at you. System, asterisk, after Big Sister and Big Sister Xian had stabbed him in the back, the system had also stabbed him in the back. He was an actor. But it couldn't do anything about it. Chinze could only bear with it. He drove to the neighborhood and looked up. From this angle, he could see the living room. The living room lights were still on, and it was especially conspicuous in the dark residential building. His sister was really here. Chinze leaned against the Lamborghini, looked at the lights, silently finished a cigarette, stepped on the butt, and returned to the car. Don't you want to go up? Maybe she's waiting for you with the lights on. The system said. You don't know her. She must have forgotten to turn off the lights when she slept. She won't want to see me now. Chinze started the car and left the neighborhood. I just came to take a look, and I'll be relieved. Fortunately, she's still in my sight. She's still waiting for me. Back at Royalview Mansion, it was late at night and he couldn't sleep. Sitting alone in the empty room, scenes of the past appeared in his mind, Sister Ziwei sitting on the bed with a blushing face, watching him sneak into the room in the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei dressing in front of the mirror, looking back with a smile. On the big bed, the two of them were entangled together. He sat on the edge of the bed dispiritedly. Time passed little by little. The sky outside the window gradually turned white, and then the sun rose. He unconsciously sat there for the whole night. At 7:10 a.m., a text message came into the mailbox, and the sound pulled Chinze back to reality from his daze. I'm going back to the capital. The flight is at 7:40 a.m., and I've already boarded the plane. I didn't get your reply, and I'm very sad. Grandpa said that the art of controlling people is nothing more than a combination of kindness and power. But no matter how brilliant the art of controlling people is, it's useless in the face of love. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. After listening to Bao Bao's words, I was at a loss and very sad. There should be no sympathy or pity in love, but I know that she loves you more than me. What kind of feelings can be hidden in the heart for more than 10 years? The moment I opened the lid, I saw despair in her eyes. It was the sadness of a girl. At that moment, I was so sad that I couldn't speak. But I'm a selfish woman, and I still can't stand a third party in my love. I value it more than my life. The text message was very long, and she sent a few in a row. In the past year or so, I met an interesting boy and regained my love. You're different from all the men I've met. You're narrow-minded, indecisive, and sometimes, you're a damn child who makes people hate you. But because of your indecisiveness, you've maintained the happiness and stability of this family for more than 10 years. Bao Bao can't do that. She's too stubborn about love, and she's even willing to burn herself and the people around her. But your sadness isn't any less than hers. When you were silent on the phone, I knew it. You're just used to suppressing your emotions in your heart, just like when your parents and relatives were disappointed. You silently accepted it and licked the wounds in your heart. You're always like this, showing your kindness and gentleness to the world with trepidation, afraid of the disappointment in others' eyes. You have many shortcomings, and I'm not a good girl either. I'm two-faced, scheming, and smiling to others. But in my heart, I'm thinking, this idiot, let's see if I don't play her to death. You've already seen through my true nature, but you don't dislike me at all. I'm very happy. Because I know this has nothing to do with my family background. During this period of time in Shanghai, I've witnessed your growth. I've seen you, who had nothing, become a rising star. Some people say that being able to accompany a man from poverty to prosperity is the greatest happiness for a woman. This is also my happiness. At least my mark in your life won't be much lower than hers. I've met many sons of rich families, and I've also seen even more sons of poor families who became all-powerful in the end. The former think they're better than others, while the latter are arrogant and scheming. They're all inferior to you. You've always maintained your original heart, and I can see it from your attitude towards her. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to accept it. Shakespeare said, "The path to true love is not smooth. So we'll have to part for now. Forgive me for not wanting to see you now. Seeing you will only make us more depressed and sad. We'll give each other time and space to calm down. I want to be alone, and you need to be alone too. I don't want to call you. I'm afraid you'll ask me who Jingjing is. You're always like this. Sometimes, I like your frivolity, and sometimes, I hate it. I'll have to trouble you with purple crystals matters. I've left the bank card in the drawer. Initially, I wanted to go home with you during the new year. After the engagement, I've been planning how to use the money inside. First, I'll have to buy a house of my own. The renovations can't be as luxurious as the place I'm living in now. It has to be simple and stylish. Your study has to have an antique shelf to store some antiques. You also have to have a bookshelf. I have a lot of books that I want to buy, but I don't have a place to put them. Then, I'll steal Grandpa's most cherished bronze beast paperweight and give it to you as a treasure to guard your house. There's too much I want to say, but I don't think it's necessary to say it. When you've thought it through, no matter what your choice is, please give me a call. I hope it won't take too long. In the end, I don't regret meeting you in the best time of my life. Qin Zhe silently put down his phone. His eyes were red. Aren't you going to chase after her? Even if she's already taken off, it's only a 2-hour journey from Shanghai to capital city. You can still bring her back, the system said. Qin Zhe ignored it, in case it took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The system chattered on. Women say no, but in reality, they want it very much. Their words should be heard in reverse. Still ignoring it, the system said helplessly, go on, go on. I'll give you a mission too. How long has it been since you've done a mission? Qin Zhe shook his head. She's right. Chasing after her won't help, because she hasn't thought it through. She doesn't have an answer in her heart. There's no point in chasing after her. Give her some time. She needs some peace and quiet. Qin Zhe walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The warm sunlight poured in like water. His eyes were wet again. Man, cry. It's not a crime to cry. No matter how strong a man is, he has the right to be tired, the song came again. In the end, he still couldn't avoid the system's stone. At Hongqiao Airport, the plane rushed out of the runway. With its head held high, the wings of the plane swept across the blue sky. Wang Zijin sat in the first-class cabin by the window. She didn't sleep for the whole night. Tired, she leaned against the seat and dozed off. A tall stewardess walked past her. Her eyes swept across every passenger, checking if they had fastened their seatbelts. When she saw Wang Zijin, she was stunned. After a moment of careful observation, she said excitedly, "You're Qin Zai's girlfriend." The passengers in the first-class cabin all looked at her. Wang Zijin raised her head, looked at her, and smiled. She looked down at Shanghai silently. The plane rose higher and higher, and the city became smaller and smaller. The moment it rushed into the clouds, the whole of Shanghai disappeared in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes and tears fell silently. "Goodbye, Shanghai."